Shuiyu was a small country under the jurisdiction of a low-level empire called Dragon Mountain. Lin Feng had been there before, but he thought of it differently than he had in the past. In that direction is Duanren border, Duanren city, thought Lin Feng gazing into the distance. He remembered that place, the border between Shuiyu and Mou. Shuiyu, I'm back, thought Lin Feng smiling. His sword streaked across the sky in the direction of Duanren border. As soon as he crossed the border, some guards raised their heads and looked at the sword flying overhead. There aren't so many people. Fei Yang is the prince of Mou, so there shouldn't be problems between Mou and Shuiyu anymore, thought Lin Feng. He looked at the buildings which he had set on fire. On the city gate tower there was a soldier wearing an armor. It was a Xianxia soldier. Who are you? The crowd raised their heads and saw a young man wearing white clothes and riding a sword. What a terrifying young man. Even though Shuiyu is as strong as a low-level empire now, I don't think there are any young people as strong as him here, thought the crowd. The young man in the sky looked incredible. At the very front of the city gate tower, there was a girl who had a red and gold armor. Such beautiful eyes, thought Lin Feng after he saw her. He had a familiar feeling. The girl took off her helmet and her long black hair fell to her shoulders. She was smiling up at him. Lin Feng smiled back at her. He descended onto the city gate tower. Cling, cling. Everybody suddenly raised their spears behind him. Put them down, said a middle-aged man furiously. His voice was extremely loud. The soldiers immediately put their spears down. You're back, said Lu Fei in a gentle voice. Her chi was heroic. She looked beautiful, domineering, confident. She had changed a lot since he last saw her. She didn't look sad anymore. Lin Feng nodded. What are you doing here? I have many memories here, my father, a few uncles, you, said Lu Fei smiling. Lin Feng was the symbol of Shuiyu and the monarch. As a member of the army, nobody could prevent her from doing what she wanted. Lin Feng smiled wryly and stretched his hand towards her, saying in a gentle voice, Come back with me. Lu Fei lowered her head shyly and smiled. All right, she said in a fragile voice. She raised her head again and looked at Lin Feng. He took her hand and invited her onto his giant sword. General, shouted the soldiers in unison. Kacha. The middle-aged man knelt down in front of the two silhouettes and shouted, Kneel down, soldiers. They all obeyed and knelt down. General Lin Feng will take good care of General Lu, whispered the middle-aged man who was the vice-general. General Lin Feng, the legendary cultivator of Shuiyu. No wonder she followed him without resisting. That was General Lin Feng. He's as young as in the legends and just as handsome, thought the crowd watching as the two silhouettes disappeared. They hadn't even greeted their general. Lin Feng and Lu Fei were flying on the sword. Lu Fei took off her armor and Lin Feng couldn't help but steal a glance. She no longer had a bad temper as when Lin Feng had first met her. Fei, you have an incredible figure, said Lin Feng smiling in a resplendent way. Lu Fei looked at him and smiled. Do you remember the first time we met? How could I forget? You almost killed me with an arrow, said Lin Feng shrugging. Luckily, he was quick back then. Well, it's your fault. You were perverted, you were spying on me while I was bathing, said Lu Fei indifferently. They used to be so pure back then. When did I spy? I was just walking, but you were practicing cultivation. You were in the water anyway, so could I see anything? Said Lin Feng. Humph, what about the second time? Would you swear that you didn't look at me then? Said Lu Fei. You're mine now anyways, so it doesn't matter anymore, said Lin Feng shamelessly. What? Who is yours? Said Lu Fei, trying to sound angry, but actually she was feeling shy. She even blushed. Are you not? Asked Lin Feng, smiling and looking at her. She just lowered her head. You bastard, said Lu Fei, kicking his leg. Can you cope with me? Said Lin Feng, laughing and putting his arms around Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at him as if she were angry, but yet, she blushed. She struggled to get away, but she couldn't. After a short time, she rested her head on his shoulders. It had been such a long time, it comforting to be in Lin Feng's arms again. I'm here now, said Lin Feng, gently caressing her back. Uncle Lu had told Lin Feng to take care of Lu Fei, and he had left her alone for a few years instead. He felt guilty. Besides, she even liked him, so Lin Feng had to take care of her. Lin Feng's sword streaked across the sky. Lin Feng was seated and Lu Fei was in his arms. Lu Fei was smiling. How many days had she lived without sensing that warmth in her heart? She had thought that Lin Feng had forgotten about her, or that he hadn't taken to heart what her father asked of him. After all, who was she to him? If Lin Feng hadn't said anything, she would have kept her distance. Maybe she would have stayed in Duanren forever, doing the same as her father. She had thought a lot about those things. However, Lin Feng hugged he, and now she couldn't calm herself down. She felt warm. The former imperial city. Lu Fei looked down at the ancient imperial city. It looked beautiful, but it wasn't as majestic as before. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned. Some people rose up in the air and their qi was quite powerful. Zun cultivators. Lin Feng was amazed and asked Lu Fei, Fei, since when are there Zun cultivators in Shuiyu? What? Zun cultivators. Lu Fei looked scared. I've been in Duanren for a year, so I don't know. But there shouldn't be any Zun cultivators. If there are any, it would only be in Yangzhou City, replied Lu Fei. Lin Feng nodded and his sword moved towards those people. One of the Zun cultivators raised his head and looked at that gigantic sword approaching him. How quick, was his first thought. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and Lu Fei, a cultivator of the 8th Tian Qi layer and a trivial cultivator of the Shen Qi layer. Sir, how did you come to Shuiyu? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Lu Fei looked over at him. She was astonished that Lin Feng was so simply talking to a Zun cultivator. Are you talking to me? Said that Zun cultivator, smiling in a cold way. Shuiyu was a small country and there weren't that many Tian-level cultivators. But Zun cultivators were even less common, so he had to respect him. Stop talking shit, said Lin Feng. How audacious. You piss off. Give me your ring, the sword and the girl, said the Zun cultivator, releasing terrifying energies. Lu Fei almost fell down. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way. You want to die, said Lin Feng. A dazzling sword appeared in his hand and flew towards that cultivator. That person was surprised. He wanted to block the attack, but his arm was immediately cut off. Boom! Lu Fei was shaking. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was still lying in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng had just moved one hand, while still seated, and he had cut off a Zun cultivator's arm. Lin Feng could fight against Zun cultivators now. The Zun cultivator's face turned deathly pale. His blood circulated throughout his body. He wanted to heal back his arm again. You're Lin Feng, said the Zun cultivator. Lin Feng said. Someone from the Ba Huang province. Only people from Ba Huang province could recognize him that quickly. I offended you, so I hope you can forgive me, said that person. His face was still deathly pale. He even seemed a little scared. After all, Lin Feng had killed Qi Tianshang and some Zun cultivators from the Qi clan. That guy was only a low-level Zun cultivator, so he was quite weak compared to Lin Feng. What's going on? Asked someone loudly. More people rose up in the air, and they were all Zun cultivators. They saw that their friend's arm was cut off, so they were staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, we didn't know it was you. Please forgive us, said that person again, scared that his friends could offend Lin Feng. He had to warn them, otherwise they might make the same mistake. Lin Feng. He's Lin Feng. The Zun cultivators were all surprised. Just like in the legends, he was young and handsome. He had also only broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer, but he could already killed low-level Zun cultivators easily. He didn't even need Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Slap yourself. Lin Feng didn't understand why there were Zun cultivators in Shuiyu. Were those people from the one clan? That Zun cultivator was surprised. Lin Feng was asking a Zun cultivator to slap his own face? You have 3 seconds, said Lin Feng. Slap. The Zun cultivator slapped his own face. If he wanted to live on, he could only lose face for now. Lin Feng was still calmly sitting on his sword with Lu Fei in his arms. Lin Feng was fearless even though he was facing a group of people who could easily destroy mountains. Lu Fei lowered her head and smiled. Lin Feng had become so strong already. Even Zun cultivators feared him. A few more years, and then how strong would he be? She was already very excited. "Are you from the One Clan?" asked Lin Feng. "No," said his interlocutor, shaking his head. "Apart from the One Clan, who here could be from the Bahuang province?" "How did you come here?" asked Lin Feng in a cold way. After the apparition above the Tian Su teleportation portal appeared, some people said that the place in that image possessed incredible treasures. So, several powerful groups oppressed the One Clan to activate the teleportation portal for themselves. Replied the Zun cultivator. Lin Feng was amazed. Oppressed the One Clan? What treasure was there in Xueyu? What could make influential groups force the One Clan to activate the teleportation portal? After Lin Feng left Bahuang province, it seemed like even more things had happened. But just what exactly was happening behind the scenes? "Can everybody use the teleportation portal now?" asked Lin Feng. "Yes, temporarily at least, but people have to pay with abstruse crystal. The One Clan can't let people use their things for free. Piss off. If you dare attack ordinary people in Xueyu, I'll kill you," said Lin Feng. The Zun cultivators descended from the sky. After they left, Lin Feng smiled wryly. Had he known, he wouldn't have crossed the entire continent like he had. He would have used the teleportation portal instead. Of course, he couldn't know that. He couldn't know that other powerful groups would put so much pressure on the One Clan. What treasures are there in the Yunhai mountain range? Thought Lin Feng. He hadn't thought things would progress so fast. Now, too many people could use the teleportation portal. Soon, there would probably be even more strong cultivators in Xueyu. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. His sword streaked across the sky in the direction of Yangzhou City. Lu Fei, who was still in Lin Feng's arms, turned her head and asked, "Where's the Bahuang province?" "In the central part of the continent of the Nine Clouds. There's a town called the Holy City, and outside of the Holy City, there is the Bahuang province and Jiuyu," explained Lin Feng. "In the central part of the continent, there are probably many strong cultivators," whispered Lu Fei. "No wonder all those people were Zun cultivators. Right, there are also many cultivation emperors, so Zun cultivators are normal there." Cultivation emperors? Lu Fei was amazed. She couldn't imagine what cultivation emperors were like. She had only heard of such people in legends. Even Zun cultivators were incredible for her. "Those guys seem to be scared of you. Are you really that strong?" said Lu Fei, laughing. "If I weren't strong, how could I hug such a beautiful girl?" said Lin Feng jokingly. Lu Fei rolled her eyes. "You've become so strong and yet, you still say such indecent things." "Indecent?" Lin Feng shrugged. Lin Feng moved his hand inside Lu Fei's clothes and started moving it up. She blushed and moved even closer to him. She was feeling extremely shy. "That's how we handle things," thought Lin Feng, smiling in a resplendent way. He could still remember her, naked, in the water. He had just arrived in that world back then. He was a pure young boy. From that moment on, he had been constantly changing until the destruction of the Yunhai sect and so on. "You bastard, you're indecent," said Lu Fei shyly. She tapped his hand gently. "You used to be such a rambunctious girl. How come you've become shy now? In the future, I think I'll act even more indecently," said Lin Feng, giggling. Lu Fei was speechless. She didn't dare look at him anymore. Xueyu, Yangzhou City, the new imperial city. After arriving in Yangzhou City, Lin Feng and Lu Fei jumped off the sword and went to the central part of the town. Lin Feng released his godly awareness and inspected the town. As he had expected, there were many Zun cultivators in Yangzhou City as well. As expected, there are Zun cultivators everywhere here, thought Lin Feng. There were people from all of the Bahuang province. Luckily, those people had come with a precise goal, without the intention to annoy ordinary people. Otherwise, they could have destroyed the country already. However, were there people who had tried to go to the imperial palace? After all, it wasn't an ordinary place. When Lin Feng thought about it, he dragged Lu Fei and flew towards the palace. Some people sensed a strong wind brush against their bodies, but they didn't notice anything in particular. Yangzhou City was now Shui Yu's imperial city. There were plenty of strong cultivators there now, many of whom had already broken through to the Tianqi layer. Back when Duan Huang had astonished the country because he had broken through to the Tianqi layer. He had no enemies then, but now Tian-level cultivators were the norm. Inside the imperial palace, there were at least 10 people who had become quite strong. Shui Yu could now be considered a low-level empire even. However, many people had realized that Tian-level cultivators were seemingly weak compared to all the strong cultivators that had arrived of late. Tian-level cultivators were nothing compared to Zun cultivators, and there were so many Zun cultivators in Yangzhou City now. We've all made such great improvements to become strong, and now we are still too weak. We're really cursed, said someone outside the imperial palace. What can we do? The deployment spell could kill Zun cultivators, but now if they teleport inside, they won't act friendly with everyone inside, said someone else sighing. Unfortunately, King Lin Feng is not here. Otherwise, I wonder what would happen. Maybe he would be able to face them. Last time, he killed people of the Tianqi layer and even cast a protection spell which could kill Zun cultivators. I wonder how strong he is now. No use. Even though King Lin Feng is strong, he's still young. How could he compete with such incredible beings as Zun cultivators? Besides, this time there aren't only one or two, there are countless Zun cultivators. Some people were chatting and sighing. They didn't know that Lin Feng could hear what they were saying. Lin Feng and Lu Fei appeared outside of the palace. Some people really wanted to attack the palace? The palace was his emblem, his symbol. If those strong cultivators wanted to invade it, they could. They could also see that the deployment spell wasn't incredible. I hope everyone's fine, thought Lin Feng. He entered the palace and found guards in red armors inside. They looked solemn and respectful. Their eyes looked bright and piercing. They were Imperial Xianxia soldiers, the elite forces of Shui Yu. Ordinary soldiers were not allowed to guard that prestigious place. Only Xianxia soldiers had that honor. They immediately recognized Lu Fei and her stunning figure. And the young man next to her, he was quite handsome. Metallic clanging sounds echoed as they put their spears down and knelt down. Surprisingly, the army of Shui Yu was kneeling down before a young man and a young girl. "Your Majesty the King," said the soldiers in unison. They all looked excited. "Your Majesty the King. Lin Feng." Suddenly, some people thought about something. King Lin Feng. King Lin Feng had come back. "Get up," said Lin Feng in a gentle way, smiling. He looked friendly and easygoing. Lin Feng dragged Lu Fei with him and entered the palace. Cling, cling. The metallic sound of the spears continued sounding as Lin Feng went further inside the palace. General Lin Feng was back. He was going to solve all their problems. Lin Feng inspected the palace with his godly awareness. His mother Yu Menghe and his father were in a pavilion. They were both frowning and looked unhappy. Xianxia still looked pure and beautiful. She didn't seem to have grown any older. She was in her own courtyard painting. On her side, there were a few girls who looked slender and elegant, pretty and charming. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua are still concocting potions, thought Lin Feng, laughing. For Lin Feng, as long as everybody was alive, he was happy. For everything else, he was there, he could deal with it himself. Lin Feng raised his head, looked at the sky, smiled, took a deep breath and said, "I'm back. I'm back. I'm back." His voice invaded the entire palace and echoed about. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe immediately stopped talking. They suddenly turned around and ran in the direction of the voice. "Is that little Lin Feng's voice?" whispered Yu Menghe. She had tears in her eyes. Parents were always extremely worried about their children. How many nights were filled with nightmares, thinking the worst of things had happened to their son. They didn't care how strong Lin Feng was. They just wanted him to be alive and happy. He was still their baby. Xianxia's paintbrush fell to the ground. She turned around and gazed into the distance. Suddenly, she also had tears in her eyes. Xiaoya's eyes twinkled as she rose up in the air and shouted excitedly, "Brother! Lin Feng!" whispered Yunxi. She smiled in a resplendent way and gazed into the distance. Boom, boom! The alchemy room exploded. The two old men glanced at each other and laughed. Their faces were all black. Everybody started running around excitedly. King Lin Feng was back. Everything was going to be fine. The first person to make it to Lin Feng was Xiaoya. She descended from the sky and smiled at Lin Feng. Then, she ran towards him and hugged him. "Brother, finally, you're back." Lin Feng hugged her too and made a face. Did she want to oppress him with her energies? "You're a grown girl now, you're not so shy anymore," said Lin Feng, hugging Xiaoya. Xiaoya had become slender and elegant. She was almost as tall as him. "Well, who told you not to come back more often? I missed you so much," said Xiaoya, blushing. Lin Feng and Lu Fei glanced at each other and laughed. Xiaoya was also shy. "Don't make fun of me," said Xiaoya. "All right, we're not," said Lin Feng while he caressed Xiaoya's hair. Then he saw two more people arrive behind her. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way and said, "Dad, Mom, you're back, you're back." Yu Menghe wiped off her tears and smiled. "Little boy, you came back to see your old parents," said Lin Hai. Lin Feng smiled. Everybody was happy and smiling. Someone else came out and she was beautiful, but had tears in her eyes. Duan Xianxia stopped and looked at Lin Feng. She wanted to talk. She wanted to say something, for she had millions of things to tell Lin Feng. But in the end, nothing came out. Lin Feng walked towards her and wiped off her tears, but she ended up crying even more. Xianxia fell in Lin Feng's arms and cried frantically. "I'm back. It's all right," said Lin Feng in a gentle voice, caressing Xianxia's hair. Everybody was smiling in a resplendent way. They had smiled and laughed so happily since the last time they had seen Lin Feng. Lin Feng made them truly happy. Fei, you're back too," said Yu Menghe, grabbing her hand and smiling in a resplendent way. "Auntie," said Lu Fei. She had a different feeling now. Since she was closer to Lin Feng, Yu Menghe was almost her mother now. "You've been through so much," said Yu Menghe with compassion. "You should call me something else though." Back then, Lu Fei had stayed alone in Lu Zonglan's grave and she had cried and cried. After Lin Feng left, Yu Menghe used to go and see her all the time. Then she had insisted that Lu Fei should spend time with Xianxia. But in the end, Lu Fei had decided to leave and go back to Duanren City. Yu Menghe could see that Lu Fei had changed though. She had come back with Lin Feng and she had noticed something different in Lu Fei's eyes. When Lu Fei heard Yu Menghe, she lowered her head shyly and said, "Mother." "Good girl," said Yu Menghe happily. She hugged Lu Fei and said, "From now on, Lin Hai and I are your mother and your father." She knew that Lu Fei had suffered a lot, like Xianxia. Poor children. Xianxia was born in a prestigious family and had been used by her family. She didn't have a mother. Her father had died battling. Lin Feng was the only person they relied on, and now he was away most of the time. "Little Lin Feng is lucky," said Yu Menghe, watching Lin Feng hug Xianxia. Lin Feng was angry. He wasn't a baby anymore. But she looked at him in such a tender way that he felt happy. Xianxia moved away from Lin Feng, wiped off her tears and smiled in a silly way. Her face was still red. "You have no tears left," said Lin Feng, caressing her cheeks and smiling. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Yun Shi Yi Shui." They both smiled at him. "You're back, little boy," said two voices. Two silhouettes appeared in the sky and landed in front of them. They looked at him in a strange way and blushed. Lin Feng looked at their black faces. He was surprised, laughed, and said, "Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, you should wash your face before coming out." Everybody burst into laughter when they heard Lin Feng. "You're both cultivators of the Tian Qi layer. You should pay attention to your appearance," said Lin Hai jokingly. "You shouted and made our concoction explode," said Mr. Qi. Everybody laughed even more. The two old men grinded their teeth. "Lin Feng, come, you have to tell us everything you saw while traveling," said Mr. Qi, looking at Lin Feng as if he had been looking at a treasure. "Little Lin Feng, I want to know too. What did you do abroad?" said Lin Hai. They couldn't see Lin Feng's cultivation level anymore. The difference was too great. Lin Feng was releasing no qi at all. He simply looked like an ordinary person. But they knew that Lin Feng had probably become a lot stronger. "Let's sit down and chat," said Lin Feng when he saw that everyone was so curious. Lin Feng and Duan Xianyi sat down next to each other. Lu Fei sat down next to Duan Xianyi, which made Lin Feng feel very happy. It meant that Xianyi accepted Lin Feng and Lu Fei's relationship, just like she had accepted Lin Feng and Meng Qing's relationship. Now they were all like sisters. Xiaoya left Lin Feng speechless. She went behind him and put her arms around him. In the central part of the continent, there is a province called the Bahuang province. In the Bahuang province, there are several regions. Central Bahuang, the celestial part of Bahuang, the brutal part of Bahuang, the sanguinary part of Bahuang, the northern, southern, eastern, and western parts as well. Each region has its own groups of influence, including influential imperial groups. There are many strong cultivators, beasts, cultivation emperors, beast emperors. Lin Feng told them about those influential groups, about what he did while he was there, about Tiantai, about his fellow disciples. Of course, Lin Feng didn't explain the details, he tried to only tell them things in a simple way. When Lin Feng said he had fought against Zun cultivators, the two old men's faces turned red, but it also made them want to become stronger. In the Bahuang province, there was a powerful influential group called the Celestial Land of Alchemists that acted as a holy grounds for alchemists. They even had an emperor whose specialty was to concoct potions, pills, and so on. There was Xue Bagio, the holy girl who had a celestial body. Brother, after the celestial girl lost, did she really give you the pill? Did you save Meng Qing? Asked Xiaoya in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng nodded. She did. But the members of the Celestial Land of Alchemists weren't happy and wanted to kill me. Beautiful girls have emotions. Why didn't you fool her, brother? Asked Xiaoya, giggling. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. How is Meng Qing now? Asked Xanyi. She looked nervous. She's good. She turned back into a human and now she's extremely talented now. She's still in Tiantai practicing cultivation, and when you see her again, she will probably be a Zun cultivator, said Lin Feng, smiling. A Zun cultivator. They were all astonished. So quickly. How incredible. I wouldn't have thought I'd have a Zun-level daughter-in-law so quickly, said Yu Menghe, smiling. Zun cultivators were legendary cultivators to them. How strong. Little Lin Feng, what about your cultivation? Asked Lin Hai. They couldn't see his cultivation level, so he had to ask. 8th Tianqi layer. Whispered Xiaoya. Everybody was astonished. Was she joking? Lin Feng was astonished too. He looked at her and smiled. She quickly said, Brother, I just said that randomly. Xiaoya, you're amazing, said Lin Feng, caressing her head, to which she reacted by tapping his shoulders. Brother, I'm now a grown-up. You can't touch my hair like that. Are you not my sister anymore because you're a grown-up? Said Lin Feng, laughing. Little Lin Feng, have you really broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer? Asked Lin Hai in amazement. 8th Tianqi layer, that was incredible. He might even become a Zun cultivator, like in the legends. That's right, said Lin Feng, nodding. I still have some progress to make before breaking through to the Zun Qi layer though. That's fine, I trust you, sooner or later, you'll become a Zun cultivator and amaze everybody, said Lin Hai. In Shuiyu, for many people, the Tianqi layer was an ultimate goal, but now his son had almost broken through to the Zun Qi layer and he was only in his early 20s. Humph! Lu Fei groaned, making Lin Feng smile. Fei Fei, what's wrong? Asked Yu Menghe. Mother, Lin Feng is hiding the truth, said Lu Fei, smiling. Is Lin Feng lying? Isn't he really a cultivator of the 8th Tianqi layer? Lin Hai was staring at Lin Feng. If he hadn't broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer, then was he closer to becoming a Zun cultivator? Father, said Lu Fei, making Lin Hai smile. You don't know this, but on the way from Duanren City to Yangzhou City, in the former imperial city, we encountered several Zun cultivators, said Lu Fei. And what happened? Asked Lin Hai. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Feng, smiled and said, Lin Feng cut a Zun cultivator's arm off in one strike. Lin Hai, Mr. Hua, and so on were all astonished. Lin Feng had cut off a Zun cultivator's arm in one strike? Lin Feng had defeated a legendary cultivator in one strike? Little Lin Feng, tell us the truth. Are you really a cultivator of the 8th Tian Qi layer? Asked Lin Hai. I am, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Lin Hai was astonished. Father, I'm not done, said Lu Fei in a fragile voice. Lin Hai was surprised. What else? The others also looked at Lu Fei. Had he killed a Zun cultivator? After that, many Zun cultivators rose up in the air and released an incredible qi. I almost suffocated under their combined pressure. Everybody was listening. They were captivated. But Lin Feng said a few words and the Zun cultivators shut their mouths. A Zun cultivator even slapped his own face. Lin Hai and the others looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. Was he that strong? Little Lin Feng, after Fortune City, did anything happen? Asked Lin Hai curiously. Long story made short, a lot happened in Fortune City and I became stronger. Besides that, there's no need to mention the details, otherwise I could talk for days and days, said Lin Feng, laughing. Suddenly, his facial expression became very serious. Then he asked, Dad, I heard some people wanted to attack our palace? Lin Feng had wanted to ask the entire time, but everybody was so happy that he didn't want to ruin such a precious moment. Lin Hai remained silent for a few seconds, nodded and said, Lin Feng, in Yangzhou City, many strong cultivators have appeared. Many Zun cultivators are in the villages and there are 3 powerful groups who want to invade our palace. They gave us 3 days to leave, otherwise they'd kill us. Kill them? Lin Feng looked furious. Besides, they couldn't do that thanks to the deployment spell in the first place, otherwise, they would have already invaded the palace. They even killed a few Xianxia soldiers, said Lin Hai. When Lin Feng was there, Lin Hai dealt with the affairs of the country. He had faced those strong cultivators and felt weak in front of them. He could only depend on the deployment spell. If we leave, we won't have the deployment spell anymore, so they can't decide what they want to do, said Lin Feng. I was wondering if having as many people as possible come into the area of the deployment spell, but if a strong cultivator manages to break it, then they'll kill us all, and even if they didn't manage to break it, we can't stay in there forever, said Lin Hai. That's a dilemma, said Mr. Hu, sighing. They were weak, so they were stuck. 3 days, you said? Said Lin Feng. Little Lin Feng, you can't fight, said Yu Menghe in a fragile voice. There are so many Zun cultivators. Even though you're strong and can defeat a few Zun cultivators, you can't deal with Zun cultivators from 3 monumental influential groups. We can only hide and try to find another solution. If nothing works, we'll have to hide in the area of the deployment spell and see how long they will stay in Yangzhou City, said Lin Hai. He also hoped Lin Feng wouldn't fight. You need to become stronger, Lin Feng, said Mr. Qi. Lin Feng smiled. He knew everybody was worried about him. Besides, I sent some people around to scout the country. They're not only in Yangzhou City, they're everywhere in the country. The strongest cultivators, surprisingly, are where you used to study in the Yunhai mountain range. I don't know how they go there, though. They're from the Ba Huang province, like me, said Lin Feng, smiling. No wonder they're so strong. They from Ba Huang. Little Lin Feng, don't fight, all right? You need time. First things first, are we staying or are we leaving? We'll listen to you. Lin Hai was terribly worried. Dad, I understand, said Lin Feng, nodding. He didn't explain much because his parents were too worried anyways. All right, little Lin Feng, you came all the way from Ba Huang province. So you've had a long trip and must be tired. Stay with Xianxia. Yu Meng, he said, smiling. Feng had his own way of doing things. She had told her son her opinion, so now Lin Feng could decide what he wanted to do. Little Lin Feng, Meng Qing, Xianxia and Fei Fei are all happy to have you in their life. You have to be a responsible man, she said, this time using telepathy. Her son had so many beautiful women. She was happy and proud, but she also hoped he was a responsible husband. Lin Hai and her had been separated for a long time, so she didn't hope the same would happen to Lin Feng and the women who loved him. Mom, I understand, said Lin Feng. Yu Menghe glanced at him and smiled. Then, she said to Xianxia and Lu Fei, Xianxia, Fei Fei, enjoy your time with little Lin Feng. Then they left. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hu smiled and left Lin Feng alone with the girls. Xianxia and Lu Fei looked at Yu Menghe in a shy way. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, you've gone through so much. Xianxia put her hand on Lin Feng's mouth and said, "You're back? I'm so happy. Let's go there." Xianxia dragged Lin Feng to make him stand up, and then walked to Lu Fei and grabbed her hand. Fei, you're going to live with me too, right? Lu Fei used to live in the general's headquarters. But now it was best for her to move on from those sad things. "Thank you," said Lu Fei to Xianxia. "We're a family, don't say thank you. We're sisters now, so let's go." The two girls were holding hands and had almost forgot about Lin Feng, making him smile wryly. "Brother, I'm still the best for you," said Xiaoya, jumping on Lin Feng's back. "Right, you're the best," said Lin Feng. She looked so slender and elegant, and at the same time she also acted like a kid. That was strange. Xianxia liked silence and elegance. So the place she had settled inside the palace had a river, a cave, some stones and trees. Xiaoya and Yunxi also lived with Xianxia. A few girls together, living a happy life and not thinking about any of the sad things. "No hot spring," said Lin Feng, smiling, making Xianxia's face turn red. "Tonight, Fei and I will share a bed. You can sleep in the bamboo forest," said Xianxia. "Eh?" Lin Feng smiled. He had just come back, so why was she so cruel? "There should be space for a third person," whispered Lin Feng. Xianxia gulped down and said, "You're so indecent. Fei, come with me and just ignore him." Xianxia and Lu Fei walked towards the cave and left Lin Feng behind. Like in the past, when Xianxia and Meng Qing were together, they ignored him. "Master, you can sleep in my bed and I can share a bed with Yunxi," said Yishui. She couldn't help it when she saw Lin Feng smile wryly. Lin Feng looked at the sky and nodded. "All right. Thank you, Yishui." "Don't say thank you. You're the master and I'm your servant. I'll clean the room for you even," said Yishui, running ahead, followed by Yunxi. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya and asked, "Xiaoya, do you miss your grandpa?" Xiaoya remained silent and nodded. "We'll go and see him together sooner or later," said Lin Feng, caressing her head. "Yep, we have to become even stronger first. There are many powerful cultivators in the holy city. Until you go there, you won't understand what a powerful place it is. It's even more incredible than the Bahuang province," said Xiaoya, giggling. "Xiaoya, you should become stronger too. Good luck," said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Feng was becoming stronger and stronger, so he knew even more things. Back then, Mr. Xiao had given him a talisman. It wasn't complete, but it contained a thread of godly awareness. And even though it was only a thread, Mr. Xiao had terrified a Zun cultivator. Mr. Zhao's strength must be unfathomable. Lin Feng was lying on a bed that night. His eyes were open and he was enjoying the calmness of the night. Unfortunately, those next several days weren't going to be peaceful, especially in the Yunhai mountain range. So for the time being, he wanted to enjoy the calmness and peacefulness of being with his friends and family. Lin Feng heard the door, smiled and closed his eyes. Xianxia's head poked in. She slowly walked towards him and lied down next to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng acted as if he was sound asleep. "You're pretending," said Xianxia unhappily, and then she shook Lin Feng. Lin Feng burst into laughter. He grabbed her head and dragged her to him. "What, you missed me?" said Lin Feng, holding her tight. She turned red and nodded. "And you're sleeping here happily, but you didn't even come to look for me," said Xianxia unhappily. "I was afraid to be indecent," said Lin Feng. "Humph." Lin Feng pulled her face to his and kissed her lips. Xianxia became petrified. Her eyes were suddenly filled with endless love and passion. Lin Feng put his hands on her face and said, "Xianxia, how come you've become so strong?" Lin Feng thought that the strongest cultivator of the palace was neither his father, his mother, Mr. Qi, nor Mr. Hua, but Xianxia. She had already broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. A few more levels and she'd start scaring Xueyu with her cultivation level alone. How come though? After all, in the past, she didn't like practicing cultivation that much. Xianxia looked at him in a strange way as if she wasn't sure either. "I don't know either. Suddenly, it was as if someone had taught me cultivation, and suddenly my skills were getting even better. Lin Feng was surprised. How strange. Xianyi and Wuxia had so many things in common and they looked exactly the same. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Xianyi asked because Lin Feng had suddenly looked strange. I'm all right, said Lin Feng in a gentle way. Xianyi just smiled in a gentle way. Lin Feng, Fei Fei is still in my room. I'll sleep here, you go and join her, said Xianyi pushing Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head, smiled and said, You came here? Do you want to escape from the devil now? Mwahaha. Xianyi's face turned completely red when she heard him. Lin Feng's hand slid into her clothes. Xianyi turned her head and she didn't look at him. Her face was extremely red. Lin Feng was terribly aroused. He was moving slowly as he grabbed her head and made her turn around. Then he kissed her passionately. At the same time, he put his hand on her perfect breasts and touched her gently, making her moan. Xianyi put her arms around Lin Feng, slowly getting into the mood. Lin Feng slowly took her clothes off. They took each other in the arms and became one. Xianyi, said Lin Feng while he was on top of Xianyi. Xianyi opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Xianyi, no matter what happens, you must remember that I love you deeply, you're my beloved wife, said Lin Feng, while continuing to make love with her. All right, I know, said Xianyi dragging Lin Feng close to her again. She only loved Lin Feng. He was the closest person she had in her life. Xianyi didn't try to hide her moaning. Her voice was loud and could be heard all around, even outside of the room. Lin Feng, that's my world. Make love to me like a beast, said Xianyi. She was terribly aroused, her voice incredibly arousing too. Lin Feng then made love to her with even more passion. After a long time, they stopped and snuggled. It all felt like a dream. Xianyi was in Lin Feng's arm. She was sweating, and her face was red. She felt shy after finishing and didn't dare look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just held Xianyi in his arms and caressed her. A moment before, while they were making love, it seemed like they had ended up in another world. Xianyi seemed like she had learnt how to create a parallel world. Lin Feng had also learnt how to cast territorial spells when he had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, but he didn't ask her about that. Instead, he just held her tight, as if he were scared that she would leave him. Humans belong to the earth belongs to the sky follows Taoism, and Taoism follows nature. Nothing controls anything. Nature takes its course, the heart and the mind, feelings and desires. Let us awake to the truth and attain enlightenment, said Xianyi, raising her head and looking at Lin Feng. Nature didn't oppress the heart and the mind. It didn't oppress desires and feelings. Everything was natural. The 10,000 things of creation were part of nature. No wonder Xianyi had become so strong. Her ways of thinking had changed completely. She had already started walking on the path of enlightenment. You've become so strong, my little Xianyi, said Lin Feng smiling. Xianyi smiled. She was still very pure. She was in love, and Lin Feng acknowledging her. My silly girl, said Lin Feng cuddling with Xianyi. Then they fell asleep relaxed and happy. Nothing could pollute their thoughts. That night Lin Feng slept great. When he woke up, Xianyi was already dressed and sitting next to him. She was caressing his hair and looking at him. Xianyi, I want to do it again, said Lin Feng jokingly. Xianyi blushed and rolled her eyes. Hurry up and get out of bed. I need to clean the room. It's Yishue's room. Lin Feng smiled wryly and got up. He had forgotten it was Yishue's room. After a short while, they finished cleaning the room and got out. Brother, said Xiaoya as if she had been waiting outside for a while. She then looked at Xianyi. Her eyes were twinkling as she said, Xianyi, the clothes you put on today look really nice. Xianyi blushed when she heard that. Xiaoya laughed and walked towards Lin Feng. She grabbed his hand and said, Brother, yesterday evening, you had your fun with Xianyi. So today, you have to stay with me because we rarely do things together. All right, we can spend some time together, said Lin Feng caressing her head. And Yunxi and Yishue also want to come, said Xiaoya giggling. All right, all together, said Lin Feng nodding. He hadn't had any time to walk around in Yangzhou City yet. Lin Feng was happy to walk around, explore, see his city. After 2 days, he would start taking care of personal matters again. He was wondering what it looked like inside the Yunhai mountain range. There were still strong cultivators in Yangzhou City, though. He had to see what he could do about that. If something happened in Yangzhou City, the whole country would be in trouble. Early in the morning, inside Yangzhou City, it was particularly calm and peaceful. They were walking on the main road. The breeze was brushing against their bodies. What a beautiful girl. Who is that young man? He looks extraordinary and rich, thought some people. A man and a few beautiful girls walking on the street. How could people not notice that? Besides, they seemed quite close. Amongst the two most beautiful girls, one looked natural and pure, the other looked hot and seducing. There was also a slender and elegant girl. "Brother, look," said Xiaoya, running towards a vendor's booth. There were all sorts of things there, hairpins, toys, etc. In Yangzhou City there were many stands with such things, but in the Bahuang province such things were extremely rare. Lin Feng felt calm and peaceful. People in Yangzhou City were stronger than they used to be. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya and felt happy. Trot, trot, trot. In the distance there were horses sprinting. The leaders were a young man and a young girl. The young man looked extraordinary while the girl looked heroic. She was wearing a fiery red robe and she was beautiful, but looked indifferent. That's Lin Qian, the beautiful girl from the Lin clan. Unfortunately, the Lin clan expelled Lin Feng in the past. Otherwise Yangzhou City would be theirs, thought some people when they saw that girl. In the past, the Lin clan had expelled Lin Feng and then he had started rising and ruling over Shuiyu. Everybody knew that stuff. Everybody talked about the legendary Lin Feng when having a cup of tea or a meal with friends and family. Of course, sometimes people also thought about Lin Qian. Apart from Lin Feng, she was the strongest cultivator of the Lin clan. Especially those days, since Lin Qian had come back to the Lin clan, she had become quite strong. Lin Feng also noticed the girl in red, riding a horse. He looked calm and yet a bit surprised. Lin Qian, thought Lin Feng. Seeing her made him remember a lot of things. Lin Qian used to be the most dazzling young cultivator of the Lin clan, and she used to despise him. She had even made friends with Chu Zhanpeng, who was a great cultivator, until Lin Feng took care of him. Now, Lin Qian had already broken through to the Tianqi layer, but she hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer for a long time yet. In fact, her qi appeared rigid. For Lin Feng that was nothing, but for the Lin clan that was incredible, and they felt terribly proud to have such a cultivator. Lin Qian made her horse stop not far from Lin Feng and she looked at him. Lin Feng looked confident and at ease, handsome and as young as before. However, his qi had changed. Back then, Lin Feng looked excited and impulsive. Now he looked calm, almost like he was at peace with himself. Lin Qian didn't know what to think. "I can't see how strong he is," thought Lin Qian, disappointed. She had practiced cultivation diligently to surpass him and she was full of hope. But now she couldn't see how strong he was, so he was probably a medium-level Tian cultivator. "Do you know him?" asked the young man next to Lin Qian. Surprisingly, in Shuiyu, there was another young man who looked like he had power and influence. He was also surrounded by many beautiful girls. None of them were any weaker than Lin Qian. "I don't," said Lin Qian indifferently and calmly. Then that young man smiled coldly and trotted towards Lin Feng. "Piss off!" shouted that young man in a cold way. He punched the air in front of him and a hand appeared. Lin Qian looked at the young man. She appeared emotionless, but on the inside, she was happy. She still couldn't defeat Lin Feng, but the young man who was with her probably could. He had to be stronger. An illusion appeared and a strong wind started blowing. Slash! Lin Feng performed a hand knife strike in the air. The illusion disappeared and the wind stopped blowing. He stopped the horse and sword qi emerged. The horse neighed and collapsed, dead. The young man frowned, jumped forwards and threw himself at Lin Feng like a ferocious animal. "You're acting recklessly," shouted that young man furiously. Golden lights appeared around his hand. Lin Feng stretched out his hand slowly. When the young man saw that Lin Feng was still calm and indifferent, it made him even more furious. "Gotcha!" A subtle sound spread in the air, and then the young man gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng grabbed him by the throat and was holding him in the air. Ah! The young man kept shouting furiously. His hand was broken, his face was deathly pale, and he was suffocating. "You dare attack me!" said the young man whose eyes were now bloodshot. He was glaring at Lin Feng. In a feudal country such as Shuiyu, someone dared attack him and break his hand. He was acting arrogantly as if he had forgotten what had just happened. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just violently threw the young man to the ground, causing the ground to break. A crater appeared, blood splashed, and the young man coughing out blood. His face was completely white and his organs were torn to shreds. Lin Qian was astonished and shaking. How was that possible? She knew how strong that young man was. He had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. How could Lin Feng defeat him in one strike? "Lin Feng, stop!" shouted Lin Qian when she saw that Lin Feng was walking towards that young man again. Lin Feng looked at her and said indifferently, "May I help you? You can't offend him. You don't want anything to happen to your family and friends. So stop," shouted Lin Qian. That young man's clan had invaded the Lin clan. If anything happened to him while she was having a walk with him, something bad could happen to the Lin clan. "I can't offend him," said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, Yishui said to Lin Feng using telepathy, "Young master, I've seen him before. He's from one of the 3 powerful families who threatened our government." Lin Feng looked at Lin Qian in a cold way, making her feel scared. "If the Lin clan gets involved, I won't be as merciful as I may have been," said Lin Feng. Lin Qian ran towards the young man who was shouting in pain. "Lin Feng, that's the king of Shuiyu, that's Lin Feng. No wonder he's with so many beautiful girls. Our king is back." Many people noticed them after Lin Qian shouted his name. Everybody knew who he was. Also, everybody knew that some people were threatening the imperial palace of Shuiyu. Now that Lin Feng was back, what would happen? Ah! That young man realized his cultivation had been crippled, so he was furious. For someone from the Ba Huang province, having your cultivation crippled was a nightmare. It was the same as being dead or a piece of trash. What a humiliation. "I'll destroy your whole family and clan," said the young man furiously. "You'll regret Lin Feng," said Lin Qian, pulling a long face. If the young man's clan was furious, for her, it would be a nightmare. "I don't need you to worry about me," said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he kicked the young man whose body flew away in Lin Qian's direction. Lin Qian caught him and Lin Feng said, "Piss off! Trot!" Her horse left with the young man. Then she said, "You will regret this." Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to her. Since Lin Feng knew that young man was from one of the 3 groups of influence who threatened the country, it was an even better reason to cripple his cultivation. Lin Feng looked at the girl feeling sorry. He smiled and said, "It seems like we're good for today." "Oh no," said Xiaoya annoyed. They already had to go back. "King Lin Feng is back. Let's go to the palace to see those 3 influential groups. Now that Lin Feng has offended one of them, the consequences will be tragic. Maybe the king will just hide in the protected area," thought some people watching Lin Feng leave. Even though their king was strong, there were so many Zun cultivators, so what could he do against them? Lin Qian went back to the Lin clan and told the young man's family that some people from the government of Yangzhou had crippled his cultivation. Then, many people left the Lin clan and flew towards the imperial palace of Shuiyu. After they left, Lin Qian told her clan that the one who had crippled the young man's cultivation was Lin Feng. Her clan still had mixed feelings about him. Last time, Lin Feng had amazed the whole country and the whole town. Some of them hoped that Lin Feng would come back to their clan. But they had been too unfair to Lin Feng and his father. How could Lin Feng go back to the Lin clan? Yangzhou City was too small for Zun cultivators. When the 2 other groups of influence heard about what was happening, they also went to the government. They wouldn't have to wait 2 more days, it seemed. Everybody was going to the governmental buildings now. After Lin Feng went back to the governmental buildings, Lin Feng made everyone get inside the protection area. He didn't want them to get injured or killed. After all, they couldn't compete with Zun cultivators. 3 powerful groups with Zune cultivators. Even though the people of Yangzhou City had accepted their presence for a while, they were scared that they could destroy the country. Little Feng, you're going to do something. Luckily, you gave us time to get prepared, said Lin Hai. He sounded extremely worried. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. He took out a sword talisman. With Zhang's speed, no matter who had arrived first, whether they had used the Tiansu teleportation portal or not, everybody should be in Shuiyu now, including Zhang. Dealing with 3 powerful groups shouldn't be a problem, and after dealing with those people, he'd have to go to the Yunhai mountain range. The palace wasn't guarded by enough strong cultivators, so Lin Feng intended to make some strong cultivators from Zhang protect the palace of Yangzhou City and the valleys of Shuiyu. Plops! Lin Feng broke the talisman and smiled. Invading his palace wouldn't be that easy. If they want to attack, they can. We'll just stay in the protected area, but I don't think they'll stay in Yangzhou City forever, whispered Yu Menghe. Lin Hai nodded and said, I wouldn't have thought that a powerful group would stay at the Lins. I hope they're not plotting something. Get the hell out of there. An extremely loud voice echoed, making the palace shake. They arrived quickly, whispered Lin Hai. The Imperial Guards were at the front of the protected area while Lin Hai and the others were on the edges. Between them, there was nothing. The first powerful group to arrive was the group which had stayed at the Lins. The young man whose cultivation had been crippled by Lin Feng was there too. But someone was helping him walk. Dad, that's him. Help me destroy him, said the young man. Lin Feng had crippled his cultivation, so there would be no mercy. At that moment, Lin Hai had activated the deployment spell, and oppressive energies invaded the area. Even Zune cultivators couldn't break that spell. Do you think that you can hide in that protection spell? Said the young man's father. Initially, I wanted to scare you away, but since you're asking for it, I'll kill you all regardless. Dad, I want all those girls, said the young man pointing at the beautiful women standing behind Lin Feng. All right, I'll give them all to you, said that Zune cultivator. Are you done talking shit? Said Lin Feng indifferently. If you want to attack, can you hurry up, please? Said Lin Feng, further infuriating those people. The young man's father turned around and said, Let's surround the protected area and set the walls on fire. We'll slowly burn them to death like roasted pigs. All right, what a bunch of reckless insects, said someone else. They couldn't imagine that such a small country would dare offend them. Besides, they called that building an imperial palace, something belonging to a king. How can they be so ignorant? A second powerful group arrived. Remember, do not destroy the buildings. Even though a bunch of insects live here, the buildings are extremely beautiful. In the future, this territory will be ours, said one of the leaders. Bunch of ignorant insects, we gave you time and you still didn't get the hell out of there, said someone from the third powerful group, just now arriving. Someone from another of the 2 groups said, How should we share that imperial palace after we're done? It's big enough we can divide it into 3 parts, suggested someone else. All right, I don't mind. We can join hands to destroy the deployment spell and then those who kill the most people can choose whatever part they want first. What do you think? Asked the young man's father. Join hands to break the deployment spell. People in the protected area looked terrified. Could so many strong cultivators break the deployment spell? Were they going to die? The crowd outside of the governmental buildings and in the city center were also terrified. All right, they're only a bunch of insects. We gave them an opportunity and they let it slip. So let's kill them. At that moment, Lin Qian and the Lin clan arrived too. The government of Yangzhou City could be destroyed at any moment, so they had mixed feelings. I told you that you would regret what you did and now you're going to die, said Lin Qian. She wanted to fight on the young man's side now. Otherwise, his clan would be offended and they'd kill them. Lin Feng looked at her and smiled indifferently. Stop overthinking things. Lin Feng was surprisingly remaining calm under this pressure. Does he have that much faith in his deployment spell? Wondered many people outside of the palace. Last time King Lin Feng came back, he surprised all of us. Thought many people, you're dull and stupid. You want to bring about your own destruction, said Lin Qian. But Lin Feng didn't look at her. He just smiled indifferently. Jiang'a people had arrived already. Lin Feng turned to the three powerful groups, rose up in the air and left the protected area. "Little Lin Feng!" shouted Lin Hai. He didn't understand what he was doing. "Little Lin Feng, what are you doing?" asked Yu Meng He. She was also scared. "Lin Feng!" shouted Xianxia. But Lin Feng turned around, smiled at them in a resplendent way and said, "Don't worry, just leave them to me." His smile was full of confidence. He came out. The crowd was surprised, also wondering what he was doing. "He's insane." Tap, tap. Lin Feng continued to walk in their direction. "Father," said the young man whose cultivation had been crippled. He couldn't wait to see Lin Feng die. "Who wants to have him? Don't kill him, just cut off his arms and capture him," said the young man's father. Lin Feng stopped and raised his head, looking at the three groups. Then he said indifferently, "I hope you remember what you just said because I will." Eh? The enemies were surprised. What a naive guy, thought some people. How could Lin Feng be so confident? How stupid. A Zun cultivator came out and looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. "Little boy, you are just a frog in a well." He condensed fire energies in his hand and the temperature suddenly increased. Then he threw a fireball and launched himself at Lin Feng. A Zun cultivator, according to legends, can destroy countless people in a single punch, thought the crowd. Lin Feng rose up in the air and raised his fist at the fireball. Suddenly, a gigantic black hand appeared which blotted out the sky. The fireball seemingly couldn't move forwards as the terrifying demonic chi rolled in waves in the air. Kaboom! The two hands collided. The Zun cultivator's attack was blocked and destroyed. Ah! The Zun cultivator gave a horrible shriek as his arm exploded. His face was now deathly pale. A strong wind brushed against his body. He lowered his head just in time to see a fist reach his chest. Then his organs were crushed. His body fell down and the atmosphere was suddenly eerily silent. They were all staring at Lin Feng. He had killed a Zun cultivator in one punch. "Our king!" The Xianxia inside the protected area were amazed. One strike, one shot. That was their general, their king. Little Feng is so strong. He can kill ordinary Zun cultivators in one punch. But there are so many strong cultivators here, thought Lin Hai and Yu Meng He, still extremely nervous. They were proud, but at the same time, there were so many strong cultivators in front of them. Boom boom, boom boom. Lin Qian's heart suddenly started pounding, like it was going to explode. All the other members of the Lin clan felt exactly the same. They knew Lin Feng's past better than anyone else. Now, the piece of trash they had expelled from the clan could kill legendary Zun cultivators in one punch. "Dad, one person isn't enough, you should join hands or you should make a cultivator of the second Zun Chi layer attack him. That should be enough to destroy him easily," said the young man. His father nodded and said, "Unfortunately, we found a beast here, but as before, he has to die. Who wants to kill him this time?" "I'm going," said a cultivator of the second Zun Chi layer. He released Chi and was quickly bathing in a golden fire Chi. There were a few black dots in his fire as well. "Killing a cultivator of the 8th Tian Chi layer is no problem for you, but you shouldn't underestimate him," said the young man's father using telepathy. "I know, I will use a Cosmos Burning Punch and kill him in a single punch," said that cultivator. The young man's father nodded. The Cosmos Burning Punch contained fire abstruse energies, so it was extremely powerful. He landed in front of Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted that cultivator furiously. A gigantic Cosmos Burning Punch appeared and descended from the sky. The ground began charring under its heat. "Die!" yelled the young man. Everybody was expecting the worst for Lin Feng. However, a dazzling sword appeared in the sky. It descended and cleaved the Cosmos Burning Punch in half and the silhouette in the sky strangely stopped moving. What's going on? That sword attack was so fast. The crowd was shook. Blood splattered, causing the crowd to hold their breaths. The silhouette in the sky was a cultivator of the second Zun Chi layer. He and his fire had been cut in two. "How strong?" thought those from Yangzhou City. Lin Qian and the Lin clan were surprised again. Lin Feng had become so strong that they couldn't even imagine what it was like to be that strong. Some of them honestly believed that they were dreaming. "You're not from here. You're from abroad," said the young man's father, trying to judge Lin Feng. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer and was already an incredible fighter. Even the 10 strongest young cultivators from the Bahuang province weren't capable of that. "Does that matter?" said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. He glanced over the 3 powerful groups. "Kill him together," said the young man. His father looked at the 2 other powerful groups and said, "Don't you have some strong cultivators?" But the leader from one of the groups frowned. A cultivator of the 8th Tianqi layer had killed a cultivator of the 2nd Zunqi layer using only a sword. There was one person that fit that description in the Bahuang province. "Hee, we only came here for one thing. How could we steal other people's territories?" said that person, smiling. "Huh?" They had all agreed that they wanted to kill them all and share their territory. But now he wanted to back off. Even if Lin Feng was able to kill cultivators of the 2nd Zunqi layer, that was no reason to run away now. "What do you mean?" asked the young man's father. Then, he looked at the leader from the other group and he frowned too. Then, he looked at Lin Feng again and thought about something. "Your Excellency, who are you?" Whoever had just talked realized something after hearing that question. He was suddenly furious. What a moron. He then hastily said, "I have nothing to do with what happened today. I'm off." Wait, said Lin Feng. That person looked upset and glanced at the young man's father furiously. "Now he wants to go," thought Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He said indifferently, "If you want to leave, try and see what happens," said Lin Feng. He slowly turned around, his mouth twitched, and he said to Lin Feng, "I just came to watch as a guest. Please forgive me if I said anything that offended you." "As a guest?" said Lin Feng, smiling joyfully. Lin Feng wanted to play, to have some fun. He could use them now, so why not enjoy it? "What's his name?" asked the young man's father, as if he had thought about something. He looked terribly unhappy and was glaring at Lin Qian. Lin Qian looked skeptical. What was wrong with those people? Why had they changed their opinions so suddenly? "Lin Feng," said Lin Qian. Only 2 words, but they were 2 explosions in their hearts. That young man was Lin Feng. The people from Yangzhou City saw how astonished those people were and how vast their facial expressions changed. What was going on? Why did 3 powerful groups react like that? Even the young man whose cultivation had been crippled by Lin Feng looked terrified. His face turned deathly pale. Lin Qian couldn't know that Lin Feng's name could have such repercussions. Lin Feng's parents also looked astonished. Was Lin Feng that famous? Lin Hai looked at Lu Fei and remembered what she had told him about encountering some Zun cultivators on their way over. "Is little Lin Feng famous in the Bahuang province?" whispered Lin Hai. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed into the distance and recognized some sword chi whistling. Then, some silhouettes pierced through the clouds and quickly made their way over. "What a terrifying group of people," thought the crowd, shaking. The faces of the 3 powerful groups suddenly turned deathly pale, like sheets of paper. Those people were from Xianxia. "Oh no, such bad luck," thought the people from the 3 powerful groups. They knew that they were facing Lin Feng, so now they knew that those people who were arriving were from Xianxia. They regretted everything now. Who could have thought that Lin Feng, a genius who had recently risen in the Bahuang province, would appear in the imperial palace of Shuiyu? Besides, it seemed like Lin Feng was from there, that tiny country. A cultivator from such a small country has amazed everyone in the Bahuang province. How had Lin Feng ended up in Bahuang? The crowd looked at the arriving cultivators. There were 36 strong cultivators in total. They all bowed in front of Lin Feng at the same time and shouted in unison, "Young master!" Lin Feng was the leader of those terrifyingly strong people. "Kacha!" Lin Hai clenched his fists and his bones crackled. He couldn't believe his eyes. Yu Menghe, Xianyi, and all the others were completely dumbstruck. The Xianxia army, everyone in the palace was astonished and had the feeling they were suffocating. Their general, their king, had conquered other territories and possessed other armies? Was that why those three powerful groups seemed terrified after hearing Lin Feng's name? Shuiyu Lin Feng. Why isn't it Lin Clan Lin Feng instead? Thought the Lin Clan. Lin Feng looked calm and serene. He looked at the 36 strong cultivators. Surround them, demanded Lin Feng. Roger, young master, said the strong cultivators from Xianxia. Their sword-chi sword and their silhouettes flickered as they surrounded the three powerful groups. Lin Feng, your excellency, I just told you we only came as guests. Please forgive us, said one of the leaders smiling. But Lin Feng ignored him and said, if anyone takes one step, kill them. Roger, said the strong cultivators from Xianxia. How strong are the cultivators who call Lin Feng young master? Thought the crowd. They were curious now. They couldn't know who those strong cultivators from Xianxia were. They could only use their eyes to make guesses. Lin Feng, your excellency, what can we do for you to forgive us? We'll do anything, said the strong cultivator when he saw that Lin Feng wasn't listening to him. Lin Feng ignored him again. Those people wanted to kill his friends and family a moment before. The enemies noticed one particular person from Xianxia, an old man that they had seen before. He was one of the senior officials of Xianxia, an extremely strong Zun cultivator. He was a lot stronger than some of the Zun cultivators who were at Mr. Wen's birthday ceremony. He might have already broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. Can you keep those people under control? Asked Lin Feng to the older Zun cultivator. Even though those people should die, they could also become slaves and protect the palace. In Xianxia, we have a godly awareness technique where we can divide into many swords and control people's godly awareness. But the caster's godly awareness must be stronger than the enemy's. Therefore, only cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer can control them. Replied the old man from Xianxia respectfully. Apart from you, are there any other cultivators of the top of the Zun Qi layer? Asked Lin Feng. Jian Ling Kong, Jian Ling Xiao, shouted the senior official loudly. Two silhouettes flickered and landed in front of Lin Feng. They shouted in unison, at your service, young master. Two more cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, thought Lin Feng. He was satisfied. 3 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer was already incredible even in the Bahuang province. I'm going to ask you something. Did they get involved in your plan to invade the imperial palace? Asked Lin Feng pointing at Lin Qian and the Lin clan. If they had accepted to help them, Lin Feng would never forgive them. It has nothing to do with them, said the young man's father honestly. Lin Feng, your excellency, we made a mistake and we are willing to give you all our treasures. Please forgive us and let us go. Don't take over our godly awareness. Control your godly awareness? Whispered Lin Feng. He smiled coldly and said, you wanted to kill us, and those who would kill the most would choose their territories first, but now you want to live? That's ridiculous. I don't want to see any blood lost, said Lin Feng indifferently to the senior official from Xianxia. The senior official understood and shook his hand. I want you to work cleanly. Slash, slash. Sword chi dashed to the skies. The 30-something cultivators' silhouettes flickered, and the enemies' faces turned deathly pale. No! Shouted someone furiously. They wanted to escape, but their sword chi was overwhelming. The sword lights quickly disappeared, but there were still trails of sword chi left in the air. The crowd realized that nobody was left on the side of the young man's group. Just like Lin Feng had said, there was no blood at all. Those people who call Lin Feng young master are terrifying, thought the crowd. You too. Take a group each and take control over them, said Lin Feng to Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao. Roger, young master, said those 2 cultivators nodding in unison. One landed in front of a group, and the other in front of the another group. The 2 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer released their godly awareness towards their third eyes. After taking control of all those people, they could see everything they were doing. If they ever betrayed them, the strong cultivators from Xianxia could simply kill them. From now on, they were slaves. I will give you 10 years. During those 10 years, you'll work for the imperial palace of Shuiyu. After those 10 years, I will let you go. Of course, in 10 years, if I consider that you haven't taken your duty seriously, don't blame for being merciless," said Lin Feng indifferently. Their life was in Lin Feng's hands. "Jianling Kong, Jianling Xiao, you two stay in the imperial palace for now and protect the people who live there," said Lin Feng to the two cultivators of the top of the Zun Qi layer. There were still some problems to solve in Shuiyu, so for the time being, Lin Feng had to make sure Yangzhou City was safe. "Roger, young master," said Jianling Kong and Jianling Xiao. "You bring the others to the Yunhai mountain range. Don't fight anyone else and wait for my orders," said Lin Feng to the senior official of Jianghe. He nodded and left with the rest of the group. They were now heading for the Yunhai mountain range. "They left," thought the crowd, both astonished and confused still. "Dad," said Lin Feng. Lin Hai came to him and smiled. Lin Feng walked towards his dad and glanced at the two powerful groups coldly. They were all dumbstruck and shaking. They still couldn't believe that they had become slaves. "From now on, you will obey my father, understood?" said Lin Feng. Those people's mouths twitched, but then they saw Lin Feng's eyes filled with murder, so they immediately nodded one after the other. "We understand, Dad. If any one of them disobeys, tell those two and they'll kill them," said Lin Feng to his father. Lin Feng had never thought that someday he'd have Zun cultivators as slaves. "If there is anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can also ask them anything," said Lin Feng. Lin Hai smiled. Indeed, they could learn a lot to learn from Zun cultivators. Lin Feng looked at Lin Qian and the Lin clan. They didn't belong to the same world anymore. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng to Lin Qian. Lin Feng then turned around and didn't look at her again. She should have been happy that Lin Feng didn't kill them, but she was sad. Lin Feng looked at her with despise each time he saw her. She had taken such great efforts to become stronger, and because of that she thought she'd be able to catch up with him at some point, but the difference was now too great. She turned around, looking extremely depressed, and left. The Lin clan also looked at Lin Feng and left, depressed. People from Yangzhou City also dispersed. They were unable to come back to their senses for a long time after that. There were problems in Yangzhou City, but their king came back and solved all their problems. Lin Feng had assigned 2 Zun cultivators to stay in the imperial palace of Shuiyu. That would be great for Lin Hai and the others. They had to take advantage of that opportunity. Lin Feng would have to leave town soon again, and he'd continue becoming even stronger. "Brother, you're so strong," said all the girls gathering around Lin Feng. Xiaoya looked extremely excited. She had a huge smile and kept giggling. "And you're strong too. Brother and sister are both very accomplished," said Lin Feng, shrugging and smiling. The Xianxia soldiers were surprised by his sudden gentle nature. They were glancing at each other, smiling. "Unfortunately, General Lu will never see how strong you've become." The Xianxia soldiers saw Lin Feng grab Lu Fei's hand and thought about their former general. General Lu was missing the best moments of his daughter's life and of his soldiers. "Let's go to the general's headquarters and share some drinks," said someone. The others nodded and walked towards the palace. The remaining crowd also dispersed. After that, Lin Feng played chess with his father, chatted with his mother, went to the Yu clan to see his grandfather, Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan was extremely happy to hear everything Lin Feng was doing. He was proud to have a grandson who could now kill Zun cultivators. Lin Feng gave his tear stain to his grandfather. Yu Qingshan suddenly seemed to have gained back a few years. He could sense vitality flowing through his body again. Since Yu Qingshan had only broken through to the Xianxia layer, the vitality water was extremely effective for him. Lin Feng also spent some time with Xianxia, Lu Fei, and the other girls. He spent some days relaxing. And then, finally, Lin Feng left the imperial palace. Many people accompanied him to the gate. Lin Feng caressed Xianxia's cheeks, tickled Xiaoya's nose, smiled and said, "I'm only going to the Yunhai mountain range. With my current speed, it only takes me half an hour to get there. I can come back anytime, so you don't need to accompany me to the gate." Even though Lin Feng said that, everybody was sad to see him leave once again. Was he going to leave for a few years again, like the last time? "I'm off," said Lin Feng. He was happy to have such a great family and such welcoming friends. His gigantic sword appeared. He jumped on it and streaked across the sky. Lin Feng was riding his sword above the clouds. He sighed. Even though he wasn't far from Yangzhou City, he might not go back as he wished. Strong cultivators from the Bahuang province had gathered in the mountain range. So something incredible was probably going to happen. In the past, Lin Feng needed 10 days while riding a horse to go from Yangzhou City to the Yunhai mountain range, but now he only needed half an hour. When he saw the Yunhai mountain range again, he sighed sadly. It didn't look like the Yunhai mountain range anymore. There was only one mountain left. Back when, there were people everywhere inside the Yunhai mountain range and up to the Black Wind mountain. Now, there were only people from the Bahuang province. What's going on in the Yunhai mountain range? Thought Lin Feng. On the ground, many people rose up in the air and blocked him. You can't go that way. It's a sealed area. Sealed? Asked Lin Feng. Which group are you from? Mind your own business, you have nothing to do here, especially given that you're a trivial cultivator of the Tianqi layer. Just piss off, said one of them coldly. Lin Feng looked at them coldly and released some terrifying sword chi. Die! Dazzling sword lights appeared as well as thunders and the atmosphere started shaking. You're Lin Feng, said that person after recognizing his Tianqi sword. He punched the air but the Tianqi sword continued moving towards him. Be merciful, said the others moving towards the Tianqi sword as well. The space violently shook as they finally managed to block the Tianqi sword. Zrrr. Rrr. The Tianqi sword finally stopped, but continued emitting whistling sounds. Since you're Lin Feng, the area is, of course, not sealed for you. Please come in, said that person. His facial expression had drastically changed as he moved aside. Come back, said Lin Feng, recalling his Tianqi sword. His gigantic sword continued emitting whistling sounds as he moved forwards again. Lin Feng landed on a small hill and sat down cross-legged to observe the crowd. The One Clan. 1,000 meters to his left, someone smiled and nodded at Lin Feng. It was Wen Tiangu. Only the strongest people from Bahuang province could go there. Eh? Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him in a cold way. 10,000 meters away, there were people from the Qi clan. Lin Feng noticed a particular young man glaring at him. Where's my sister? Asked the young man. The lights emerged from his eyes which made the ground shake. He was one of the 3 heroic young cultivators of the Qi clan, Qi Tiansu, Qi Jiao and Qi Tianshang's big brother. When he was younger, he was also one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. Amongst those 3 heroes, Qi Tianshang and Qi Tiansu were incredible. Qi Jiao was slightly weaker, but since she was also one of the 4 most beautiful girls from the Bahuang province, she was also considered one of the 3 heroes. Unfortunately, amongst the 3 heroes of the Qi clan, Qi Tianshang had died and his sister was held captive by Lin Feng. As a big brother, he hated Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't have Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, he would fearlessly attack Lin Feng right now and kill him. She's alive, said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng had heard of the 3 heroes from the Qi clan, so he knew that Qi Tiansu existed. I will definitely kill you someday, said Qi Tiansu before turning around. Lin Feng ignored him and sat down again and closed his eyes. There were people from so many powerful groups, all except Tiantai. Tiantai didn't have the same recognition as the other powerful groups yet. Lin Feng also realized that apart from those he had killed already, Qi Tianshang and Bai Qiu Luo, the other 8 strongest young cultivators from Bahuang were all there as well. After Fortune City, they had all broken through to the Zunqi layer already. Of course, they still needed to travel around to become stronger. Apart from them, Lin Feng saw many other people he knew, for example, Feng Xian, Shui Bagio, the Thunderbird and others he knew from Fortune City. The Thunderbird looked at Lin Feng, but he looked scared. Lin Feng had changed in Fortune City, so much so that the Thunderbird couldn't offend him anymore. Lin Feng had already defeated Long Tang and Qi Tiansheng. As far as the brutal part of Bahuang was concerned, only Mo Pang, the great oriental greenfinch rock from the bestial imperial palace, could challenge Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to him. He opened his eyes, stood up and saw someone flying over to him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're here too." "Hee hee, so many of my friends are here, of course I had to come too," said Yuan Fei smiling. "But Junimo, she didn't come. I heard something horrible was happening in the palace of the Immortals. The old emperor is about to die." "He's going to die?" Lin Feng was astonished. Such incredibly bad news. If an emperor died and there was nobody to replace him, the situation could become dangerous for them. There were no new emperors to replace him in the palace of the Immortals, but at least the emperor had chosen Junimo Shi to replace him. Yes, luckily, all the powerful groups from the Bahuang province are here in this small country. If nobody had noticed that the one clan was paying particular attention to this place, everybody would have waited for the palace of the Immortals emperor to die, said Yuan Fei. "What is going on here?" asked Lin Feng. After leaving the Bahuang province, he didn't know what had since. Some people say that there are some historical remains belonging to the Three Lives Great Emperor. Back in the antiquity, a great war happened between great emperors, so there could be some great treasures here, explained Yuan Fei to Lin Feng. Some people had revealed it in the Bahuang province on purpose because they wanted to use the Tiansu teleportation portal. The Three Lives Great Emperor. Lin Feng was very surprised. He looked at the remaining hills and dunes. Was the strength of the Haruka from the Three Lives Buddha demon skills a vestige left by the Three Lives Great Emperor? Was it the Three Lives Great Emperor who had sealed the Flame Emperor Yen Di in that small world? A great war between great emperors? Whispered Lin Feng. Yangzhou City was a small town, but had a great war occurred there? If there are historical remains, why don't we look for treasures then? Asked Lin Feng. Everybody's waiting, said Yuan Fei before adding. You can try to dig there, but it's extremely hard. Eh? Lin Feng frowned and released sharp sword energies. Slash, slash. A hole appeared, but after a dozen meters into the ground. The sword chi stopped as if it had hit something solid. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that there could be something so hard in the Yunhai mountain range. You're not the only one. Even strong cultivators at the top of the Zun Chi layer couldn't manage to pierce through it. However, many people are unwilling to do anything, instead preferring to wait for others to do all the work. Lin Feng laughed. Lin Feng couldn't use his secret items in front of so many people. Who dared? Some old cultivators are really patient, said Lin Feng smiling. They've been practicing cultivation for over 100 years. Of course they're patient. The place won't disappear anytime soon, said Yuan Fei laughing. The old cultivators all had their eyes closed. For them, a few months were akin to a few hours. Lin Feng, said someone else. Lin Feng turned around and saw someone in white clothes, a boy who looked as beautiful as a girl. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. What an incredible feeling to see an old friend. It was a friend he had back when he was studying at the academy, his former disciple, when Ao Shui. Long time no see, said Lin Feng. When Ao Shui was surprised before saying, I wouldn't have thought that I'd ever see you again. Since you left Shuiyu, you've become famous in Bahuang. I would have never thought that an old friend of mine was from an imperial clan in Bahuang, said Lin Feng. Orders from the clan. I can't do anything but obey. I've been in Shuiyu for a few years already, said when Ao Shui smiling. They chatted for a few minutes, and then when Ao Shui went back to his family. Are you not happy? Asked Yuan Fei. Lin Feng shook his head with mixed feelings. Now that he had seen when Ao Shui again and knew that he was from the one clan, he suddenly understood a lot. Even though he used to be very good friends with when Ao Shui in the past, it felt strange to know that he was from the one clan. Everybody had hidden motives. Where was he when Yen Yu Pingshang had died? Of course, Lin Feng didn't blame when Ao Shui. It was just that the situation had changed. People from powerful groups were difficult to make friends with, but Yuan Fei was an exception. Yuan Fei? Who did you come with? Asked Lin Feng. There were so many powerful groups in Shuiyu, and all of them had brought cultivators of the top of the Zun Chi layer. Even the strongest young cultivators from the Bahuang province hadn't come alone. It was too dangerous. My dad, said Yuan Fei, pointing at a big and muscular man. He looked as strong as Yuan Fei. My dad and a few old apes. The middle-aged man looked at them, smiled and nodded at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved at him. Yuan Fei's father was probably a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer, and the people he brought were also probably incredibly strong. Lin Feng, if we really find historical remains, you'll have to be careful. All those people want some treasures. Initially, my family didn't want to come, but I wanted to come and have some fun, so they followed me. Warned Yuan Fei. Lin Feng was alone, so even if someone killed him, who would protect him? I'll hide far away, said Lin Feng jokingly, but he took Yuan Fei's words seriously. Having Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword didn't mean he could do anything he wanted. Hee, look how everybody is practicing cultivation. We should do the same, said Yuan Fei, sitting down on a small hill and closing his eyes. Lin Feng closed his eyes too and practiced demonic cultivation and studied his 81 swords, holy marks pattern. Lin Feng could only use 3 types of abstruse energies to create sword skills and techniques so far. He wanted to add a 4th one, but it was too difficult. However, pure abstruse energies alone didn't have such an explosive power when compared to fusing them together. Some time passed and still nothing happened. At that moment, an older Zun cultivator of the Qi clan suddenly opened his eyes and walked towards the group of the One clan and said, "The One clan have been preparing for so many years, and you even sent people here first using the Tiansu teleportation portal." An older Zun cultivator of the One clan also opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Qi clan's site. Back then, in Tiansu town, when the images appeared in the sky above the Tiansu teleportation portal, the Qi clan was present. They had seen the historical remains, and now they wanted to make things move along faster. "You must have the ancient broken space mirror as well, right?" said the older Zun cultivator of the One clan, smiling coldly. The older Zun cultivator of the Qi clan coldly stared at him. That bastard. Indeed, he had the ancient broken space mirror. The ancient broken space mirror is a peerless holy weapon. If the Emperor doesn't use it himself with your strength, you still should be able to release half of its power and break that hard earth easily, said the older Zun cultivator from the One clan. The older Zun cultivator from the One clan is right. Since the Qi clan has brought the ancient broken space mirror, why hide it and make everybody wait? Said an older Zun cultivator of the Sikong clan. If the Qi clan isn't willing to use the ancient broken space mirror, I don't mind pushing them a bit, said a Zun-level beast from the bestial imperial palace. Please do use the ancient broken space mirror, said the Zun cultivator of the One clan, smiling devilishly. Since it's that way, why not? Said the Zun cultivator from the Qi clan. Everybody was staring at him now. He had no choice but do something. Everybody stood up. They were going to start. The older Zun cultivator from the Qi clan rose up in the air above the area which was impossible to pierce through, and an ancient mirror appeared in his hand. The space around the mirror instantly became distorted. Bzzz. The sky shook violently as the mirror became gigantic. Its reflective side was facing the ground and energies emerged from it. "Go!" shouted the older Zun cultivator of the Qi clan. An incredible amount of abstruse energies surrounded the mirror, and it became golden and dazzling. Slash, slash. There were no explosions, only crackling sounds as a hole appeared in the ground. Nobody knew how deep it was, maybe 100 meters, while the diameter of the hole was a few dozen meters. Bzzz. People rose up in the air, and many people looked inside. What was inside? Lin Feng rose up in the air too and looked at the hole. He didn't use his godly awareness to inspect it because the Qi clan's ancient broken space mirror could destroy anything. Putting his godly awareness inside would have been suicidal. It's just pitch black, thought Lin Feng, staring at the hole. Yuan Fei's facial expression looked strange and his eyes looked like fireballs. He was fixedly staring at the hole as some patterns appeared in his eyes. Those are demonic marks. Yuan Fei's fire-red eyes turned dark again. The mirror released terrifying lights once again and another gigantic hole appeared. The older Zun cultivator of the Qi clan frowned. That ground was really hard. He had seemingly managed to make a small dent. "Move!" shouted the cultivator furiously. The mirror rose up in the air and became even larger while releasing even more energies. "Break!" shouted the older Zun cultivator of the Qi clan. The hole, which was 100 meters deep, became even larger. What's that? Tungsten? Demonic marks? The crowd was trying to identify the rock. A block of what seemed to be tungsten was uncovered. It was pitch black but diffused golden lights. There were also some marks on it, black marks which looked like demonic holy marks. Sararar, sararar, sararar. The Zun cultivator of the Qi clan continued attacking the ground with his mirror. The hole was becoming wider at quite a fast pace. It was now 10,000 meters wide. What's that? An older Zun cultivator can't even break it with his ancient broken space mirror. Lin Feng looked at the mirror. He was almost scared. It was terrifying to see an older Zun cultivator use a peerless weapon. If even part of those lights touched him, he would die instantly. The older Zun cultivator from the Qi clan stopped and put the ancient broken space mirror away. You saw how terrifying that thing is. Now, should we all go inside together and break that thing? No, really? Then many silhouettes jumped down. They didn't need the older Zun cultivator from the Qi clan to tell them. They obviously all wanted to go down and see. Be careful, said Yuan Fei to Lin Feng, and then they both dived into the hole too. Then, 100 meters later, they landed on the hard black substance. Lin Feng struck the demonic marks with sword qi, but it was pointless. He touched them with his hands. It felt like a cold armor. What kind of metal is that? My sword can't even scratch it. And the ancient broken space mirror can't break it either, said Lin Feng looking at Yuan Fei. He was wondering if Yuan Fei had already seen that. But Yuan Fei didn't know either. It's not a metal, it's a seal, shouted someone. Did such a terrifying sealing strength exist? A seal? Lin Feng was surprised. If that was a seal, it meant something incredibly powerful was hiding behind it. Even an older Zun cultivator's peerless weapon couldn't break it. So just what was sealed inside? Does it have anything to do with the 3 lives Great Emperor? Thought Lin Feng. If a Great Emperor had cast that sealing spell, then a Zun cultivator couldn't break it. Even if an emperor had been sealed inside, he wouldn't have been able to come out. Qi Yun, can you continue breaking the surrounding earth? We need to see how big the seal is. It might help us understand what's inside, said someone to the older Zun cultivator from the Qi clan. Qi Yun looked unhappy but said, "All right, I'll help." Qi Yun then continued attacking the earth with his mirror. Many strong cultivators cleaned around the dust, pebbles, and pieces of stones. The area was becoming wider and wider. Only a great emperor could have the strength necessary to cast such a powerful sealing spell, whispered Lin Feng. The distance between cultivators would be wider the stronger you got. It was as if the sealing stone had taken the entire space of the Yunhai mountain range. Time passed slowly as only the strongest cultivators could break the walls around the hole. With the mirror, it took them half an hour to make out the entire sealing stone. Let's go up. Some silhouettes rose up in the air to see the stone in its entirety from the sky. Lin Feng also rose up in the air and looked at that gigantic, pitch-black sealing stone. It was hundreds of meters wide. The marks were all interconnected and nobody could understand them, even cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. In the antiquity, there was a gigantic sealing stone which could seal demonic strength. According to legends, that gigantic demon seal stone ended up in the hands of a peerless cultivator, said a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Sikong clan. The demon sealing Great Emperor, whispered many people. They all thought of a particular name when they heard the strong cultivator from the Sikong clan talk. After sealing the demonic emperor, the demon-sealing Great Emperor studied sealing strength and created 3,681 variants of the demon-sealing technique. Then he broke the stone. Has anyone found all the pieces so that the whole stone could be made again? As those strong cultivators were talking about the demon seal stones, Lin Feng's head started pounding. The demon-sealing Great Emperor had managed to break the demon seal stone because he was convinced he didn't need it anymore. His body was as strong as the demon seal stone, so he could seal demons using his own strength. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the gigantic seal. Had the demon-sealing Great Emperor those people were talking about made that seal? If that Great Emperor had done it, what had he sealed inside? At that moment, the cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer glanced at each other. They hadn't anticipated something so incredible. The sealing Great Emperor might have sealed an emperor in there. In the distance, on the Black Wind Mountain, there was an ancient tree, and on that tree, there was a Taoist monk, Yen Di. At that moment, Yen Di looked solemn and respectful. He didn't look conceited or playful. Those bastards, they found it too early, thought Yen Di. Everybody, let's try to break it together at the same time, said an older Zun cultivator from the One clan. Many people nodded and started releasing a terrifying strength. They were trying to activate the demonic marks, but it was useless. Very quickly, the older Zun cultivators gave up. We need an emperor to help, said Yuan Fei to Lin Feng. They hadn't thought that they would find such an incredible treasure in such a tiny country. Even normal emperors would need to be incredible to break such a thing. Lin Feng frowned. He was thinking, inviting an emperor to Shuiyu? Was that a good thing or a bad thing? If there was an incredible peerless cultivator inside, what would happen? If an emperor broke the seal and that nobody could control the thing or person sealed inside, Shuiyu might be destroyed. Boom! At that moment, someone broke a talisman and a terrifying Qi appeared. The crowd looked in the direction of the Qi clan. They're calling an emperor. The crowd was astonished. A part of the sky turned into a mirror and a silhouette appeared inside. An emperor, the emperor of the Qi clan, thought the crowd astonished. The emperor looked at the ground and he was surprised too. He just whispered, "A seal. Indeed, your imperial majesty, maybe that the demon sealing emperor created it," said the Qi clan in a respectful way. The emperor seemed pensive. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Clouds furiously rolled and a silhouette in white clothes suddenly appeared in the air and looked at the emperor of the Qi clan. Then, the silhouette descended from the sky and landed on the seal. Soul imprint. Yuan Fei was astonished. The One clan was terribly interested in that treasure. Even the soul imprint of the emperor from the One clan was there. It looks like the same thing Mr. Xiao did to me last time, whispered Lin Feng. The emperor of the One clan looked pensive. Then he raised his head and said, "Don't let anyone touch that sealed area before I arrive." His voice sounded very serious. The crowd was astonished, but they nodded back. All the powerful groups broke their talismans to inform their emperors. The One clan's hologram disappeared, but everybody knew that the emperors were coming. The emperors were coming to Shuiyu. "Emperors," whispered Lin Feng. He didn't look excited. Having Zun cultivators in Shuiyu was already a problem, so emperors. Besides, only emperors seemed capable of breaking that seal, which meant that whatever was inside would be problematic. The Three Lives Demon Emperor has been here and Yen Di was sealed here. Now, another emperor as incredible as the Three Lives Demon Emperor, the Demon Sealing Emperor. 3 great emperors appeared here in the past. What is inside? Thought Lin Feng worried. Everybody, move away from the seal and let's seal the space, said the older Zun cultivator from the One clan indifferently. Everybody rose up in the air and moved away. Lin Feng and Yuan Fei moved back to the edge of the crater as Yuan Fei said, "Lin Feng, the Qi clan's emperor will do something soon, so you should leave. There are so many strong cultivators. Even if those historical remains contain incredible treasures, we won't get anything." Lin Feng smiled. He understood what Yuan Fei meant. Emperors were incredible, and even if Lin Feng had Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, he couldn't deal with emperors still. "Where could I escape to if an emperor wanted to kill me?" said Lin Feng, laughing and shaking his head. Shuiyu was a tiny country and Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. If an emperor meant him harm, he wouldn't have any say. Besides, the emperor of the Qi clan would never attack Lin Feng because of Qi Tianshang. That would tarnish his reputation, and also, emperors didn't really care about weak cultivators. Yuan Fei didn't say anything more. Indeed, Lin Feng posed no threat to the Qi clan, so the emperor of the Qi clan wouldn't do anything to him. Bzzz. In the distance, a strong wind blew. The earth and sky were shaking as a silhouette arrived. "How fast?" thought Lin Feng, amazed. The One clan's emperor arrived quickly because the Tiansu teleportation portal is in their territory. Yuan Fei reminded Lin Feng. The members of the One Clan looked delighted. They all bowed before their emperor. Even though they were all from the same clan, he was their highest figure. Lin Feng watched the emperor. The emperor walked to the center of the seal and a terrifying force assaulted it. Boom, boom! The ground shook violently. Lin Feng groaned. He felt like his body was going to explode. The seal shook a little. The emperor from the One Clan rose up in the air and glanced at the gigantic pitch-black seal stone. He was surprised. The demon-sealing great emperor must have done that, whispered the emperor from the One Clan. If they knew that Yen Di was also there and that his soul had almost been crushed to death, how would they feel? But the emperor of the One Clan remained silent. He simply continued studying the seal. As the emperor said nothing, the crowd didn't dare talk either. The atmosphere was eerily silent. In the distance, the wind emitted whistling sounds again. Many of them had to close their eyes because the enormous amount of dust brought by that wind. When the wind calmed down, they opened their eyes to find that someone else had arrived. Your Imperial Majesty. All the strong cultivators of the Xikong clan from Central Ba Huang bowed before their emperor. Emperor Xikong's facial expression looked strange. It was as if he was trying to understand what the situation was about. He too stared at the demonic marks. Boom! After a short while, Emperor Xikong groaned furiously and closed his eyes, looking upset. Emperor Xikong had a celestial vision like Xikong Shao. However, he had hurt his eyes when he used his celestial vision on the stone. What a terrifying seal stone! What did you see? Asked Emperor One to Emperor Xikong. Emperor Xikong opened his eyes again and said, 3,681 demon sealing techniques. I used my celestial vision on the seal, but my eyes almost sealed themselves. In the distance, 3 silhouettes arrived at the same time, the emperors from the magic world Heavenly Palace, the Qi clan and the godly Xiao Yao sect. Their respective groups bowed before them. However, as each of the 3 emperors arrived and tried to break the seal, they all failed as well. What do you think? Asked Emperor One to the emperors. We need to understand what kind of sealing strength that is to find its weakness. Otherwise, we won't be able to break it. Right, we need to understand what kind of sealing technique it is first. If you don't try, how can you know it won't break? Said someone loudly in the distance. Someone was arriving and they were exuding golden lights which reached far and wide. That person's speed was even scarier than his voice. Emperor Peng, whispered the few emperors. Golden lights appeared in the sky as it looked like a gigantic, supernatural bird blotted out the sky. Emperor Peng, you want to break the seal using strength? Asked Emperor One indifferently. Emperor Peng from the Bestial Imperial Palace and Mo Peng, one of the 10 strongest young cultivators, were the only 2 supernatural birds from the Ba Huang province. If we don't try, how can we know that we can't break it? Asked Emperor Peng. He opened his golden wings and with the sun was reflecting on them, dazzling golden lights lit the area. Caw! Emperor Peng cawed furiously and peeked down, turning into a dazzling beam of light. Boom, boom! He crashed onto the seal stone and the gigantic stone shook in response. Some of the people watching groaned in pain and coughed up blood. How terrifying! Emperor Peng, even with your strength, you can't break that sealing technique, said Emperor One. Emperor Peng was now staring at the seal stone. What was that sorcery? It seemed like brute force was not the solution. Good heavens, said a loud voice. The crowd turned around, surprised. What was that Taoist monk doing there? He's here too, thought Lin Feng. Back then, he was sealed in the Yunhai mountain range, so maybe he knew what was going on. Dear emperors, I know what kind of sealing technique that is, said the Taoist monk, sounding confident and at ease. The emperors looked at him skeptically. That Zun-level Taoist monk knew what sealing technique that was? Tell us then, said Emperor Qi to Yen Di. You can look at the detailed demonic marks. If you divide them into 8 parts, you'll see 8 gigantic doors. You don't need to look at the whole pattern, just look at one door, said Yen Di. The emperors looked at the patterns again and very quickly, they were astonished. Indeed, they could see 8 doors. What kind of sealing technique is that though? Asked Emperor One to Yen Di. Syllogistic Devamara seal. It is capable of sealing any demon, said Yen Di calmly. Syllogistic Devamara seal. It can seal any demon. The emperors were trying to see through Yen Di. A trivial Zune cultivator knew what the syllogistic Devamara sealing technique was. They knew the sealing great emperor used it, but they had only heard of it though. How can we break it? Asked Emperor Pang to Yen Di. Forgive me for being straightforward. The demon sealing emperor used the syllogistic Devamara sealing technique here. So there might be a terrifying demon underneath. You should think about giving up. If a demon came out, I fear that even emperors wouldn't be able to deal with him. The consequences could be tragic, said Yen Di in a very serious way. However, Lin Feng was convinced. Yen Di was trying to admonish with well-meant words even if it was risky. Besides, if he didn't wanted them to break the seal, did he need to tell them? They had been trying to break it for a while already without success. So why had he come now and tell them that? What is that bastard doing? Thought Lin Feng. Was Yen Di going to offend emperors? The emperors were guessing that this guy knew something. If you know anything, then talk, said Emperor Peng. His silhouette flickered and he landed before Yen Di. His hand turned into sharp claws as he grabbed Yen Di by the throat. The 8 syllogistic Devamara chains sealing technique has been cast on these 8 doors. You can find the entrance amongst these doors, with the strength of 8 emperors, by spilling a drop of blood on each door and it will activate the demonic marks. Then you can use your strength to break the seals, said Yen Di calmly. He didn't look scared at all. Lin Feng started thinking that Yen Di was telling the truth. If you said even only one lie, I can guarantee you that the consequences will be tragic, said Emperor Peng to Yen Di. His silhouette flickered and he landed on one of the 8 doors. If a Zune cultivator actually lied to an emperor, he would die. We need 2 more people, thought the emperors on their respective spots. We're here too, said 2 people in the distance. A strong wind began blowing again. One of them was wearing a fire robe. It was Emperor Yen from the Fire Mountain in western Bahuang, and the other one was Emperor Tianlong from Tianlong Divine Castle. Since you're here, let's start, said Emperor Peng indifferently. Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Yen landed on their respective doors. 8 emperors and 8 doors, thought the crowd. Was that Taoist monk speaking the truth? If you lied, you'll die, threatened Emperor Tianlong to Yen Di aggressively. At that moment, amongst the group of strong cultivators from Fire Mountain, Fu He frowned. He felt like something wrong. If it was someone else, he would have been convinced that they wouldn't cheat an emperor, but maybe that specific Taoist monk would. But in any case, he couldn't say anything to the emperors. He was too weak to give his opinion. Don't worry, your imperial majesties. You are all incredibly strong. Just spill a drop of blood on the 8 doors and with your strength, you'll be able to break the Devamara seals, said Yen Di calmly and serenely. All the emperors nodded and at the same time they released chi which dashed to the skies. Then they gave up a drop of blood, imperial blood. Their blood fell on the seals and instantly, the demonic marks seemed to come to life. The pitch-black demonic marks began moving and a terrifying strength emerged. The Devamara chains appeared. The crowd could see chains appearing on the gigantic black sealing stones. It was as if an emperor had been holding those chains and had sealed a terrifying and peerless demon with them. The chains suddenly ramped and clung to the 8 emperors' legs, constricting them. The syllogistic Devamara chains which can seal terrifying godly demons. That's a demon sealing territory, so you can only blame yourselves for bringing about your own destruction, said Yen Di, sounding aggressive and imposing now. That Taoist monk had actually dared to fool those emperors. Roar! At that moment, the earth and sky started roaring and chi dashed to the skies. The 8 emperors were now stuck by the chains. You want to die, shouted Emperor Peng. His body was quickly surrounded by golden lights which illuminated the atmosphere. Break! 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 Shouted Emperor Peng. It almost seemed like he was about to break the chains, but they turned into pitch-black demonic marks and they constricted him even more. Die! Shouted the great oriental greenfinch rock at Yen Di. He released dazzling sword energies which moved towards Yen Di. However, remained calm under that pressure. He broke something in his hand and an explosion sounded. Then he disappeared. "Emperors, offer yourselves as a sacrifice," said a loud voice coming from the sky. It was Yendi's voice, but he had already disappeared from everyone's vision. "You'll die," shouted Emperor Peng furiously. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed up blood. His face had turned deathly pale. Yuan Fei was confused too, his face was also deathly pale. The ground was shaking and the golden lights were shaking the space aggressively. "Let's go," shouted Lin Feng. Everybody was running away with them. "That bastard Yendi, just what is he planning?" thought Lin Feng. He hadn't truly believed that he would cheat emperors. Boom, boom, boom. Emperor Tianlong also tried to attack the chains, but it was useless. Emperor Qi and Emperor Wen also tried, but as before, they failed. The emperors' faces turned deathly pale, like sheets of paper. "Who dares attack me?" shouted Emperor Peng furiously. "No, bastard! I will destroy you." Emperor Tianlong had turned into a dragon, but his vitality was draining as well. "Emperors, offer yourselves as a sacrifice." The crowd remembered what Yendi had said when he left. Then their faces turned pale. What kind of terrifying thing was that stone? "Let's attack the ceiling strength together," said Emperor Wen. The emperors all sensed that their vitality was being absorbed. "All right, together," said everybody. A golden, great oriental greenfinch rock appeared. A dragon, a gigantic hand, a gigantic fire hand. The 8 emperors were joining hands. "Let's go." The crowd in the distance realized how urgent it was for them to get farther away. Lin Feng and Yuan Fei jumped onto Lin Feng's gigantic sword. They were still coughing blood and their faces were deathly pale. However, the syllogistic Devamara chains still weren't moving. After their joint efforts, a crack had appeared. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, 2 silhouettes appeared. "What's the matter, everyone?" said someone indifferently. One of them was the emperor from the Thunderbirds clan. "I'm here too." Yuan Fei gazed into the distance and saw the great ape emperor. "Emperor Thunder, Emperor Ape, help us break the seals," said Emperor Peng aggressively. Emperor Peng was from the bestial imperial palace in the brutal part of Bahuang. He was incredibly aggressive. Even those 2 emperors didn't want to confront him. "Emperor Peng, what should I do?" asked the Thunderbird Emperor, Emperor Lei. He was afraid to offend Emperor Peng. Even though they were sealed, after breaking the seals, those emperors would deal with anyone who had offended them. "The 8 of us have attacked the chains at the same time, but it didn't work. Attack with us, we will all attack the center of the seal stone." "The demon sealing emperor sealed that place," said Emperor Peng. He knew what Emperor Lei was thinking. He also hoped that Emperor Lei would be stuck on the sealing stone as well. "All right, let me try," said Emperor Lei. He landed on the central part of the gigantic sealed territory and attacked it with thunderous energies. "Together!" shouted Emperor Peng furiously. "Humph! Why would he help though?" said Yuan Fei. The great ape emperor wasn't willing to help. But if the emperors managed to break free, they'd have to settle accounts afterwards if he didn't help them now. Lin Feng nodded. Those emperors weren't at all friends. People like Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were rare, after all, they came from the same place. "Lin Feng," said someone in the distance. He turned around and saw Yendi. However, Yendi had turned into Xianxia again. "You actually came back," said Lin Feng using telepathy. How insane. If the emperors discovered it was him, they'd kill him. "Apart from you, who knows me?" said Xianxia disdainfully. Then he smiled and said, "I'm your friend, Xianxia the Ancient, wild beast, aren't I?" "If you say so," said Lin Feng. If anyone found out who Xianxia was, they'd kill Lin Feng too. At that moment, Xianxia arrived next to Lin Feng. Yuan Fei looked surprised as he said, "Lin Feng, is that your pet?" "PFFF. You should say he's my pet. I'm an emperor," said Xianxia aggressively. Yuan Fei scratched his head. Xianxia had a bad temper. "Bastard, what happened down there?" "What's that? Who sealed you?" Did both the Three Lives Great Emperor and the Demon Sealing Emperor really appear here back then? Asked Lin Feng using telepathy. Don't ask so much. I can only tell you that here, the Three Lives Great Emperor and the Demon Sealing Emperors are not the only ones who have come. A battle between great emperors took place here, one which not only took place in a small world. Lin Feng, you already have some extremely strong demonic skills. Excellent. I'll give you another incredible gift. I hope you'll always remember me, said Xianxia. His eyes were twinkling. What was he doing? A gift? He definitely knew what was under the seal. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the crowd shook again. The emperors were still trying to break free from the chains, and several more emperors had arrived. Apart from Emperor Lei and the Great Ape Emperor, Emperor Nyoemo from Mangyo Mountain and the Buddha Emperor, with his golden body, from the Celestial Thunder Temple had also arrived. Not far from them was a beautiful girl. It was Empress Raja from the Heavens of Desire's palace. There was also a perverted-looking emperor. The gigantic sealed stone was already cracking. The chained emperors' faces were deathly pale by this point. Everybody, help us. There are some treasures here, said Emperor Qi to the newcomers. However, everybody remained silent and ignored him. Initially, the Great Ape Emperor and Emperor Lei were alone, so they had to help, but now there were so many more emperors. If there were tensions between all those emperors, a great war would consume Ba Huang. Kacha! At that moment, a terrifying strength appeared below them. The thing sealed underneath also wants to break free, thought the crowd. Like the 8 emperors, the thing sealed under the stone also wanted to escape. Boom! The demonic marks were cracking even more. The seal is breaking, thought Lin Feng. However, terrifying energies suddenly emerged from the demonic marks and black clouds condensed in the sky. A demon, thought Lin Feng. Yan Di had told him he would offer him an incredible gift which was related to his demon skills. Did the thing sealed under that stone have anything to do with it? What a terrifying demonic energy, thought Yuan Fei, shaking. Who? Some sounds came from under the ground. Someone was wailing in a cruel way. That demonic song emitted sound waves filled with demonic energies. The 8 chained emperors were now turning into demons. Empress Raja, what's that song? Asked the emperors to the incredibly beautiful empress from the Heavens of Desire's palace. I don't know, it's a demonic song, so it's not like my attacks, said the empress. The demon song was influencing everyone, turning them into demons. That demon energy is terrifying, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to leave, but he could barely move. He needed to study those demonic energies. Even though Lin Feng had studied powerful demonic skills, he still didn't understand demon abstruse energies, nor did he know where to study them. 9 dark clouds, the demonic source. 9 netherworlds, demonic song, one of the 9 most powerful songs of the continent, thought Empress Raja. In the entire country, including Yangzhou City, everyone raised their heads and saw those black clouds. There's someone! At that moment, 2 people appeared in the sky above those clouds. One was pitch black. His pitch black hair was fluttering in the wind. Even though he was calmly standing there, his demonic energies were terrifying. He seemed to be the king of demons, the master of demons, the demon emperor. In his arms was a woman and she was motionless. The demon emperor looked sad. 9 demonic song. Everybody raised their heads to see what was going on. A great demon emperor is sealed here. The demon-sealing great emperor had been to a tiny country like Shuiyu, and inside that stone, another great emperor was sealed. As expected, the demon-sealing technique had been used to seal a demon emperor. The demon emperor in the sky looked calm. He was observing the crowd in a disdainful way. Who could compete with him in the world? The 9 netherworlds demonic song could make people turn into demons. Apart from that terrifying demonic energy, people also sensed some sadness, the sadness of a fallen emperor. The demon emperor also has emotions, thought Lin Feng. It reminded him of back in Shuiyu when he had used the demonic sword because Meng Qing had turned into an animal. He still hasn't lost his emotions completely. Lin Feng released his own demonic qi, but he didn't do it on purpose. In Shuiyu, Many people could hear the 9 netherworlds' demoniac song, and a black chi was slowly emerging from their bodies. If I met such a man, even if I grew old and weren't as beautiful as now, that wouldn't be a problem, thought Renlei, who was watching from a distance. Kacha! The 8 emperors were still struggling, especially the great oriental greenfinch rock. His dazzling golden energies were turning black and his eyes were also becoming black. A stupid demon emperor's obsessiveness. You won't turn into a demon. Just break! Shouted the great oriental greenfinch rock, looking at the sky. The demon emperor in the sky only moved a little. He looked at Emperor Peng in a disdainful way. The demon song started ringing even louder in Emperor Peng's brain, tearing him down again. A stupid demon emperor? The crowd didn't agree. That demon emperor was terrifying. Who's that? Lin Feng understood that incredibly strong demonic cultivators could force their enemies into submission just by looking at them. The netherworld demon emperor. It's just a thread of energy here which hasn't dispersed for thousands of years, said Xianxia using telepathy. That was a demon emperor, a great emperor, could do all of this with just a little thread of energy which hadn't died in thousands of years. The netherworld demon emperor has emotions. Why did the demon sealing great emperor seal him? And you? Who sealed you? What's going on? Asked Lin Feng to Xianxia. Since you want to know more, I can tell you a bit. In the continent of the 9 clouds, there are 9 godly demonic forbidden songs. The netherworld demon emperor can control one of the songs, the 9 netherworlds demonic song. Because of the woman he's holding in his arms died, he wanted to kill the 3 lives great emperor, and then a great war took place here. If you look at the sealed area carefully, you'll realize it's a grave, said Yan Di to Lin Feng using telepathy. You can see the gravestone there, said Yan Di, looking at the main peak of the Yunhai mountain range. After everything was destroyed in the mountain range, a gigantic gravestone had appeared. Do you want to go and see what's written on it? It has something to do with you. With me. Lin Feng was astonished. What did the netherworld demon emperor's gravestone have to do with him? Let's go. Lin Feng jumped on Xianxia, still surrounded by demonic chi. Then, Xianxia flew towards the gravestone. Lin Feng! Shouted Yuan Fei when he saw that Lin Feng was suddenly leaving. It was too dangerous. Even cultivators at the top of the Zun Chi layer didn't want to get close. I'm going to see something there, shouted Lin Feng to Yuan Fei. You little bastard. Let me come with you. Then Yuan Fei followed him. You disgrace. Come back, shouted the great ape emperor to Yuan Fei. His silhouette flickered and he appeared in front of Yuan Fei. I'm just going to see something with Lin Feng, said Yuan Fei, smiling. The old man shrugged and smiled. The great ape emperor had huge eyes as he looked at Yuan Fei and then decided to follow. Finally, Lin Feng and Xianxia landed in front of the gravestone. Lin Feng read it, Goddess, Empress Xi's grave. Those words contained an incredible chi, but the chi didn't contain any sadness. Here is Empress Xi's grave, surprisingly. But what does that have to do with me? Thought Lin Feng. He asked Xianxia using telepathy. Why does it have something to do with me, and why is it written Goddess? Of course it has something to do with you. Would you dare come with me to the sky and look at the girl the netherworld demon emperor is holding? Said Xianxia using telepathy. Tell me first, what role did you play during the great emperor's war? Asked Lin Feng. He knew too much. I robbed graves, said Yan Di. Lin Feng was astonished. Yan Di was a robber? You, a great emperor, was robbing tombs? Lin Feng was speechless. Humph, I wasn't the only one. The netherworld demon emperor had also robbed tombs, that's why he died. But she was already dead then, so emotions were useless. He made a mistake as a demon emperor. He practiced demonic cultivation and he fell because of a beautiful woman, said Yan Di disdainfully. For him, having emotions was a tragedy. He can only blame himself. He fell in love with a beautiful woman, but it was a one-sided love, said Yan Di. Trust me and come with me. Let's go and see the demon emperor, said Xianxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. You're not trying to cheat me, are you? Said Lin Feng. He had fooled the 8 emperors, so Lin Feng was a bit scared. Bastard, you don't trust me. Don't forget what the diviner said. I'll tell you the truth, I don't have much of my soul now. Even if I continue becoming stronger, I'll never be a great emperor again. I must rely on you. Therefore, I will do my best to make you become a great emperor. Now I will show you how lucky you are. It's a great opportunity. Don't miss it or you'll regret it forever, said Yen Di to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng thought about it briefly and nodded. All right, let's go up there and see the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Then they both rose up in the air. Many people raised their heads and saw two silhouettes rising in the air towards the demonic emperor. Lin Feng was on Xianxia's back and his heart was pounding. He had never been that high up in the sky before, and in front of him, there was a great demon emperor. Boom! A terrifying chi was blowing and brushing against their bodies. It felt like that at any moment they could turn into demons. Finally, they arrived just underneath the Netherworld Demon Emperor and they could see him clearly. Netherworld Demon Emperor, do you remember Yen Di from back in the days? Asked Xianxia to the Netherworld Demon Emperor using his godly awareness. Yen Di! That voice resonated in Lin Feng and Yen Di's brains. He lowered his head and looked at them. Lin Feng's soul shook. It was like the Netherworld Demon Emperor was going to take control over his soul. Indeed, Yen Di, said Xianxia. He used his godly awareness to converse with him. Back then, you risked your life for Empress Xi and died. Otherwise, who could have stopped you? Now, Empress Xi is coming back to life. But you have nothing besides a remainder of your soul left. Empress Xi coming back to life. The Netherworld Demon Emperor looked at them evilly. Those huge black clouds rolled in the sky of Shuiyu. Indeed, inspect his soul and you'll know everything, said Yen Di to the Netherworld Demon Emperor. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Feng with his pitch-black eyes. Boom! The Demon Emperor inspected Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng's soul shook violently, but he couldn't do anything against that strength. Why? Whispered the Netherworld Demon Emperor. He could see everything Lin Feng knew his entire life even. Right, Empress Xi is coming back to life, but your soul will disperse soon. I found an inheritor for you and I think the 9 Netherworld's demonic song shouldn't disappear. It's great, right? Said Yen Di using telepathy. Are you not afraid that I could kill you? Asked the Netherworld Demon Emperor coldly. You won't. Put your thoughts in him and fuse together with his body. Let your soul flow throughout his body. Then, you'll be able to stay with Empress Xi for your entire life, said Xianxia. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's facial expression changed. Using Lin Feng's body to stay with Empress Xi for the rest of his life? He lowered his head. He looked so sad. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a gigantic hand grab his body. Then the Demon Emperor put him in the 9 Netherworld's water source. 9 songs, 9 Netherworld songs, said the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Lin Feng sensed the evil water flow throughout his body, but it didn't destroy his body. Instead, it turned into a beautiful melody resonating in his head. Lin Feng was astonished. He now realized that Yen Di had succeeded. However, Lin Feng was also a bit angry. Yen Di had taken so many risks. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged in the evil water. The source of the 9 Netherworlds continued flowing throughout his body. The crowd was astonished. What was going on? Why was Lin Feng sitting cross-legged in the 9 Netherworlds water? Only Xianxia, Lin Feng, and the Demon Emperor knew what they had talked about. At that moment, many people in Shuiyu raised their heads as well and saw Lin Feng, their king, sitting cross-legged in the sky, in the 9 Netherworld source. Xianxia was sweating. He had gambled and it had worked. You're right, the 9 Netherworld song can't be forgotten. However, even if Empress Xi comes back to life, she won't be the same as before, so staying with her all the time would be pointless, said the 9 Netherworld's demon while looking at the beautiful girl in his arms. What's the point in protecting her grave? She's already dead, said the Netherworld Demon Emperor looking at the gigantic grave. Then, the Netherworld Demon Emperor looked at Lin Feng and said, when you master the 9 Netherworld's demoniac song, if you feel like it, help me and kill the 3 lives demon. Then a soul penetrated into Lin Feng's third eye and the Netherworld Demon Emperor disappeared. Even though you fell, I'll stay with you because I still love you, said a loud voice. Finally, the demonic energies dispersed and the evil water disappeared. Lin Feng's third eye now contained a terrifying demonic awareness, as his eyes were pitch black. When the Netherworld Demon Emperor left, he had decided to leave a thread of awareness with Lin Feng. When you master the 9 Netherworlds demonic song, if you feel like it, help me by killing the 3 lives Demon Emperor, whispered Lin Feng. 3 lives Great Emperor, the Netherworld Demon Emperor, the Demon Sealing Great Emperor, Empress Shi, what were their relations? And that gravestone, who made it? The Demon Sealing Great Emperor had sealed the Netherworld Demon Emperor, but why did he want him to kill the 3 lives Great Emperor? And it also seemed that Yen Di had convinced the Netherworld Demon Emperor to stay with Empress Shi because of her dead body. Was it on purpose to make the Demon Sealing Great Emperor seal again? With the last thread of soul you have, what should you do? Said Lin Feng to the silhouette which had disappeared already. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds made Lin Feng come back to his senses. He looked at the ground and saw the strong cultivators struggling. There were even more and more crack marks. They would probably break free soon. Break! Emperor Peng looked like a demon at that moment. His qi was dashing to the skies. He was surrounded by golden and demonic qi. The 7 other emperors were struggling too, but they were about to succeed. The Netherworld Demon Emperor had been able to break free from the sealing energies, which proved that they weren't as strong as before. Boom! Finally, the demonic marks were broken and the seals were broken with them. Who can stop me? Shouted the great Oriental Greenfinch Rock. At that moment, he looked like a corrupted bird. The other emperors broke free from the seals too, but they didn't look as terrifying. Their faces were also deathly pale. Damn seals! Finally free! Ha ha ha! Finally, they broke. Empress Shi is dead. The Demon Emperor is gone. Who can stop me now? Qiongqi and Lin Feng flew away as fast as they could. Everybody was suddenly captivated by the grave. Xueyu was filled with dazzling lights, and a gigantic palace was emerging from the sealed area. Robbing tombs. No wonder Qiongqi wanted to rob tombs. Those are Empress Shi and the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small worlds, thought Lin Feng. When you robbed tombs, the Netherworld Demon Emperor was still there, so you must have robbed Empress Shi's tomb while not hiding your Great Emperor status? Asked Lin Feng to Qiongqi using telepathy. What did he want to do? And why Goddess? The Empress has incredible treasures, said Qiongqi. His eyes were twinkling. Then he asked Lin Feng, and don't you want to know why I said that all this had something to do with you? Do I need to ask? Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He obviously understood from what Qiongqi had said to the Netherworld Demon Emperor. You're not as dumb as you seem then, so now you understand what I meant last time, said Qiongqi, smiling. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He meant he wanted Lin Feng to have a child? Look, it's getting chaotic over there, said Lin Feng. Rumbling sounds appeared as palaces rose. The area turned into a fairyland. The emperors think they're free because they broke the seal. They must still want to die, said Qiongqi disdainfully. The emperors from Bahuang province had the advantage in terms of number, but did they think they'd have the advantage over the sealed emperor? Xueyu is going to be rich, said Qiongqi. 2 small worlds had appeared in Xueyu, so Xueyu would certainly rise in the future. Empress Shi's small world was beautiful. It had a celestial qi, waterfalls appeared, and it was gigantic. From now on, Empress Shi's palace had replaced the Yunhai mountain range and the Black Wind mountain. At the same time, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small world rose up too, but it was even larger than Empress Shi's. It had a circular form and had surrounded Empress Shi's territory as if it were protecting it. Are those great emperor's small worlds? How spectacular, thought Lin Feng. He was inspecting all those buildings. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's palaces were gigantic and lofty. Is that small world going to expand to Yangzhou City? Thought Lin Feng. If that small world was a few dozens of thousands kilometers wide, it would reach Yangzhou City. Lin Feng, come down, shouted Yuan Fei. The emperors had already started fighting in the sky in order to not destroy the small worlds. How fast? thought the crowd when they saw all those people moving towards the small worlds. Pure chi rolled in waves, and it was an incredible energy. Lin Feng entered the small world and instantly felt great. "Everybody get out!" shouted someone. It was Emperor Peng. Emperor Peng's chi contained some black threads, and even his eyes had turned black. "Did you see? That's the strength of the 9 Netherworlds' demonic song. One glance and people will become demons. Emperor Peng has already started turning into a demon," said Xianxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. "Some of the emperors are falling," thought the crowd. "Piss off or I'll kill everyone," shouted Emperor Peng furiously. "Bzzz." At that moment, clouds rolled in the sky. Everybody raised their heads and saw the strong cultivators. A face appeared. It looked aggressive, domineering, and majestic. People had the feeling they were going to suffocate. Finally, someone said, "All the emperors get the hell out of this country and never come back," shouted an aggressive voice. "Who do you think you are?" shouted Emperor Peng furiously and aggressively. The face looked at him, and oppressive energies descended from the sky and surrounded him. The crowd saw a gigantic hand, and many people emitted horrible shrieks. They closed their eyes, they didn't dare look. Was it their judgment day? When they opened their eyes, their faces turned deathly pale. Emperor Peng was in the gigantic hand. Qi was whistling. The space was shaking. No matter how insane he had got, he couldn't escape from that hand. "How dare you talk that way? You're really confident for a little bird. Even the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix don't dare talk to me that way," said that person in the sky aggressively. It was as if God had been talking. "If you don't want me to cripple your cultivation or kill you, piss off," said that strong cultivator in the sky. Then, Emperor Peng immediately disappeared. "If you dare come back, I'll destroy you," said the voice to Emperor Peng as he ran away. "All the emperors, piss off and leave this place. The same to you, if you dare come back I'll kill you. No matter which emperor, they die if they came back to shui you." Then they all ran away with their tails between their legs. "They're gone!" The crowd was speechless. The emperors had disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a cultivator in the sky had made them leave with only a sentence. "Who is he?" said Lin Feng looking at the sky. Had a terrifying great emperor appeared again? He had just seen the demon emperor's remaining soul, and now there seemed to be another great emperor. "Who do you think?" said Xianxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng tried to understand. When the seals were broken, the Netherworld Demon Emperor left, and then a great emperor had appeared. Maybe he had sensed that the seal had been broken. "The demon sealing great emperor," whispered Lin Feng. Xianxia didn't reply. Lin Feng didn't ask more, but he was convinced that the great emperor was the demon sealing great emperor. Maybe it was the one who had made Empress Xi's gravestone. Lin Feng didn't know if the demon-sealing great emperor was also the one who had made the gravestone. And what role had the 3 lives great emperor played? After thousands of years, the remaining thread of soul from the Netherworld Demon Emperor still hadn't forgotten about him. When you master the 9 Netherworlds demonic song, if you feel like it, help me and kill the 3 lives Demon Emperor. However, the 3 lives great emperor was a terrifying cultivator. Even if Lin Feng had the 9 Netherworlds demonic song, which was a terrifying skill, how long would he need to master it at such a high level? Finally, the strong cultivator looked at the 2 worlds inside. Fate would determine the rest. This country is small and weak. Even if you obtain treasures, you can't harm its people. Remember to act humane, said the silhouette in the sky. Everybody nodded. Nobody would dare offend such a terrifying entity. Clouds rolled and swallowed that face in a vortex. When that silhouette disappeared, the atmosphere gradually became normal again. The great emperor was gone, the emperors were gone. Zun cultivators were all that remained. "He's helping Shui Yu on purpose," whispered Lin Feng. He didn't understand. "For them, it's just a slight effort," said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to do much for his country, but a great emperor only had to say one sentence and had prevented a catastrophe from overwhelming Shui Yu. "We have things to do." Xianxia, even after thousands of years, he still wanted to rob tombs. Even between great emperors, there can be huge differences, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng, let's go to Empress Xi's coffin chamber. There must some incredible imperial scriptures there, said Xianxia, rising up in the air. Some imperial scriptures. How incredible. Was Empress Xi a high-level cultivation empress? Imperial scriptures are incredible, and Empress Xi was a peerless cultivator. She had studied imperial scriptures, but in the end, she didn't mind dying to achieve enlightenment. Not many have dared to do that since the antiquity. They were using telepathy to talk, so nobody could know what they were talking about. Besides, Xianxia had cheated 8 emperors to make the Netherworld Demon Emperor appear, so the emperors would remember him from then on. Lin Feng was a bit worried about that. He didn't dare imagine what would happen if the emperors found out that Xianxia was the Taoist monk who had cheated them. Boom! An explosion sounded. Some people were fighting on the ground because they wanted to steal something. Let's go and see. Lin Feng and Xianxia as they descended from the sky. They found that those people were fighting for a jade annulus. There were carvings on the jade annulus, so it was likely that Empress Xi had carved them. Not interesting, said Xianxia. He used to be an emperor, so Empress Xi's teachings were not useful for him, who used to be a great emperor. He wanted imperial scriptures. However, the territory was gigantic. Finding the imperial scriptures wouldn't be easy. Let's separate, we'll have more chances to find something that way. Keep in mind that you might find the 3 live scriptures in Empress Xi's palace, said Xianxia, looking excited. The 3 live scriptures were the 3 lives great emperor's scriptures. Lin Feng finally understood what Xianxia wanted. Why would the 3 live scriptures be in Empress Xi's grave? Asked Lin Feng to Xianxia, who was now walking away. You already know too much, said Xianxia. Lin Feng grinded his teeth. Why didn't he tell him? The 3 live scriptures. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He obviously wanted such imperial scriptures too. If Lin Feng managed to learn the full scriptures and have 3 bodies in one, his strength would be multiplied by 3. Lin Feng unsheathed his Tianji sword. Some strong cultivators were in Empress Xi's grave, so he had to be careful. The coffin chamber. Lin Feng looked at the small world pensively. Xianxia wanted to find Empress Xi's coffin chamber to find the 3 live scriptures. But if he were Empress Xi, where would he have put his most valuable treasures? If I were the Empress, I would have put my most valuable treasures in my ring and kept them with me, whispered Lin Feng. Every strong cultivator did the same. The Netherworld Demon Emperor already took Empress Xi's physical body away. Empress Xi had died because she wanted to achieve enlightenment, but before dying, she had probably left her treasures in that small world. The Netherworld Demon Emperor is already dead. He doesn't need Empress Xi's treasures, so Empress Xi's ring is either on her finger or in the small world, thought Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Finding treasures wasn't easy, but if he managed to find Empress Xi's coffin chamber, even if the 3 live scriptures weren't there, he'd probably find other great treasures. Xianxia likes calm and tranquility, bamboo forest, flowing waters and mountains. Xianxia is cold and detached. She's the ice beauty, but she also likes peace and tranquility, whispered Lin Feng. Then he began walking in the small world. Soon he came across a small mountain range, filled with vitality. Bzzz. Lin Feng ran ahead. He wasn't the only one heading in that direction. Many people were already fighting for treasures. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in the mountain range, a particular spot which was calm and tranquil. There was even a flowing river. At that moment, someone released an ice-cold qi which surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at that person. That person's facial expression was hideous, like an animal. Piss off. Lin Feng released the Demon Emperor's energies. His opponent suddenly felt ice-cold as demonic energies corroded his body. Blood splashed. He stopped and started shaking violently. That strength wasn't Lin Feng's. It was a terrifying demonic strength. The Netherworld Demon Emperor. He was shaking like a leaf in the wind. His face was deathly pale. It seemed like the Netherworld Demon Emperor had transmitted a terrifying power to Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued walking around. He was surrounded by mountains and forests. He soon came across a gigantic tree which had probably been living for thousands of years in that small world. It seemed imposing and powerful. Lin Feng condensed sword qi in his left hand and attacked the tree. A mere scratch appeared on the trunk of the tree. "A holy weapon could be made from that tree," whispered Lin Feng. "Even a simple tree could be an incredible treasure." Lin Feng had a cursing scepter which seemed to be made of some kind of wood. Maybe Lin Feng could find the tree which had been used to create that scepter. There are incredible treasures in this small world. Unfortunately, I can't use them all for myself, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the mountain with the coffin chamber. That was the same kind of place that Xianxia liked, so Empress she had probably enjoyed the same kind of things. Lin Feng opened the door of the coffin chamber and entered it. It smelt good inside. Surprisingly, the fragrance of a woman hadn't dispersed over the thousands of years. My understanding abilities can increase by simply smelling that qi, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed some vines, from which the pleasant qi seemed to be released by. It made people feel full of vitality, so practicing cultivation there would probably be beneficial. It has so many marks, thought Lin Feng. There were mysterious marks on the vines. They seemed to contain the qi of enlightenment. Lin Feng gasped with amazement. That was a precious treasure. His eyes twinkled as he grabbed the vines and stowed them away. Lin Feng continued walking and arrived in front of a bronze mirror. It was the mirror Empress she used to put on makeup in front of. It contained an extraordinary and ancient qi. I wonder how I can use such a mirror. He released pure qi on the mirror, but nothing happened. I'll take it and I'll figure it out later, thought Lin Feng while putting the mirror inside his ring. He was feeling uncomfortable because he was in a woman's room, but then he thought of the connection between Empress Shi and himself, then he felt better. That painting is not bad, thought Lin Feng when he saw a picture scroll hanging on the wall. There were some rivers and mountains drawn which practically looked real. Lin Feng remembered the picture scroll which Yan Di was sealed in back then. Unfortunately, I can't find her ring, thought Lin Feng glancing around the coffin chamber. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng came across her bed. He shook his hand, creating a strong wind which pushed the dust and other items away. The bed appeared and Lin Feng was amazed again. There were detailed marks on the bed. Another precious treasure. Lin Feng also took the bed. He was taking everything in the coffin chamber. That teapot is not bad either, thought Lin Feng looking at a teapot and taking it. Her clothes are very beautiful too. They're even a holy weapon. I'll give it to Xianxia. Empress she also liked drawing. I'll take them as well. Lin Feng took everything he could in the coffin chamber. If Empress she had seen him, she would have been angry that he had taken everything, from her clothes down to her teapot. I'm done here it seems, whispered Lin Feng. The items he had just taken seemed ordinary, but he'd inspect them later. After that, Lin Feng walked towards the exit again. The small world was huge. Maybe there were other treasures to find. However, very quickly, Lin Feng stopped again and frowned. When he reached the entrance of the room, there were already some people. The strong cultivator from the Qi clan was there too, Qi Yun. Next to Qi Yun there was Qi Tiansu and some other people. Where is my sister? Asked Qi Tiansu. No comment, said Lin Feng in a cold way. It seems like you don't remember the lesson we taught you last time. Die! Shouted Qi Yun furiously. He released terrifying energies and took out his ancient broken space mirror. Dazzling lights shot forward. It seemed that they had prepared the ancient broken space mirror before coming. Boom! Terrifying explosions sounded as a gigantic object appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was a bed. The members of the Qi clan were speechless. Lin Feng had taken out a bed? But surprisingly, that bed withstood the ancient broken space mirror. Bzzz. Lin Feng broke his sword talisman. He was sweating intensely. The Qi clan wanted nothing more than to kill him. They even used the ancient broken space mirror against him. Luckily, that bed was solid enough, otherwise, he would have died if the ancient broken space mirror had reached him. Let's go, said someone from the Qi clan. Then they ran away. Even if Lin Feng unsheathed Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, they would have time to react. Lin Feng put the bed away and was upset. Surprisingly, they didn't leave, they were flying up in the air. Did they have a secret method to deal with the Emperor's sword? They have more hidden treasures, thought Lin Feng. If they didn't, they wouldn't have attacked him while he had the Emperor's sword. And now they had failed once but didn't leave. It was awfully fishy. Lin Feng slowly walked and looked at them. Then he rose up in the air, moved towards them. He couldn't run away. Otherwise they'd know that he couldn't use the Emperor's sword as he wished. How dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid that I could kill Qi Jiao Jiao? Said Lin Feng. His eyes were black like those of a demon. Qi Yun didn't seem reassured. Lin Feng could unsheathe the Emperor's sword at any time. Lin Feng, we know who you are. You are the king of Shuiyu. Your family is in Yangzhou City, so just try and touch my sister, said Qi Tiansu. Lin Feng had killed Qi Tianshang and captured Qi Jiao Jiao. Then, they had learnt that Lin Feng was from a remote country and coincidentally, they had ended up in Shuiyu. Lin Feng's eyes looked as sharp as swords. Luckily, he had kept Qi Jiao Jiao with him. Otherwise, the Qi clan would have attacked his family and friends already. Come on and take out Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, said Qi Yun mockingly. Lin Feng hesitated, he could only use it 2 more times. And the Qi clan obviously wanted him to unsheath it. Surprisingly, they're asking me to take out Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, thought Lin Feng. At that moment, a few silhouettes appeared. You said that Lin Feng is the king of Shuiyu and that his family is in Yangzhou City? Asked a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer to Qi Tiansu. He was an aggressive cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. Indeed. Yangzhou City, said Qi Tiansu smiling. Lin Feng's eyes were becoming darker and darker, colder and colder. Why don't you unsheath Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword? Do you want to die? Said Qi Yun smiling coldly. Then, his ancient broken space mirror rose up in the air again and reflected lights off at Lin Feng. Qi Yun didn't dare get near Lin Feng. He was solely relying on the ancient broken space mirror while trying to force Lin Feng to use Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Die! Shouted Qi Yun furiously. Then, terrifying lights emerged from the mirror and shot out towards Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng took out the bed again. The strong cultivators looked at the bed curiously. A bed could block such a terrifying attack? Humph! Qi Yun groaned coldly. His ancient broken space mirror became even larger. He was convinced that Lin Feng was going to take out Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Slash! A terrifying sword light moved towards the mirror. Eh? Qi Yun frowned and suddenly, an extremely loud explosion sounded. The mirror was propelled away and crashed onto the ground. Kaboom! Some cracks appeared on the ancient broken space mirror and Qi Yun's facial expression changed drastically. Come back! Shouted Qi Yun furiously. But it was useless. The sword was still pressing the mirror against the ground. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword! Shouted Lin Feng. Qi Yun was petrified and moved backwards. Relax. I'm just joking, said Lin Feng laughing. Qi Yun was astonished. Lin Feng was cheating him. Boom, 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 kaboom. Terrifying rumbling sounds were resonating. The gigantic sword was crushing the ancient broken space mirror and even more cracks were appearing. Then, the mirror broke into pieces. Slash! The sword turned around and moved towards Qi Yun. The sword Qi blotted out the sky. Piss off! Shouted Qi Yun furiously. A gigantic web appeared which contained empty space energies. It enveloped the sword, however, it broke. Broken space. Qi Yun raised his fist and jumped forwards while breaking the space around him. He condensed a terrifying amount of empty space energies in his fist. However, that sword was moving forwards with an indomitable will. It was as if millions of swords had been whistling at the same time. Qi Yun performed a knife hand strike in the air. A trail and then a vortex appeared. The sharp sword pierced through the air and fell into the vortex. Boom, boom! The gigantic sword moved into the empty space and strident whistling sounds pierced people's ears. The vortex was going to swallow the sword. Activate! Shouted Qi Yun. He put his hand on the vortex and empty space energies dashed to the skies. The gigantic sword finally flew back and turned into a person. Jian Mu. Qiyun looked at that silhouette in a cold way. Then he looked at his mirror, a peerless holy weapon, but it was completely broken now. Jian Mu, his parents had hoped that he'd turn into a real sword. More than 30 cultivators appeared and surrounded everyone. So many strong cultivators from Xianxia. All right, said Qiyun looking upset. But Xianxia shouldn't forget that we represent the Qi clan from Eastern Ba Huang. If you dare attack us, the Qi clan will not let Xianxia off, said someone from the Qi clan. Jian Mu looked at Lin Feng. He was seemingly waiting for Lin Feng's orders. It's not as if I had never killed anyone from the Qi clan. Besides, today you attacked me first, said Lin Feng. We'll kill everyone from the Qi clan. Everyone. The Qi clan's members were aghast. Qiyun said coldly, Lin Feng, are you not afraid that we could destroy the imperial palace of Yangzhou City? Destroy the imperial palace? Lin Feng smiled coldly. Shuiyu was a forbidden area now. Emperors couldn't go there anymore, and without emperors, they couldn't destroy the imperial palace. Die, said Lin Feng. All right, you're about to bring about your own destruction, said Qiyun. A picture scroll appeared containing terrifying empty space energies. Imperial weapon. The crowd took a step back. That's the Qi clan's sky-absorbing picture scroll. Many people were astonished to see it. The Qi clan had prepared properly. The emperor had surprisingly given an imperial weapon to Qiyun before leaving. Imperial clans, no matter whether they had existed for a long time or not, no matter whether their cultivators were extremely strong or not, if they possessed any imperial weapons, they were considered strong. The Qi clan was one of the imperial clans from Eastern Ba Huang, so they probably had more than one imperial weapon. It looks similar to their spirit, thought Lin Feng when he saw the sky-absorbing picture scroll. Lin Feng couldn't control his Tianji sword as it was moving towards the sky-absorbing picture scroll like metal attracting to a magnet, so he put it away. It was no wonder that Qiyun wanted me to use Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, thought Lin Feng. Even if he had used Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, it would have been swallowed up by the sky-absorbing picture scroll. Take, said Qiyun. His sky-absorbing picture scroll absorbed everything around him, including the many swords in the air. Imperial weapons are terrifying. That sky-absorbing picture scroll can even absorb other imperial weapons. It's a perfect item to steal treasures, thought the crowd. Young master, let's go, shouted Jian Mu, taking Lin Feng away. All the other strong cultivators from Xianxia did the same. You think you can escape? Shouted someone furiously. Dragon claws launched out at Lin Feng. If that hand managed to catch Lin Feng, he would die. Lacerate. Jian Mu moved behind Lin Feng and blocked the dragon hand. At the same time, empty space energies launched out towards Lin Feng from the other direction. Tianlong Divine Castle. Once the other cultivators noticed that Lin Feng couldn't use Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, they decided to attack too. Qiyun, hurry up and attack, shouted a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle. The sky-absorbing picture scroll became gigantic and dazzling golden marks started flashing. The sky-absorbing picture scroll doesn't just absorb weapons, it can also absorb people. Qiyun rose up in the air and stood up next to the sky-absorbing picture scroll. He looked at Lin Feng and the others in a disdainful way. Xianxia has fallen for thousands of years, and yet, you still dare fight the Qi clan. Capture them, shouted Qiyun furiously. Then the imperial weapon moved towards them. Young master, shouted Jian Mu. Lin Feng was moving towards the sky-absorbing picture scroll. Jian Mu didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Everybody let's go inside, shouted Jian Mu. They all followed Lin Feng and disappeared inside the sky-absorbing picture scroll. Even the trees on the ground were absorbed into the sky-absorbing picture scroll. The sky-absorbing picture scroll is an empty space. Lin Feng was in that empty space observing the gigantic enlightenment marks. That weapon had been fabricated by an emperor who mastered the arts of empty space spells. Young master. Xianxia's strong cultivators were now next to Lin Feng. Jian Mu didn't look happy, but when he saw that Lin Feng looked calm, he nodded. That was their ancestor's sword. He would manage to remain calm no matter what happened. Lin Feng nodded. He realized he could still see everything that was happening outside. He could even hear sounds from outside. Lin Feng, release Qi Jiao Jiao and we won't kill your family. The sky-absorbing picture scroll became small before Qiyun grabbed it. Qiyun knew how to control it. Otherwise the Qi clan wouldn't have given it to him. Lin Feng's eyes looked cold as yelled back, "An imperial clan would dare attack cultivators of the Tian Qi layer and Shen Qi layer? Humph! I'll repeat myself one more time. Release Qi Jiao Jiao, otherwise we'll kill everyone in Yangzhou City in front of you," said Qiyun aggressively. However, Lin Feng was stuck in the sky-absorbing picture scroll. How could he release Qi Jiao Jiao? If he did, they probably wouldn't keep their promise. "If you dare attack my clan, I'll kill Qi Jiao Jiao," said Lin Feng. Then he closed his eyes and visualized a small sword. "You're dull and stupid. I'll kill your clan and then I'll kill you," said Qiyun. Then, a terrifying Qi invaded the sky-absorbing picture scroll. "Turn into swords and protect the young master," said Jianmu. In a flash, they all turned into dazzling swords and surrounded him. The empty space energies collided with the sword energies in the empty space, emitting strident sounds. Qiyun looked at them coldly and said, "Let's see how long you can hold it." Unfortunately, he couldn't control the sky-absorbing picture scroll that well, otherwise he would have killed them all in one strike. "Since you're that dull and stupid, Tiansu, follow your third uncle and go to Yangzhou City. Then, kill his family and friends," said Qiyun. Inside the imperial palace was Zhen Lingkong and Zhen Lingxiao, but Lin Feng was worried. How come Qi Tiansu wasn't scared? Just how strong was his third uncle? They were probably cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Qiyun wanted to stay there and continue hunting treasures. He had the sky-absorbing picture scroll after all. Lin Feng was visualizing a small sword while he was communicating with Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword in his mind. "Little boy, they want to imprison you here," said Lin Feng to the sword. The sword shook and pointed to Lin Feng. "You're Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, but they've used an ordinary imperial weapon to trap you in the empty space picture scroll forever," continued Lin Feng. He wanted to infuriate Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Qiyun thought he could control Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Therefore, he wanted to keep Lin Feng and the sword inside of the sky-absorbing picture scroll. But Lin Feng knew that Qiyun couldn't control Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword because it already had its own life, its own soul. It didn't want to be controlled by anyone, let alone an ordinary imperial weapon. The small sword looked sharp and a little angry. Remember how majestic Emperor Wu Tianjian used to be? He had no enemies in the entire province of Bahuang. Now, we don't know where he is. Imagine how ridiculous it would be if you ended up in the hands of Emperor Qi. Surprisingly, he gave a feudal cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer an imperial weapon to fight you. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. What a humiliation. That's not just a humiliation for you, but also for Emperor Wu Tianjian, said Lin Feng sighing. Slash, slash. As expected, the sword reacted and exhaled sharp sword energies. Bzzz. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword whistled as it jumped out of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and smiled indifferently. He thought, "It doesn't count. I didn't ask the sword to come out." Boom! Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword suddenly seemed like it could destroy anything. A demonic enlightenment web then appeared, wanting to envelop the sword. Kaboom! Thunderous lights appeared and shook the space. At the same time, Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword released terrifying sword energies, of which the enlightenment marks couldn't block. Zhang's strong cultivators also stopped blocking and opened their eyes. They raised their heads and looked at their ancestor's sword. How powerful! Zararar, zararar. The sky-absorbing picture scroll started enlarging, so much so that it left Qiyun's hand. Lin Feng is using Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, but how come it's so big? Qiyun was shaking. How could he know that Lin Feng wasn't controlling the sword, let alone that he couldn't control it? Boom! Terrifying energies appeared. The earth and sky were shaking violently, and so did the sky-absorbing picture scroll. It was as if a battle was occurring inside. It's Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, thought the crowd. An incredibly terrifying sword chi was emerging from the sky-absorbing picture scroll, while it seemed like it was going to cut the scroll in half. The sword was furious. "Stop!" shouted Qi Yun furiously. Inside the sky-absorbing picture scroll, the enlightenment marks were intertwining and shining even more vigorously. Those marks enveloped Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword released dazzling and aggressive energies, lacerating everything in its path. It also released empty space energy, so now the enlightenment marks couldn't resist it. Bzzz. Inside the sky-absorbing picture scroll, the enlightenment marks became golden as a pair of eyes appeared. Emperor Qi. Lin Feng was astonished. Those eyes were Emperor Qi's eyes. The sky-absorbing picture scroll was Emperor Qi's imperial weapon, but he had lent it to Qi Yun to steal treasures. Since Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was damaging it, it awoke the Emperor's intent. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Let's see how strong you are. Terrifyingly sharp empty space enlightenment energies emerged from the Emperor's eyes and moved towards Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. They acted like vines tying up Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Sararar. Sararar. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword whistled furiously as it became even larger. Qi Yun looked surprised. He hadn't thought that the Emperor's intent would awaken. If it hadn't, the sky-absorbing picture scroll would have broken apart already. Now, Lin Feng was certainly going to die. The Emperor's intent released more energies as it looked down at the sword and said, "Even if you're Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, you have to be respectful." Then, terrifying intent appeared in the enlightenment marks inside the sword and dazzling energies surrounded Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. "Is that so?" said a voice inside the empty space. The eyes from the Emperor's intent looked surprised. "Who's that?" shouted Emperor Qi furiously. But then sword lights emerged and moved straight towards his eyes. "Stop!" shouted Emperor Qi furiously. Boom! Those sword lights struck the pair of eyes and broke them. Then the empty space enlightenment marks broke as well. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword whistled and struck the empty space. Explosions sounded as a black hole appeared in the air. The sky-absorbing picture scroll, an imperial weapon, is broken. People were astonished. An incredible sword chi then dashed to the skies. Lin Feng and the strong cultivators from Xianxia appeared. That voice. It had destroyed the Emperor's intent. That was the intent of Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Ancestor. Jian Mu and the others were astonished. They looked at the gigantic sword in the sky with respect. That was their ancestor's intent, so maybe their ancestor was still alive. Is that really Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword? Thought Lin Feng. The sword swallowed sword chi and turned to Qi Yun. Qi Yun's face turned deathly pale. He was doomed. He wanted to steal Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, but he hadn't thought the sky-absorbing picture scroll would break. Now, could he stop Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword? "Let's go," said someone else. The strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle wanted to escape as well. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword streaked across the sky. Qi Yun jumped, trying to use his empty space agility technique to escape, but it was useless. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword chased him and tore apart his empty space. Then it lacerated his body and Qi Yun was dead. Lin Feng followed the sword and at the same time he shouted, "Kill the members from the Qi clan." "Roger, young master," said the strong cultivators from Xianxia. They turned into sharp swords and chased the cultivators from the Qi clan. Blood splashed as all of the strong cultivators were being killed. Imperial weapons and peerless holy weapons had all broken apart. Even Qi Yun had died. A Zun cultivator had gone to Lin Feng's clan to kill them. But other than that, the situation didn't look good for the Qi clan. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, after killing Qi Yun, flew back into Lin Feng's body. Just like Lin Feng had said, he hadn't used up his second chance. Lin Feng grabbed Qi Yun's ring and put it in his own ring. A cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer probably had incredible treasures. Very quickly, all the Zun cultivators from the Qi clan were killed. Without a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, they couldn't compete with Jian Mu and the others. Let's go to Yangzhou City, said Lin Feng. Some members from the Qi clan, including Qi Tiansu, then headed over to Yangzhou City. Even though there were 2 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer and 2 powerful groups already in the palace, Lin Feng was still worried. With Jian Mu and the others, they could move even faster. Sword fusion. Everybody nodded and turned into whistling swords. Then, they became one gigantic sword which streaked across the sky. Even though Xianxia fell a long time ago, Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendants are still very strong, thought the crowd, sighing. Young master, come on, said the whistling sword appearing in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped on the sword and they all disappeared. Maybe Lin Feng has received Emperor Wu Tianjian's teachings? Thought the remaining crowd. Lin Feng had risen way too fast. At the time of his battle against Shui Baiyao, not too many people knew him. After Fortune City, he had then fought many people and amazed the entire province. Besides, Lin Feng's sword techniques were powerful and he could control Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Xianxia's people even respected and obeyed him. The only possibility was that he had received Emperor Wu Tianjian's teachings. Otherwise, there was no explanation. At that moment in Yangzhou City, Qi Tiansu and another cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer arrived in Yangzhou City. Die! Shouted Qi Tiansu furiously. He immediately punched the air in the direction of the palace. His punch hit the palace, making it shake and even killing some people. Activate the deployment spell, shouted someone furiously. At the same time, sword Qi shot up into the sky and someone shouted, "Who dares?" 2 sharp swords rose up in the air. 2 Zun cultivators. There are some cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer here, thought Qi Tiansu. Lin Feng was farsighted. Uncle, take out the other peerless holy weapon, the empty space chains. Let's kill all of them while tying up his family members. Then we'll see if Lin Feng will release my sister or not, said Qi Tiansu. Qi Tiansu's third uncle nodded and took out some gigantic golden chains. Die! Shouted Qi Tiansu's third uncle furiously. The millions of golden chains instantly surrounded everybody. Sword assassin. Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Shao attacked too. 2 sharp swords moved towards Qi Tiansu and his third uncle. Stop! The 2 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer couldn't see anyone. They could only see those chains. Lacerate! Metallic ringing sounds wailed. The 2 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer looked upset. The chains were too solid. Their sword Qi couldn't cut them. A single chain attack wasn't very powerful alone, but there were millions of them. The chains continued emitting metallic ringing sounds as they activated the deployment spell, but it soon broke under the chains. Uncle, don't kill them, capture them, Qi Tiansu reminded him. Qi Tiansu, you want to die, said someone in the distance. Then they saw a gigantic sword arriving. Qi Tiansu's third uncle was surprised. He recalled the chains and had them attack the gigantic sword instead. Lin Feng rose up in the air as the gigantic sword clashed with those from the Qi clan. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded as the chains couldn't stop the sword Qi anymore. So many strong cultivators from Xianxia had turned into one sword and thus one attack. The chains shook as they surrounded the gigantic sword again. The cultivator then used his empty space agility technique to create some distance between them. Slash! But sword Qi quickly streaked across the sky and moved towards him. His face turned deathly pale. Lacerate! The gigantic sword moved towards Qi Tiansu's third uncle again. 3 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Xianxia also moved towards him. Each sword attack contained terrifying sword Qi. Even if a cultivator had a strong physical body, they would find it difficult to block such an attack. What happened to Qi Yun? What about the sky-absorbing picture scroll? How had Lin Feng escaped from them? Qi Tiansu knew that the sky-absorbing picture scroll contained the Emperor's intent, so there shouldn't have been a reason to lose. Slash! The chains couldn't block the sword Qi. 2 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, from Xianxia, fused together to create another large sword. Break! Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan. He released broken space punches in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Disperse! The gigantic sword dispersed, and the strong cultivators from Xianxia reappeared while releasing even more sword chi. No! The sword lacerated the cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer from the Chi clan. Blood splashed and he was dead. Jian Mu then grabbed the chains. Qi Tiansu's face turned deathly pale. His uncle, a high-level Zun cultivator, was dead. He couldn't escape anymore. Lin Feng! Shouted Qi Tiansu, glaring at Lin Feng. Do you still want to kill my family? Asked Lin Feng. If he had arrived a second too late, the entire palace would have been crushed. The three heroes of the Qi clan? So what? Die! Yelled Lin Feng. Lacerate! Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Shao released their own sword chi. Qi Tiansu's face turned deathly pale as he used his empty space agility technique. He jumped into an empty space and reappeared somewhere else, but the cultivators at the top of the Zun Chi layer from Xianxia were too fast. The two cultivators quickly surrounded Qi Tiansu again, and two sword lights moved towards him. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions sounded, and a silhouette appeared a few meters away. Eh? Lin Feng was astonished. Qi Tiansu had managed to escape. Young master, he has an emperor's memory imprint, said Jian Mu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Amongst the three heroes from the Qi clan, Qi Tiansu and Qi Tianshang were the strongest ones. They had all been on the list of the 10 strongest young cultivators of Ba Huang, so they had the potential to become emperors. But Lin Feng had killed Qi Tianshang, and Qi Tiansu was the last one the Qi clan had left, so they couldn't afford losing him as well. Little Feng! Shouted Lin Hai, rising up in the air. When Lin Hai saw that Lin Feng was safe and sound, he calmed down a little. He had seen his son fly up into the 9 dark clouds in the sky, so he feared the worst. Dad, don't worry, I'm fine, said Lin Feng, smiling at his father. Lin Feng was more concerned about those emperors than himself, but what Lin Feng didn't know was that the emperors who had gone back to Ba Huang province were injured by the demonic energies which had and still were corroding their bodies, especially Emperor Peng, whose soul had been injured. He wanted to settle the score with Emperor Lei and the Great Ape Emperor because, in his opinion, they hadn't helped enough. Because of what had happened in Xueyu, the Ba Huang province wasn't calm anymore. There were wars occurring everywhere. Plus, with the conflicts between the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, the Sunset Pavilion, and Tiantai, the people from the Ba Huang province knew the future held many troubled waters. Xueyu was only the emperor's first battlefield. In Tiantai, in the sky above of the sky, 2 people were sitting in wooden chairs, enjoying the calmness and tranquility around them. The situation in Ba Huang province is becoming more and more chaotic. That's a good thing for us, said one of them, smiling calmly to the other. That old man was Emperor Yu. You shouldn't be gloating over people's misfortune. Do you think Tiantai could really take over the entire province alone? Asked Emperor Yu, laughing. Tianlong Divine Castle, the Sunset Pavilion, the Imperial Assassin Union, they're all quite strong themselves. And we weren't in Xueyu this time, so getting involved won't be easy, said the person next to Emperor Yu, smiling. Don't forget that the meeting of the emperors is going to take place soon. Besides, the only geniuses who are rising are Tiantai's, Ho Qinglin, Ruoxia, Qi Er, Lin Feng, Qiu Yu Xian, Lin Feng's wife, Meng Qing. Those people all have the potential to become emperors. Even though the other powerful groups aren't as strong as us, they also have many geniuses. We also don't know all of their powerful and talented cultivators. Some of them might have not shown themselves yet. For example, there might be some geniuses who broke through to the Zun Chi layer just before the event in Fortune City started. So they didn't go. Indeed, maybe there are some incredible cultivators that we don't know about it. But I'm sure that they'll show themselves soon enough. Besides, isn't Tiantai the same? The 2 people glanced at each other and laughed. An incredible era was starting in the Ba Huang province. What had happened in Xueyu had only accelerated the process. From now on, the Ba Huang province would be a battlefield. While those 2 people were talking and relaxing, many Tian and Zun level cultivators wanted to use the Tiansu teleportation portal to go to the 2 small worlds. Both probably had incredible treasures, after all. The influential imperial groups weren't the only ones who dispatched people. The other influential groups from the small worlds of Bahuang also dispatched their people. Even if they didn't get any treasures, seeing Empress Shi and the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small worlds would be a great opportunity. The one clan was facing the entire province now that everybody wanted to use the Tiansu teleportation portal. The one clan couldn't turn it off anymore because if they did, they'd have even more enemies. Shui Yu's people were growing accustomed to it. They had seen the Netherworld Demon Emperor, they had heard the 9 Netherworlds demonic song. What could be more frightening than those things? Lin Feng was at the periphery of Yangzhou City. He didn't need to go to the Yunhai mountain range anymore because the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small world had already reached the edge of Yangzhou City. It was surrounding Empress Shi's small world even. Young master, maybe it's a good thing for Shui Yu. From now on, we will become stronger and richer thanks to those 2 small worlds, said Jian Mu to Lin Feng when he saw him looking pensive. He understood what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng remained silent and smiled. You're right. It's a good thing for Shui Yu. I am just not open-minded enough. It's as if I hoped that Shui Yu would stay a small and peaceful country forever. But is that what they want? There's no need to follow me anymore. If I need you, I'll break the sword talisman again, said Lin Feng. Then he left. Jian Mu and the others didn't refute Lin Feng's words. Their young master was their ancestor's sword. They weren't so worried about him. In any case of real danger, their ancestor's sword could appear and fight. Lin Feng went to the small world, but changed his face and chi beforehand. Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan were after him, so doing normal things while being hunted wasn't convenient. But he could come out as Black Mage once in a while too. Lin Feng walked in the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small world. Nobody paid any special attention to him. He had just broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer, so in that small world he was considered rather weak. Of course, even though there were many strong cultivators in there, the small world was so big that there was enough space for everyone. Even while glancing around, it was difficult to see anyone. Zun cultivators were sometimes running alone in the sky and then descended to rob things from weaker people. A corpse! Lin Feng arrived in a mountain range in the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small world. There was a pitch-black, decaying qi emanating from a demonic-like mountain. Lin Feng came across a corpse there. It was in a sitting position, its bones were black. Not just one. Lin Feng was surprised to see several corpses. Maybe those people were the Netherworld Demon Emperor's disciples. That black mountain was probably the place where they used to practice cultivation. Many people are looking for treasures here, thought Lin Feng. There were more than a few silhouettes in the surroundings, including a girl in blue clothes. Her cultivation level was low though. She had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. She sensed that Lin Feng was looking at her, so she turned around. Lin Feng smiled back at her. Suddenly, Lin Feng was astonished because he realized he knew that girl. Surprisingly, she was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators from the Dragon Mountain Empire, Qingmeng Xian. Mister, why do you look at a young girl like me? Said Qingmeng Xian smiling when she saw that Lin Feng was smiling at her. Mister. Lin Feng laughed. Back in the days, Qingmeng Xian and Lin Feng were good friends. They had even participated in the great competition of Shui Yu together. But now she was calling him Mister. Qingmeng Xian and Yu were both from Dragon Mountain. I wonder if Dragon Mountain has news about Yu, thought Lin Feng. He said, seeing a little girl looking for treasures in dead bodies, that's a bit unusual. Mister, even though your cultivation level is higher than mine, you don't seem that old. Why are you calling me little girl? Said Qingmeng Xian. Besides, mister, you probably know what's going on here. There are many strong cultivators here, so cultivators like us can only stay aside to hunt treasures because our cultivation level is too low. Lin Feng walked towards Qingmeng Xian and said, is that so? She smiled and said, well, you probably have noticed it too, right? Noticed what? Lin Feng was being funny on purpose. He didn't think she'd know anything. Mister, I'm thinking that the Demon Emperor who appeared might be practicing cultivation in the mountain range, said Qingmeng Xian. Why? Asked Lin Feng. Come with me, mister. said Qing Meng Xian, rising up in the air. Lin Feng followed her. Mister, look over there in the horizon. But don't look at the white world. Look at the blackness, said Qing Meng Xian, pointing at a distant place. Lin Feng had only looked at the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small world. He didn't look at Empress Xi's small world. He then realized that there was a kind of black demonic dragon in the distance which had Empress Xi's small world in its arms. Mister, isn't that a dragon's vein? Asked Qing Meng Xian, smiling. Lin Feng smiled wryly. There were so many strong cultivators there. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that a weak cultivator like Qing Meng Xian would discover something incredible like a dragon's vein. Since it's a dragon vein, there must be an incredible qi there, whispered Lin Feng. There were more corpses in that direction. The dragon's head is there, said Qing Meng Xian, pointing at the horizon. The gigantic dragon's head was not far from its tail, since it was surrounding Empress Xi's small world. What a strange small world. Small worlds are always a bit strange anyways, thought Lin Feng. He started walking towards the border between the two small worlds. Lin Feng saw something which looked like gigantic dragon's teeth, and it was breathing. Lin Feng arrived near the mouth and looked inside. It was black inside, and it contained a terrifying demonic qi. Maybe the Demon Emperor really is practicing cultivation here. It's just that when people come here, they're too afraid that the demonic qi could corrode their bodies, said Lin Feng. Qing Meng Xian smiled wryly and said, I can go in. I'm too weak. I'm going inside, said Lin Feng. Then he entered the dragon mouth. The mouth was deep. Lin Feng walked for a while before arriving in a huge flatland filled with demonic energies. It's a demon land, thought Lin Feng. That area vast, and even though it was dark, he could see everything clearly. Every inch was filled with demonic energies. His godly awareness couldn't even inspect it all because there was too much. A real demon emperor's cave, thought Lin Feng. There were many lofty trees which were precious treasures for anyone who practiced demonic cultivation. Those were demon Bodhi trees, like back then in Death Valley next to the Three Lives Demon Emperor, but the Three Lives Demon Emperor had been sealed. This here is a genuine cultivation place for a demonic emperor. Each demon Bodhi tree has a terrifying strength and contains incredible demonic energies. It's like just looking at those trees is enough to turn you into a demon, thought Lin Feng. I'm taking those Bodhi trees and Bodhi fruits. Lin Feng then stored them away in his ring. Many people were hunting treasures. Other people would take those if he didn't. Very quickly, he took all of them, and only one last tree was left, and it was gigantic. It was impossible to see the top of that tree from the ground. There were gigantic Bodhi fruits on it even. That Bodhi tree alone could make a sect go insane, thought Lin Feng. He walked forwards, and it felt like he was going to suffocate under its pressure. That qi seemed like it was going to swallow him. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a strength which prevented him from moving forwards, as if he had entered a forbidden area. Lin Feng released his own demonic energies into his hands. With them, he managed to break the energies which prevented him from moving forwards. Then he continued walking. What's that? Lin Feng frowned. At the foot of the tree were two silhouettes. They weren't releasing any qi, but their demonic energies made Lin Feng gulp down. The Netherworld Demon Emperor. Lin Feng approached the tree and realized that one of the people sitting below the tree was the Netherworld Demon Emperor, the one who had sung the song. The Netherworld Demon Emperor is still there. Then who's the other person? The Netherworld Demon Emperor's enemy? Thought Lin Feng. Someone was facing the Netherworld Demon Emperor while sitting cross-legged. It was another demon cultivator, but he looked rather calm. Actually, neither of them looked scared. Who is that demon cultivator who dares face the Netherworld Demon Emperor? Thought Lin Feng. Was it the demon-sealing Great Emperor who could control demon emperors? Bzzz. A terrifying qi gushed out, and the two cultivators rose up in the air and moved aside. Demon Bodhi Tree. Lin Feng walked towards the Demon Bodhi Tree. He released a gigantic demon hand and grabbed the Demon Bodhi Tree. Rise! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The ground shook as terrifying demonic energies surrounded Lin Feng's body. How could he give up so easily? Lin Feng knew that the two silhouettes he had just seen weren't real. They were just apparitions, traces of leftover intent. Maybe it was an apparition of what had happened in the past. "Rise!" shouted Lin Feng bestially. The ground continued shaking before finally, he sensed that the tree was rising a little. Boom! A loud sound spread in the air as Lin Feng managed to raise the demon Bodhi tree into the air. He put the tree in his ring and looked at the sky. Then he rose up in the air. He wanted to see who dared face the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Outside, Qingmeng Xian saw two demons come out. One of them was definitely the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Is he dead? Thought Qingmeng Xian when she saw the demons. However, someone else came out. Qingmeng Xian then shouted, "Mister!" Lin Feng smiled at her and nodded. Then he gazed into the horizon. The two demons were still staring at each other, their demonic robes fluttering in the wind. Elsewhere in the small world, many people noticed that, so they came closer. The Netherworld Demon Emperor was back. That's battle intent, thought many people, gasping with amazement. Two people had fought here, and after such a long time, their battle energies hadn't dispersed. Who's that? Wondered some people when they saw the person facing the Netherworld Demon Emperor. His chi isn't any weaker than the Netherworld Demon Emperor's chi. What are their cultivation levels? Lin Feng looked at the two silhouettes in the sky. His own demonic chi kept rolling in waves, as if he couldn't control his demonic chi anymore. Qingmeng Xian was surprised and moved backwards. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Tian Chi layer and could still stand there. How strong! Even some Zun cultivators couldn't handle those energies. But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to anyone else. "Eternally the best emperor, Demon Emperor's real body," said a voice which resonated in people's heads. The Demon Emperor. Each time Lin Feng heard that name, it made him shiver. Back in the Jade Emperor's palace, the Jade Emperor had made statues for 3 emperors and a great emperor which contained some of their intent. However, the Jade Emperor had relied on his own intent to make those statues, so the intent the statues possessed were not genuine. Eternal Demon Emperor. He had amazed the entire continent. Some people landed there and looked at the demons, which gradually became blurred. Black clouds appeared. The Netherworld Demon Emperor seemed to be singing his 9 Netherworlds demonic song, which then turned into the 9 Netherworlds water and moved towards the Demon Emperor. The 9 Netherworlds water quickly turned into a lake. However, demons appeared around the Demon Emperor. 18 demon generals. The crowd recognized what they were. What terrifying creatures! Who could resist such a demonic army? The Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. The cultivators at the top of the Zun Chi layer were even shaking. That was the legendary Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony, another one of the 9 demonic songs. The Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony enables cultivators to invoke demon generals to fight on their side. The 9 songs might be forbidden songs, but they are very powerful. The 9 Netherworlds demonic song is used to control people, while the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony is used to invoke demons, said a cultivator of the top of the Zun Chi layer. The Demon Emperor also controls one of the 9 songs, whispered Lin Feng. The apparition in the sky slowly dispersed and vanished. Lin Feng was disappointed. It was an apparition from the past, so it had to vanish at some point. But still, he wanted to see the battle between the Netherworld Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor. Everybody else looked disappointed. Lin Feng wasn't the only one. But then their disappointment was replaced by excitement as they looked at the nest of devils. They came out from there. The crowd quickly ran over to the dark cave. Lin Feng knew that people would find that place at some point. Luckily, he had taken all the Bodhi trees already. "Are you going in too?" asked Lin Feng when he saw that Qingmeng Xian was following the other cultivators. "Yes, other people are leading the way, so it can't be that dangerous inside," said Qingmeng Xian, smiling. Lin Feng smiled back. Sometimes people had simplistic views, but it was also a logical conclusion. "Is there a problem, mister?" asked Qingmeng Xian, looking naive. He was wondering how Lan Jiao was doing. "Nothing, let's go," said Lin Feng, entering the cave again. The crowd continued walking forwards. Some people released their godly awareness, but couldn't see everything because of the size of the cave. "There's a demon palace hall," said someone. A demonic palace hall soon appeared in their fields of vision. There was a praying mat with a silhouette on it, the Netherworld Demon Emperor's silhouette. It was an apparition as well. Another apparition, thought the crowd. They couldn't imagine what it was like to be a great emperor. Boom! A demonic light moved straight into someone's brain. That person instantly became petrified. Their body turned pitch black and they turned into a statue. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Someone else was being corroded by the demonic lights. His chi was turning demonic. He couldn't control it. Finally, the demon chi filled his body and he exploded. Arg! Someone shouted, who turned around and ran away. That person hadn't even made it a few steps inside the palace hall. His facial expression suddenly looked ice cold as he had turned into a demonic slave. Die! Shouted that person as then he threw himself at people outside the palace hall. Some people joined hands to attack and kill him. Lin Feng and Qingmeng Xian arrived too, but they stayed behind the crowd. The people in front of them were almost all Zun cultivators. "Those demonic lights are so scary," said Qingmeng Xian. Someone heard Qingmeng Xian and looked at her in a cold way. Tap tap. Qingmeng Xian moved back as if she had realized something. "Come here," said a Zun cultivator to Qingmeng Xian. "Mister, how may I help you?" asked Qingmeng Xian, petrified with fear. "Get your ass over here," said that person while releasing qi which surrounded Qingmeng Xian's body. Qingmeng Xian's face turned deathly pale. That person probably wanted to kill her. Lin Feng stepped in front of her and Qingmeng Xian suddenly felt much safer. "If you want to go in, just go in yourself. There's no need to try and push other people inside," said Lin Feng indifferently. The cultivator smiled in a cold way. A cultivator of the 8th Tian Qi layer dares talk to a Zun cultivator that way. "Get the hell over here too." Boom! Lin Feng stepped forwards and released cursing energies. "Cursing strength!" That person was shocked for a moment. "La la la!" That person shook his hand as a thick and strong tree appeared and shouted out towards Lin Feng. "Wood type. That person must have a plant spirit." Lin Feng took out an amulet and placed it in the air in front of him. "Curse!" said Lin Feng in a deep voice. In a flash, qi surrounded the tree and began corroding it. "Amulet cursing technique. Come back," said Lin Feng. The tree turned around and moved towards its owner, who now looked surprised. "You're just an ant trying to shake a tree," said that cultivator. He shook his hand and released energies, but in that place, it was difficult to release powerful attacks while fending off the demonic energies. But it was probably sufficient to cripple a Tian-level cultivator's cultivation. Cursing spell swallow. Cursing strength moved towards Lin Feng's enemy. The enemy's tree turned into dust and the enemy's face looked strange as the cursing strength was now corroding his body. "Die," said Lin Feng. His soul was cursed now. He suddenly looked extremely old. His face turned deathly pale. He was wailing mournfully. Then he collapsed. What a strange and enigmatic strength. Once cursed, they can barely fight anymore, thought Lin Feng. Even though that was a low-level Zun cultivator, his cultivation level was still higher than Lin Feng's. "He's dead," thought the crowd. They were astonished and looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. "Rise," said Lin Feng. Suddenly, that person's body rose up again. The crowd was surprised again. He was dead. But that wasn't enough for Lin Feng. He was going to curse his soul and spirit. According to the legends, strong cultivators who used black magic could make armies of the dead rise and fight on their side. It seems absolutely possible. He can use dead spirits, thought the crowd. Two words came to mind when they looked at Lin Feng. Black mage. Geniuses were rising and a black mage had even appeared. Besides, his cultivation level was high, but his fighting abilities were terrifying. He had only broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer and could already defeat Zun cultivators. Qingmeng Xian was astonished. Lin Feng had easily killed a Zun cultivator. "Thank you," whispered Qingmeng Xian. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, she would have died. Lin Feng nodded and said to her, using telepathy, "Don't get close to those people. Just stay away and observe." The dead Zune cultivator slowly walked into the palace hall and everybody was watching him. "Not bad. We don't need to risk our lives anymore," thought the crowd. Many people had thought of trying to force someone to go in, a weaker cultivator, but since the black mage was there, they didn't need to do that anymore. "He didn't get attacked," thought the crowd, staring at the dead body. "What a terrifying demonic intent," thought Lin Feng. The dead body raised his head and looked at the walls. There were many patterns and all those drawings were of the Netherworld Demon Emperor. However, each picture contained a different intent. "If I didn't use the dead body, I wouldn't be able to handle such a terrifying demonic intent, even though I practiced demonic skills myself," thought Lin Feng. His eyes had become dark. It was as if demonic intent was starting to consume him. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's intent is carved into those walls. They died because they couldn't handle his intent. So once inside, it's best not to look at the patterns and also not to use your godly awareness to inspect the room, said Lin Feng calmly when he saw that everybody was staring at him. "If we don't use our eyes to study them and if we don't study the energies, how do we go in at all?" whispered many people. However, at that moment a strong cultivator entered the palace hall. It was a strong Zune cultivator who had opened his eyes, but was only looking in front of him. He had also completely blocked his godly awareness. "The black mage is right, I'm fine." Then crowd followed him inside the palace hall and did the same. "Mister, are you not going in?" asked Qing Meng Xian to Lin Feng. "My cultivation level is too low, I don't dare," said Lin Feng smiling. Even if he stayed at the entrance of the room, it would be the same as practicing inside the room. Inside the palace hall, the dead body was observing one pattern in particular and Lin Feng was using the eyes of that dead body to study the patterns. In his brain, in his pitch-black eyes, a demon appeared who was releasing incredible energies. Boom! Qing Meng Xian looked at those demonic eyes and shivered. She moved back and closed her eyes. She didn't dare look at Lin Feng's eyes again. "How terrifying," thought Qing Meng Xian. In Dragon Mountain, she was like a frog in a well. She was amongst some of the most outstanding young cultivators from the Empire. She couldn't even look them in the eyes. Lin Feng already had a thread of the Netherworld Demon Emperor's soul in him. He had the feeling two demons were fighting in his eyes. His previous intent was slowly being absorbed by a new one, which was then becoming his own demon intent. Lin Feng's celestial book spirit opened itself automatically. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and appeared in his desolate world. Enlightenment marks appeared and energies flowed inside. Two sorts of chi started fighting. His demonic energies kept rolling and changing. Finally, they slowly fused together. Outside of his spirit, his real body was also surrounded by demonic energies, and his demonic skills were changing automatically. Many of the remaining Zune cultivators moved away from him just in case. "I couldn't understand a small part of it, but I did learn two threads of demonic intent," thought Lin Feng. The dead body Lin Feng was using raised his head and looked at a second demon emperor's pattern. Lin Feng could sense the terrifying demonic intent penetrate into his mind. Then it would start fighting against the other sorts of demonic intent he already had. More people were showing up as even more people died from curiosity. Those who had gone in first weren't going to warn them because they didn't want to share any treasures with the others. Of course, there was the silhouette of the Netherworld Demon Emperor as well. Some people tried to study it, but they immediately died. Lin Feng was happy to have the dead body to study several demonic patterns. Time passed slowly, some people gave up and left, but the dead body was still there. In the palace hall, a Zune cultivator lost patience and looked at the dead body Lin Feng was controlling. When he saw that the dead body could look at the patterns on the wall, he became angry and slapped it on the head. The dead body slowly turned around and looked at that Zune cultivator. His eyes were filled with demonic energies. Ah! That Zune cultivator gave a horrible shriek. Those energies had blinded him, so no, he was frantic. At the same time, Lin Feng, who was still outside of the palace hall, released black demonic energies which invaded the room. "Die!" said Lin Feng. The dead body put his hands on that person's head and crushed his skull. At the same time, Lin Feng released even more demonic qi into the room. Many people look at him and started shaking, terrified. Even those who were a lot stronger than Lin Feng couldn't look at his eyes. Demonic eyes. Not only is he an incredible black mage, but he's also an incredible demon cultivator, thought the Zune cultivators. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the walls. He directly looked at some of the demonic patterns, and then demonic intent penetrated into his eyes. At the same time, Lin Feng's demonic eyes released dazzling black lights which collided with the demon intent. Now, he could look at them with his own eyes without being injured. However, Lin Feng was still a bit cautious because he knew just how powerful they were. His demonic eyes twinkled as he looked at more of the walls, then turned around and looked at the Netherworld Demon Emperor's silhouette. He walked towards him and sat down cross-legged next to him. He sat down facing the Netherworld Demon Emperor and released his own demonic qi. He stared at him and studied the Demon Emperor's intent. What an incredible guy. He's using the Netherworld Demon Emperor's intent to study demon cultivation. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's intent was incredibly powerful and aggressive. Those people weren't demon cultivators, so they couldn't understand demon intent. If they directly tried to understand any of it, they could get hurt. Lin Feng's robe was fluttering from the wailing energies, and so did his long black hair. The demonic intent in his pitch-black eyes were getting even more intense. Around his body, the demonic intent had turned into a vortex. Someday, he'll be an incredible demon king. Thought the crowd. They were also wondering, was he a high-level disciple of the Devamara Palace? The Devamara Palace was a mysterious, influential imperial group in the sanguinary part of Ba Huang. Even the Abyss of Sufferings couldn't deal with the Devamara Palace, proving how powerful they were. However, it was extremely rare to see Devamara Palace's disciples come out. Many people didn't even know how strong their younger disciples were. Considering his way of practicing cultivation, that young man could only be from the Devamara Palace. He even knew the sorcerer's arts. At that moment, the palace shook slightly. The Demon Palace! The palace was shaking more and more. Bzzz. At that moment, the myriad of demon emperors' patterns on the walls started shining brightly. Demon intent started flooding the room. The crowd didn't look at them, but they could still sense how terrifying the energies were. Boom! The terrifying demon intent turned into a statue and penetrated into the demon emperor's silhouette, making him become more distinct. Boom! 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 The demon palace continued shaking and the demon statue became even more dazzling. The demon emperor's silhouette now contained millions of different sorts of intent which were making him appear more distinct, as if his real body had started appearing. His hair was pitch black and fluttering with the energies. Fusion. A long time ago, the demon emperor had turned into many threads of demonic intent, and now his different types of intent were fusing together and turning back into the demon emperor's body. Get him! The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. That was a real physical body. Maybe it was the demon emperor. If so, then it probably contained a demon great emperor's intent and memories. A cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer jumped forwards and raised his hands, wanting to grab the body. Steal it! Everybody started running towards the demon emperor's body, but at that moment, all the hands stopped. Some of their hands turned black, corroded by the demonic energies. Ah! Someone gave a horrible shriek. They got too close to the demon emperor, so their body turned black from head to foot. Then he turned into a demon. 9 Netherworld's demonic song. The crowd recognized the technique. Then, they heard the song and realized that the sound waves were moving towards them. He can create music even though he's dead? Thought the crowd. Many people ran backwards and put their hands over their ears. However, they couldn't prevent the sound waves from piercing through their eardrums and resonating in their brains. The 9 Netherworld's demonic song is a demon melody which allows the user to control people. Even though that demon emperor is dead, his physical body still wants to control us cultivators. That thread of consciousness he left must have been created while he practiced the 9 Netherworld's demonic song. No. Someone else was corroded by the demonic sound waves. He turned into a demon and stopped moving like lifeless body or a zombie. That song is too terrifying. A cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer was also slowly turning into a black body. We can only give up, thought the cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer. He looked terribly unhappy as he turned around and left the palace hall. If he stayed in there any longer, he'd end up like the others, a demon slave. When that cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer left, he glanced at Lin Feng, who was still sitting there cross-legged. Demon energies were emanating from his body, so he was wondering if he was turning into a demon or not. What he didn't know was that the 9 Netherworlds demonic song he had heard wasn't solo. It was an orchestra. Lin Feng was facing the Netherworld Demon Emperor as the celestial water from the 9 Netherworlds appeared in his pitch-black eyes. The 9 Netherworlds demonic song continued resonating in the air, fusing with the sound waves. A thread of demonic consciousness, a real body, a concerto of demonic songs. Lin Feng couldn't sing the 9 Netherworlds demonic song. He had learnt it a short time before, but he hadn't really tried to learn or practice it yet. However, he had the intent from the Demon Emperor in his body, and he was using it to face the energies of the song and absorb them. Those songs in unison seemed to be teaching him how to sing the 9 Netherworlds demonic song. The sound waves invaded the entire cave. All the people who hadn't left all turned into demons. Their bodies turned black and their strength turned into demon intent. Lin Feng was surrounded by demonic qi as a demon silhouette appeared behind him. Lin Feng's qi rose up in the air and fused together with the energies from the songs. A demon body. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and a light out from his eyes into the Demon Emperor's eyes. The Demon Emperor's demonic lights which surging from his eyes also collided with Lin Feng's. They seemed to be fusing together, and at the same time, they were surrounded by the energies from the demonic songs. Demonic qi emerged from Lin Feng's body and rolled in waves. The strength of his qi had changed too. It was now at the 9th Tian Qi layer. The 9 Netherworld are resonating in unison. The source of the 9 Netherworlds had appeared in Lin Feng's pitch-black pupils. He smiled in a resplendent way. "Rise," said Lin Feng. In a flash, the demon body slowly stood up. Its demonic intent was rising to the skies. Its pitch-black pupils looked ice-cold, and he looked emotionless. 9 Netherworld's energies, you're mine, thought Lin Feng, smiling with satisfaction. He turned around and looked at the strong cultivators surrounded by demonic energies. The 9 Netherworld's demonic song had taken control of their bodies. "Kneel down," said Lin Feng. His voice resonated in the room as all the demon slaves knelt down. "Stand up," said Lin Feng, glancing at them. Not only could he use the energies from the demon songs, but he could also control those who had turned into demon slaves. Everybody stood up after his command. Imperial scriptures are incredible. Even though I only have the strength of the 9th Tian Qi layer, those energies completely purified my demonic strength. I can now pollute low-level Zun cultivators' pure qi. I can also use even more powerful skills now, thought Lin Feng. Now, even if he used his Cosmos Burning Sun technique, which came from Tian-level scriptures, it would never be as powerful as his demonic intent. My Cosmos Burning Sun technique is not powerful enough. I need to find some scriptures to replace it, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced around. Apart from the marks and the demonic patterns, that place had nothing of interest. That was just a place where the Netherworld Demon Emperor came to practice cultivation. The Netherworld Demon Emperor wouldn't bring his treasures to that room. Lin Feng was probably right, that the Netherworld Demon Emperor and Empress She had their treasures with them, or maybe on Empress She's body which the Netherworld Demon Emperor had taken with him when he left. There were some other marks inside the palace hall, but they weren't useful for Lin Feng because he couldn't understand them. To understand all the marks written by great emperors, he had to at least have the strength of a cultivation emperor. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the demon palace shook violently, as if a mountain was collapsing. Lin Feng raised his head. "They couldn't stay in here, so they want to destroy the palace," whispered Lin Feng. Those people who had left were attacking the palace. Since they couldn't defeat Lin Feng and since they couldn't do anything interesting in the palace, they wanted to destroy it while Lin Feng was still inside. Lin Feng raised his hands and broke a gigantic piece of wall which was falling above his head. The demon palace was already starting to collapse. Boom! Terrifying explosions sounded and Lin Feng could sense the terrifyingly oppressive energies all around him. Then he saw a silhouette enter the palace hall. It was Qingmeng Xian. Why hadn't she left already? Come here, said Lin Feng to Qingmeng Xian. Her silhouette flickered and she arrived next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng controlled the demon slaves around them to hold up the walls of the hall. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the thread of consciousness left by Netherworld Demon Emperor. Then he shouted, "Come in!" The Emperor's thread of consciousness turned into a light which penetrated into Lin Feng's godly awareness. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the hall collapsed. Lin Feng could already see many people above him, a bunch of Zun cultivators. Many of them had been in the demon palace before and had left upset. "Are you dead or alive?" shouted the crowd when they saw the demon slaves in the middle of the ruins. The 9 Netherworlds demonic song had influenced so many people and it had killed just as many. "Are you blind?" asked Lin Feng, glancing at those people. "How conceited. You think that because you killed a few low-level Zun cultivators, you're stronger than everyone else? What treasure did you find that made you break through to the 9th Tianqi layer?" said that cultivator. He was a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer. "The Netherworld Demon Emperor's imperial treasures. If you want them, come and get them," said Lin Feng, releasing terrifying demonic intent. His demonic energies also contained cursing energies. "You're acting recklessly. Since it's that way, you'll have to die," said that cultivator. He turned into a whirlwind and descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. His gray whirlwind turned into a gigantic blade which moved towards Lin Feng. He was using wind abstruse energies and his wind abstruse energies were level 4. "Die," said Lin Feng. His demonic chi rose to the skies. His eyes were pitch black, ice cold, filled with murder. Then he threw himself at the enemy. The opponent was surprised. Lin Feng's demonic energies had corroded his fighting determination. "Wind wounds, lacerate," shouted that cultivator furiously. Sharp winds moved towards Lin Feng, lacerating the space around them on their way. Qingmeng Xian raised her head. She looked terrified. "Kacha!" The ground cracked. It was difficult to look at his attacks, however. Lin Feng wasn't affected. He dodged the attack which then landed a few millimeters away from him. At the same time, the cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer also landed in front of Lin Feng. "Can you take my life?" asked Lin Feng, jumping towards him. Demonic lights emerged from his eyes. His opponent was caught off guard. Lin Feng's demonic intent was affecting his determination. He seemed to be losing his sight. However, even though he could barely stand it, he didn't close his eyes. Blood dripped from his eyes from the struggle. "Curse," said Lin Feng. The ground shook as more cracks appeared. Cursing energies emerged from his eyes and fused together with his enemy's soul. "Kneel down," shouted Lin Feng furiously. He could sense that his enemy's soul was affected and that he was going to kneel down. "No," shouted the cultivator furiously. Surprisingly, a cultivator of the Tianqi layer was making him kneel down. "Kneel down," shouted Lin Feng again. That Zun cultivator started trembling. He didn't feel like fighting anymore. Even a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer couldn't resist Lin Feng's cursing and demonic energies together. "Die," said Lin Feng. He stopped playing with his opponent. His demonic and cursing energies were strong, but he couldn't completely control a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer. He could damage their determination. Lin Feng punched his opponent square in the face. A cultivator of the 9th Tianqi layer could easily destroy a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer? There's a new beast in the Bahuang province. With the strength of the Tianqi layer, he can defeat Zun cultivators. He could probably be considered one of the 10 strongest young cultivators in the Bahuang province. A black mage has appeared in this small world. Imagine if he fought against Lin Feng, who would be stronger? Thought many people. Even though Lin Feng knew some demonic spells, he didn't have those demonic eyes. Besides, Lin Feng was a sword cultivator. That cultivator used magic and demon intent. He's also a cultivator of the Tianqi layer and surprisingly, he's infinitely stronger than me, thought Xianxia. When she first met him, she didn't think he would be that strong. She didn't even consider it possible. She had thought that Lin Feng would only be slightly stronger than her. But now she understood that there was a huge difference between them. At that moment, the silhouettes of the dead bodies around Lin Feng flickered. Hadn't those people turned into demon slaves because of the Netherworld Demon Emperor's song? How come they were now safe and sound? Lin Feng proudly glanced at the crowd and pulled Xianxia aside. He didn't say anything. He had already proved that he was strong enough to be there. He had managed to kill a cultivator of the 4th Zunqi layer easily, but maybe he could also defeat cultivators of the 5th Zunqi layer. Therefore, nobody wanted to gamble by trying to attack him. Black mages were very mysterious cultivators. They were a symbol of power. Nobody knew who Lin Feng really was, but with his terrifying powers, he could definitely be a cultivator from the Devamara Palace, or maybe the descendant of a powerful, mysterious, and secret peerless cultivator. Let's destroy the Netherworld Demon Emperor's cultivation room and see if there are any treasures, said someone. They descended from the sky and landed on the ruins. Everything was dust and stones now. They saw no treasures. It can't be. There cannot only be a thread of consciousness left by the Netherworld Demon Emperor, said someone. Maybe I should have done the same as Jun Emoshi and the Tang Yu and the others. Maybe I should have gone abroad, thought Xianxia. She was starting to regret her decision to stay. Maybe she would see Lin Feng, Jun Emoshi, and the others again someday. Let's attack at the same time, said a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer. Then they all rose up in the air together, condensing energies. Listen to me, when I say attack, we attack at the same time, said the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer. A sun appeared in his hand and flames appeared around his body. Attack! Shouted that cultivator. A gigantic sun rose up in the air and fell down on the demon palace. Slash! Slash! The sun chi cleansed the area, burning away everything. When the effects from the attacks settled, all the ruins had disappeared. There's something, the crowd yelled. Deep in the pit, there was a black flute covered with dust. It looked like junk at first. Boom! A terrifying absorbing strength sword and the flute rose up in the air, towards someone. Show it to me! Shouted a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer, furiously jumping forwards. He landed in front of the one who had taken the black flute and released fire energies. Slash! A sharp wind surrounded the black flute and made it fly away. The fire had burnt the hand of the one who had tried to take it. How shameless! Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer. He jumped forwards and released more fire. The one who had tried to take the flute before was sad. Actually, his face had turned deathly pale. He didn't dare fight against that strong cultivator. The fire cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer didn't have time to pay attention to them anymore. He continued flying towards the black flute, but a gigantic hand appeared in the sky and attempted to grab the flute. Move away! Shouted an aggressive voice. The gigantic hand collided with the fire hand that Zun cultivator had created. The energies created by the collision made the flute fly even farther away. Slash! The black flute fell down far off in the distance. The crowd was staring at it and at Lin Feng, who took 2 steps towards it. The flute had appeared in front of him. If someone dares touch it, I'll kill them! Shouted the strong cultivator who had attacked the fire hand a moment before. He was also a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer. People appeared behind him. The leader was a young man wearing a long robe and had a bestial look. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's jade flute, whispered the young man, staring at Lin Feng. Bzzz! Someone continued running towards the flute, but at that moment, he realized he wasn't the only one running at it. Dull and stupid? Do you want to die? The cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer shook his hand and terrifying marks appeared. The other cultivator gave a horrible shriek. Then his body exploded and he died. Holy marks were imbued in that attack. The crowd was astonished. That cultivator could use holy marks to attack. I'm interested in that jade flute, said the young man running towards the flute. The other people said nothing. That was a strong cultivator from the Xikong clan, a Zun cultivator. The young man was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators from Bahuang, Xikong Shao. Lin Feng looked at Xikong Shao and lowered his head, looking at the jade flute. His eyes were filled with demonic energies when suddenly the flute shook. It was as if the flute had been calling him. The music resonated in Lin Feng's heart. The 9 Netherworld's demonic song. Demon flute. That was probably the Netherworld Demon Emperor's flute, thought Lin Feng. From the conversation Yen Di and the Netherworld Demon Emperor had, Lin Feng understood that the Netherworld Demon Emperor was the only one who knew the 9 Netherworld's demonic song. Lin Feng crouched down. Everybody watched him. Xikong Shao looked at him aggressively and said, "Try and touch it. See what happens." Lin Feng stopped moving for only a second. Then he continued stretching out his hand, slowly towards the demon flute. Then he took it. The flute was calling Lin Feng. As Lin Feng took it, an ice-cold chi surrounded him. Xikong clan wasn't the only one surprised. Everybody was. They all looked at him in a strange way. If Xikong clan had been alone, the crowd wouldn't have been surprised. After all, that cultivator probably wasn't any weaker than the 10 strongest young cultivators of Bahuang. However, some strong cultivators from the Xikong clan were with him. Offending Xikong Shao was the same as offending the Xikong clan. Lin Feng turned his head around and looked at Xikong Shao. Then, he immediately put the flute in his ring. In that entire palace, there was only one flute. The crowd didn't know that Lin Feng had also obtained some kind of special energy. However, even if there was only one item, it belonged to the Netherworld Demon Emperor and his item couldn't be useless. "Give it to me," said Xikong Shao. His eyes slowly became strange and bestial. Strange energies were revolving inside his eyes. The celestial vision. The Xikong clan's celestial vision. The crowd recognized them. The Xikong clan's blood spirit was a pair of eyes. However, only 3 people possessed the celestial vision. Apart from the Emperor Xikong, Xikong Shao was one of them and he had the exact same celestial eyes and vision as the Emperor. The crowd became even more excited when they saw that Xikong Shao was using his celestial vision. His opponent was a black mage of the 9th Tian Qi layer who also had a demon vision ability. Even though they didn't really understand what kind of technique that was, they had seen what he did to a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer with it. Maybe it was one of the strongest ocular techniques of the continent. Celestial vision. Lin Feng had the feeling his eyes were going to be damaged if he looked at Xikong Zhao's eyes. Lin Feng's eyes turned pitch black and ice-cold as demonic intent emerged from them. "Break!" Xikong Zhao's voice resonated in Lin Feng's brain. It was as if Xikong Shao and Lin Feng were alone in another world. Lin Feng had released demonic intent with his eyes, but Xikong Zhao's eyes broke that apart. "Die!" said Lin Feng. His voice resonated in Xikong Zhao's heart. It was as if the demonic energies were corroding him from the inside out. Lights emerged from his celestial eyes. It was as if time had stopped. At least, time was passing a lot slower. Xikong Zhao's strength then broke the demon energies. "That's the power of the celestial vision," thought Lin Feng. Not only could the celestial vision lacerate the sky, it could also see through things. Some people said that Xikong Zhao's abstruse energies were fission and speed abstruse energies. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of special body he had or the powers it granted him, but he enjoyed learning how to do things with his own strength. "Interesting," said a voice in Lin Feng and Xikong Zhao's brains while laughing indifferently. They saw a third, maybe a 4th pair of eyes, then a 5th. People were fixedly staring at them. "Illusional eyes, Mu Fan Chun," shouted Xikong Shao. Lin Feng's demonic vision and Xikong Zhao's celestial vision dispersed. Mu Fan Chun, from the magic world Heavenly Palace, was next to them. Another one of the 10 strongest young cultivators. "Illusion eyes, is that a type of spell?" whispered Lin Feng. That technique also involved using the eyes. Those people had already broken through to the Zun Qi layer, so they could all defeat cultivators who were stronger than them. According to the diviner though, Qi Tianshang and Bai Qiu Luo were the weakest ones amongst the 10 strongest young cultivators. "I wouldn't have thought that someone would dare use an eye technique against Xikong Shao," said Mu Fanchen, looking at Lin Feng and smiling. You also want to try, said Xianxia to Mu Fanchen. A layer of energy emerged from their eyes as they looked at each other. I saw the Demon Emperor's treasure too, so if you can try and steal it, then I can too, said Mu Fanchen, smiling indifferently. However, at that moment, a girl laughed and another person arrived. Her eyes alone made people feel like kneeling down before her. Lei from the Heavens of Desire's palace. This is getting really interesting, thought the crowd. There were 3 incredible cultivators. Mu Fanchen, Lei, etc., who had powerful families, and then the black mage whose social status was unknown. I like music. I would be so happy if I had that flute, said Lei, smiling thinly. She was trying to seduce everyone for the flute. Even though I have a celestial chi, I could also use that flute, said Mu Fanchen. He was the most resistant to Lei's seduction spells. After all, he was also an illusion cultivator himself. Lei, if you accept to become my girlfriend, I'll be happy to steal the flute and give it to you as a gift, said Sikong clan, smiling thinly. Master Sikong, you're the future of the Sikong clan. I don't think I deserve to be with someone as wonderful as you, said Lei, smiling thinly. They were all laughing and smiling, but nobody was willing to give up the jade flute. Sikong Zhao's eyes twinkled. Then he glanced at them and said, Since it's that way, let's agree on something. Agree on what? Said Mu Fanchen, smiling. Lei looked at him too. The 3 of us. Let's join hands and the first one to kill him gets the jade flute, said Xianxia, pointing at Lin Feng. Even though 4 people wanted to get the flute, in Sikong Zhao's eyes, there were only 3. Even though Lin Feng's vision wasn't that bad, he had only broken through to the 9th Tian Qi layer. The one who would kill Lin Feng first would get the jade flute. Those who weren't strong and didn't have a powerful background should die. Xianxia didn't rely on his reputation as one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of Ba Huang to steal treasures. He also relied on the strong cultivators who were with him. He had even brought some cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer who would dare oppose him. Mu Fanchen and Lei were the same. They hadn't come alone either. They had also brought strong cultivators from the magic world, Heavenly Palace and the Heavens of Desire's palace. 3 powerful groups while Lin Feng was alone, and on top of that he only had the strength of the Tianqi layer. I agree, said Mu Fanchen, smiling indifferently. Maybe it was the easiest way to solve the issue. That way, the people who were with them didn't need to be involved. Since you both agree, I have no choice. I agree too, said Lei, smiling at Lin Feng in a seducing way. She felt sorry for him, but she hoped Lin Feng wouldn't blame her. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with demonic energies. If Lei agreed with them, it meant they were going to attack now. Bzzz. An illusion appeared and Lin Feng thought he was in another world. He saw that he was stuck in a cage and that sword energies were moving towards him, towards his throat. That's the power of the illusional eyes. Suddenly, it was as if a demonic god appeared behind Lin Feng. It was pitch black, especially his eyes. The sword lights which were moving towards him immediately disappeared as if they had never existed. Slash! Another pair of eyes appeared in the illusion, the celestial vision. The atmosphere around Lin Feng became distorted. He suddenly felt like his body was being ripped apart. Those 4 people were in an illusion together. From outside, it looked like those 4 were just standing there, not moving at all. However, their eyes looked terrifying. Die! Shouted Xianxia furiously. Deadly energies emerged from his eyes and moved towards Lin Feng. Using illusion techniques against someone who has demonic eyes is ridiculous, said Lin Feng. Then, demonic energies rolled in waves in front of him. Godly curse. Lin Feng was suddenly bathing in cursing strength. He wasn't trying to curse other people this time. He was cursing himself to come back to his senses. Bzzz. The illusion disappeared, leaving Mu Fanchen surprised. Demonic eyes could break illusion spells? Another genius, said Lei, smiling in a resplendent way. She couldn't help but recall Lin Feng. This reminded her that she couldn't be arrogant on the path of cultivation. The 10 strongest young cultivators of Ba Huang would continue to see new and powerful opponents. Lin Feng's demonic vision granted him special powers that she didn't know about. He could destroy illusion spells and could prevent her from seducing him with her seduction spells. Boom! Lin Feng jumped forwards while he raising his fists. His demon fists were aimed at Yiren Lei and Mu Fanchun at the same time while Lin Feng himself ran towards Si Kong Xiao. "You want to die!" shouted Si Kong Xiao. At the same time, he also jumped forwards, cutting everything in front of him down with his celestial vision. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at his eyes with his demonic eyes. The energies from the 9 netherworlds were visible in those demon eyes. So Si Kong Xiao could feel his celestial vision being corroded. A thin black layer had appeared around his eyes. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His voice created sound waves ahead of him. It was as if 2 demons were staring down at him. The energies they emitted pierced through Si Kong Xiao's eyes painfully. "Break!" shouted Si Kong Xiao furiously. Closing his eyes, he landed in front of Lin Feng and punched the air in front of him. Body curse. Lin Feng's cursing and demonic energies intertwined. This time, he was cursing his own body while turning the demonic energies on himself, trying to create an indestructible body. Fission abstruse energies crashed onto Lin Feng, but it didn't affect him. Destructive curse. Lin Feng punched the air in Si Kong Xiao's direction as well. Demonic qi rose to the skies as his punch contained a terrifying amount of demon qi and cursing abstruse energies. They glanced at each other. Lin Feng's cursing energies first spread through Si Kong Xiao's body, making him feel weak. At the same time, terrifying empty space and demonic energy invaded Si Kong Xiao's arm. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying collision occurred. Both Lin Feng and Si Kong Xiao were thrown backwards. Lin Feng's arm was shaking, his fist was bleeding. Si Kong Xiao had used fission abstruse energies to break Lin Feng's spell, and his fission abstruse energies were already level 3. Even though Lin Feng had cast a cursing spell on himself, he had almost lost his arm. However, Si Kong Xiao wasn't feeling any better. His arm was hanging loose and his bones were crushed. His face turned deathly pale. What infuriated him the most though was that Lin Feng was relatively safe. He was just bleeding a little. Si Kong Xiao has been defeated. The crowd was surprised. Even while fighting 3 people at the same time, he had won the battle, forcing Si Kong Xiao to close his eyes. Yiren Lei and Mu Fanchun didn't take advantage of the situation to attack Lin Feng. He had already proven how strong he was by pushing Si Kong Xiao back with his punch. Even if they attacked Lin Feng, they couldn't defeat him. Si Kong Xiao, who's one of the 10 strongest young cultivators, isn't that strong after all, said Lin Feng smiling. He had made fun of Qi Tianshang not so long before, and now a Tian-level cultivator was making fun of him, even injuring his celestial vision. Boom! People behind Si Kong Xiao released some of their own qi, but Si Kong Xiao shouted, "Stop!" Si Kong Xiao then rose up in the and said, "Nobody can attack." Si Kong Xiao is furious, thought the crowd. He was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators, and he was a descendant of the Si Kong clan. Now, a Tian-level cultivator had defeated him and humiliated him. He couldn't stand it. Mu Fanchun waved his hand as to indicate that he didn't want to attack. Actually, when Lin Feng released those 2 punches in Mu Fanchun and Yiren Lei's directions, they blocked the attack, but didn't continue fighting. They wanted to see how strong Lin Feng was. "Let's see how strong you really are," said Si Kong Xiao to Lin Feng. They had just fought for a few minutes before, so it didn't prove that he was any less than Lin Feng, but it proved that Lin Feng wasn't that weak. "You'll see," said Lin Feng. Then he rose up in the air. "Where are you going?" Si Kong Xiao also rose up in the air. They weren't fighting yet, but Qi was already dashing to the skies. "Celestial vision territory," said Si Kong Xiao. Everything in front of his eyes became strangely distorted. Territorial strength. Si Kong Xiao had immediately used territorial strength to fight, not underestimating Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng glanced at the empty space and slightly raised his hands. He found that he was moving slower in that space. Celestial vision territory. Speed abstruse energies, sighed Lin Feng. It reminded him of what the diviner had told Si Kong Xiao in Fortune City. Celestial eyes, you can definitely become an average emperor, even an upper emperor if you fight for it. Besides, Si Kong Xiao had been shot with a golden arrow. Considering the diviner's predictions, Si Kong Xiao was at the top of the list of the 10 strongest young cultivators of Ba Huang. The diviner's predictions for Si Kong Xiao were similar to those for Wen Tiangu. They both seemed stronger than Mu Fanchen. The diviner had said that Mu Fanchen would need to be extremely lucky if he wanted to become a high-level emperor. Lin Feng guessed the best cultivators from the list of the 10 strongest young cultivators were Kong Ming the Buddhist monk, Si Kong Xiao and Wen Tiangu. The diviner had also predicted that Mo Pang could become a medium-level emperor. But because of his temper, because he considered everybody and everything beneath him, he couldn't excel beyond that. Of course, Lei couldn't be underestimated either. She just had to change some things on her path of cultivation. Die! Shouted Si Kong Xiao furiously. He moved with incredible speed towards Lin Feng and released fission abstruse energies. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously, looking like a demon god. Empty space energies rolled in waves, and at the same time, Lin Feng's fist hand reached Si Kong Xiao. Slash! Sharp lights emerged from Si Kong Xiao's celestial eyes, slowing the demonic hand. Break! Shouted Si Kong Xiao, punching the demonic hand and breaking it. Si Kong Xiao continued running towards Lin Feng while releasing fission energies which seemingly became even more terrifying. Arg! Lin Feng roared like a demon. It was troublesome. Inside the celestial vision territory he was too fast. Lin Feng also knew a demonic territory spell, but he didn't want to use it because he was scared that he would be recognized. After all, he had used that demonic territory attack against Qi Tianshang and Shui Baiyao before. Si Kong Xiao! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Si Kong Xiao looked at him mistakenly, looking deep into Lin Feng's pitch-black pupils. Die! Said Lin Feng. Demonic intent emerged from his eyes and drowned Si Kong Xiao, who was struggling to keep his vision. His eyes were sore and his celestial vision territory spell weakened. However, Si Kong Xiao groaned coldly and forced his blood to boil. I'll show you the real strength of the celestial vision, said Si Kong Xiao. He closed his eyes and then sounds were heard. Lights emerged from his body and came together to form 2 dazzling eyes. A pair of celestial eyes appeared above. Suddenly, Lin Feng had the sensation that the space was becoming even more chaotic. Celestial vision spirit! The crowd was astonished. It's as if my legs and hands are tied up. It's really unpleasant, whispered Lin Feng. Then he smiled indifferently and took out the demonic flute. Take it, said Lin Feng, throwing the demon flute at Si Kong Xiao. Si Kong Xiao continued staring at him and stopped attacking. Then he threw himself at the flute. Bzzz. Lin Feng turned into a blast of wind and disappeared. At the same time, many strong cultivators threw themselves at the flute. Strong cultivators from the Si Kong clan, the Magic World, Heavenly Palace and the Heavens of Desire's Palace. Qing Meng Xian also escaped. She was feeling a bit sad because Lin Feng had already disappeared. He had left her an incredible impression, changing her vision on cultivation completely. She knew that Lin Feng had defeated Si Kong Xiao, but he couldn't take the flute because of those 3 powerful groups. The earth and sky seemed to be collapsing and sky raining blood. The battle was tragic, but in the air, it was still Si Kong Xiao who obtained the flute. He glanced at Lei and Mu Fanchen and said, Let's not fight over the flute any longer. Mu Fanchen and Lei looked at the strong cultivators around them. The qi was overwhelming. There were many corpses on the ground already. Since you like it, you can have it, said Lei smiling. She didn't even know if it was that useful, but fighting Si Kong Xiao for it was pointless. Mu Fanchen glanced at Lei, smiled and also said, You can have it then, Si Kong Xiao. I won't take it. All right, thank you, said Si Kong Xiao, smiling indifferently. He put the flute in his ring and gazed into the distance. There were some dazzling swords approaching. Zhang's people? Si Kong Xiao frowned. Lei and Mu Fanchen also looked surprised. Was Zhang going to cause trouble? Terrifying sword energies whistled. The leader of the group was wearing a white robe. He looked confident and at ease. It was Lin Feng. Initially, Qing Meng Xian wanted to leave, but then she saw Lin Feng. She stopped. That was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, shouted Yi Rinlei. Yi Rinlei, I trust you have been doing well since we last met, said Lin Feng smiling. I'm all right. I missed you, said Yi Rinlei smiling yet sounding a bit sad. Master Sikong, I'm interested in the item you just obtained. Give it to me, said Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody was astonished. The crowd suddenly looked excited again. Sikong Xiao had forced the black mage to hand over the flute, and in the end, the black mage had given it to him. And finally, when the crowd thought that Sikong Xiao would keep the flute for himself, Lin Feng arrived with Zhang's strongest cultivators. Lin Feng and the black mage were different. Lin Feng had come with strong cultivators from Zhang. Even without them, Lin Feng had already amazed people and possessed Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Since emperors couldn't come to Shuiyu with his social status in Shuiyu, Lin Feng was stronger than all those influential imperial groups. Lin Feng was standing in the sky and looking down at Sikong clan in a disdainful way. For the Sikong clan, the fact that Lin Feng was asking Sikong Xiao to hand over the flute was a humiliation. He's as incredible as the rumors say. He killed Qi Tianshang and Bai Qiu Luo, now he's looking at Sikong Xiao in a disdainful way, thought many people who were looking at Lin Feng. Sikong Xiao raised his head and said indifferently, Lin Feng, the flute is now mine. Don't you think asking me for it is a bit ridiculous? Surround him, said Lin Feng. In a flash, the strong cultivators from Zhang surrounded the Sikong clan and oppressed them with terrifying energies. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was even more aggressive than Sikong clan. How could they know that the black mage and Lin Feng were the same person? Lin Feng couldn't give up the flute. Therefore, he had first fought Sikong Xiao as a black mage to see how strong Sikong Xiao was. You just stole the demon flute from someone else. Since it's that way, I can also steal it from you. It's not an item which initially belonged to the Sikong clan, said Lin Feng calmly. He didn't sound arrogant at all, but he still gave that different impression to people. Therefore, you have 10 seconds, said Lin Feng smiling. If Sikong Xiao didn't hand over the demon flute, what would happen? Besides, no matter if the strong cultivators from Zhang attacked or not, if Lin Feng unsheathed Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, nobody would be left. Brother Lin, why act like that? Said Sikong Xiao. It sounded so fake when he said, Brother Lin. 8 seconds, said Lin Feng, still sounding nonchalant. You're not the only one who has an imperial weapon, said Sikong Xiao. 6 seconds, said Lin Feng. The crowd was impatient to see what would happen. Brother Lin, we are not at the end of our lives yet. In the future we'll meet again, said Sikong Xiao. 3 seconds left, replied Lin Feng, this time releasing some qi. At the same time, the strong cultivators from Zhang also released some whistling sword qi. When Sikong Xiao saw that Lin Feng had ignored him again, he smiled indifferently and said, Since you want it that much, I'll give it to you. 1 second, said Lin Feng. At the same time, Sikong Xiao threw the flute at Lin Feng. The flute turned into a sharp sword and as it flew at Lin Feng. Thank you very much, Master Sikong, said Lin Feng, grabbing the flute indifferently and put it in his ring. Sikong Xiao is quite strong, thought Lin Feng. Sikong Xiao didn't look as angry as when he was facing the black mage. He also didn't release any qi. He remained calm because he knew how the cultivation world worked. When facing the black mage, he knew he could win thanks to his clan. But against Lin Feng, his group was weaker. I know that you're an incredible cultivator. You even defeated Long Tang from Tianlong Divine Castle and Qi Tianshang from the Qi clan. I've always wanted to exchange views on cultivation with you. What do you think about exchanging a few attacks? Asked Sikong Xiao. He had given Lin Feng the flute and now he was asking to exchange a few attacks. That would be an honor and a pleasure, said Lin Feng smiling. Even though no treasures were involved, seeing two incredible cultivators fight was always a pleasure. Thank you very much, Brother Lin, said Sikong Xiao. Then, he jumped forwards and released whistling qi towards Lin Feng. His qi was completely different. His celestial vision turned into a beam which distorted the space around it. Lin Feng smiled thinly and closed his eyes. He released threads of godly awareness. Even though his eyes were closed, he could still see the surroundings and wouldn't be affected by the celestial vision. Celestial vision territory, shouted Si Kong Xiao. A territory appeared and the space became even more distorted. Die! Shouted Si Kong Xiao, raising his hands. Beams of light appeared and pierced through the territory. Lin Feng didn't look at it. He simply released sword and thunder energies in his hands. Boom! Si Kong Xiao jumped forwards. He punched the air in Lin Feng's direction, causing rumbling sounds to be heard. Break! Shouted Lin Feng. His sword streaked across the sky as he used his desolate Xana attack. Slow! Said Si Kong Xiao. The distorted space slowed Lin Feng's sword down and fission abstruse energies crashed onto the sword lights. Si Kong Xiao's fist was faster as it pierced through Lin Feng's sword lights. What an incredible attack! Thought the crowd, sighing. Lin Feng's sword lights faded and even dispersed as they colliding with Si Kong Xiao's fist. Demonic destruction territory, said Lin Feng. He suddenly opened his eyes and instantly lights emerged from them. He wanted to injure Si Kong Xiao's visual attack. At the same time, he released restrictive energies which surrounded Si Kong Xiao. Now his fist could barely move forwards. Boom! Lin Feng jumped ahead while releasing demonic thunderous energies capable of blotting out the sky. Si Kong Xiao's facial expression changed drastically as he condensed some force to block the attack. Lacerate, said Lin Feng. Slow. Boom, boom, boom. A trail was left behind the sword chi. Si Kong Xiao's fist and the sword chi collided. The space around them became even more distorted. Si Kong Xiao was propelled back of a few thousand meters and his fist was bleeding. Demonic chi rising to the skies, an ever-conquering sword. Si Kong Xiao lost again, thought the crowd, astonished. Si Kong Xiao was already very strong with his celestial vision, territorial attack, his fission and speed abstruse energies. If Lin Feng didn't have his demonic territory and his incredible demonic chi, he might have lost. Si Kong Xiao had lost twice that day, so now he was using his blood to recover. But the two battles were different. Si Kong Xiao wasn't afraid of the black mage, but against Lin Feng, he had to be very careful. Si Kong Xiao smiled at Lin Feng and said, Brother Lin, you're an extraordinary cultivator. It's normal that Qi Tianshang lost against you. I'm off now. Then Si Kong Xiao left. He didn't look unhappy at all. At the meeting of the emperors, we'll fight again, Brother Lin, said Si Kong Xiao from very far away. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Si Kong Xiao in the horizon. He noticed that Si Kong Xiao had turned his head and that dazzling lights were flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng looked at him. He wasn't satisfied. His facial expression was the same as Si Kong Xiao. His eyes were filled with sharp lights. It was different from his battle against Qi Tianshang. Lin Feng had now broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer, and yet Si Kong Xiao still posed a threat to him. His fission and speed abstruse energies were scary. Besides, Lin Feng knew that Si Kong Xiao had other hidden skills that he would use only in case of a battle to death. The meeting of the emperors? Whispered Lin Feng. He didn't know what the meeting of the emperors was. Would it attract all the emperors of Ba Huang? Mu Fanchen looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. Then his silhouette flickered and he left. Back in Fortune City, he hadn't paid too much attention to Lin Feng. He only started paying attention to Lin Feng when the diviner said that he wanted to recruit Lin Feng as a disciple. Then, after that, Lin Feng had continually amazed the province. Prince Lin, you're amazing, said Lei, smiling in a seducing way. I really don't deserve so much praise, Lei, said Lin Feng, smiling. Lei shook her head and said, I remember when I tried to defeat you with a song, but it didn't work and now I'm too weak. Amongst the 10 strongest young cultivators, nobody can defeat you anymore, said Lei, not hiding the fact that she had tried to defeat him back then. Lei, you're so gorgeous. If you continue flattering me, I'm going to lose my mind, said Lin Feng jokingly. Lei smiled and looked at Lin Feng. She even looked a bit shy. She then said in a gentle way, If you think I'm that gorgeous, Why not consider you and I getting together? Kamed Hatu, the 6 heavens of desire and passion. Lin Feng grinded his teeth and released demonic energies. Are you trying to defeat me using your spell again? Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Why do you think it's not the truth? Said Yi Rinlei, smiling. Then, she smiled proudly and said, All right, I'm off. If I continue to stay here, I'll just annoy you. Then Yi Rinlei left and all the girls from the Heavens of Desire's palace followed her. She's so incredible, but why did she choose that kind of cultivation? Whispered Lin Feng. If she continued on that path, she'd just become an ordinary cultivator. Lin Feng walked towards Qing Meng Xian and smiled in a gentle way. Long time no see. Qing Meng Xian looked at him shyly. She was so happy to see him again. But she felt awkward too because he was so strong and she felt so weak. Long time no see, said Qing Meng Xian shyly yet smiling. Even though Lin Feng still seemed warm and friendly as before, she still remembered how terrifying and aggressive he was when he fought Sikong Xiao a moment before. How's Lan Jiao? Asked Lin Feng, smiling. Qing Meng Xian looked at him in a strange way. Then she smiled and said, If she knew that Lin Feng, who could now kill Zun cultivators, still remembered her, she'd be extremely happy. Back then, we were all together. Even if we didn't see each other a lot, I still remember everyone. No matter their cultivation level, my friends are my friends, said Lin Feng, raising his head and gazing into the distance. Maybe you can think that way, but I can't, especially when facing an extremely strong cultivator like you, said Qing Meng Xian, smiling wryly. How are Jun Mo Shi and Tang Yu? Jun Mo Shi is all right. He's become the young master of the celestial palace of the immortals, and Yu, I don't know, I still wonder, sighed Lin Feng. Young master of the celestial palace of the immortals. Qing Meng Xian was astonished. Jun Mo Shi had become the young master of a celestial palace, and she still admired ordinary Zun cultivators. What's wrong with Yu? She was kidnapped and disappeared. I was wondering, did she appear in Dragon Mountain? Qing Meng Xian's eyes twinkled as she said, I know some things happened at the Tang clan recently. I don't know if they have any contact with her though. Really? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew he was overreacting. What happened at the Tangs? I'm not sure, it wasn't a long time ago. Then I heard that strong cultivators had appeared in Shuiyu, so I came and I was surprised when I saw all this, said Qing Meng Xian. Emperors, great emperors. She had never thought she'd ever see such terrifying cultivators. Maybe I should go back to Dragon Mountain when I'm done in Shuiyu, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you don't need to stay with me if you're busy, said Qing Meng Xian, smiling at Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng and her were now different people. She thought that Lin Feng was talking to her because he remembered her from the past. But if he had ignored her, she would understand. Lin Feng looked at her and didn't say much. If you hear about her, come to Tiantai in Bahuang province to find me, or go to the imperial palace of Yangzhou City. I will, said Qing Meng Xian, nodding and smiling. She said goodbye and left. You can all go, said Lin Feng indifferently to the strong cultivators from Jiang'a. They turned into sharp swords and left again. They knew Lin Feng didn't like being followed. After they left, he turned into a black mage again and the demonic Zun cultivators began following him. Lin Feng found it more convenient to walk around as a black mage because everybody already knew him in the Bahuang province. And the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle didn't like him at all. Now that the demon palace had appeared, he probably wouldn't find that many treasures anywhere else. He already had the flute, so he still needed to find out what the flute could do. Disperse, said Lin Feng. All the Zun cultivators who followed him dispersed in the small world. Of course, if Lin Feng needed them again, he would be able to call them back. Boom! Terrifying sounds came from the distance. Lin Feng glanced around and saw some gloomy clouds and some demon fire. Bzzz. Lin Feng turned into a beam of light as he moved in that direction. There's a treasure. Everybody assumed that the sudden fire must be indicative of treasures. The atmosphere was illuminated. Light beams appeared everywhere. Lin Feng realized that many people were coming. There were too many strong cultivators. I wonder what treasure has been found. It has definitely attracted many strong cultivators. There were 9 black lotus petals, but it wasn't a real lotus. It was a fire lotus. Nobody knew just how terrifying it was. Many Zune cultivators looked at it from far away. Even Zune cultivators couldn't approach because they feared it was too powerful. If I had the sky-absorbing picture scroll, I could get, thought a cultivator at the top of the Zune Qi layer. Qiyun was stupid. Not only hadn't he managed to kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had also broken the sky-absorbing picture scroll, an imperial weapon. Why had the emperor given the sky-absorbing picture scroll to Qiyun? Lin Feng glanced at them, but they couldn't know it was him. Lin Feng quickly looked elsewhere and saw a beast with red and dark hair whose hair was on fire. Had he released that fire? Lin Feng went over to Xianxia and asked him, using telepathy, "Emperor, did you release that fire?" Xianxia glanced around and looked at Lin Feng. He slightly opened his mouth, showing his white fangs. "Little boy, you're better than me at hiding who you really are," said Xianxia using telepathy. Lin Feng had too many faces. "What's that black fire?" asked Lin Feng. "Bullshit. Apart from me, who else could release a 9 netherworlds demonic fire?" said Xianxia, raising his head. He looked proud and satisfied. Lin Feng almost burst into laughter when he looked at his hair again. The netherworld demon emperor's fire, thought Lin Feng. Apart from the 3 live scriptures, he had been looking for something else. "How do you use it?" asked Lin Feng. "He ran away, so it's complicated now," said Xianxia, annoyed. "He ran away? Could that fire run away on its own?" "Yes, that's the fire the netherworld demon emperor used to control. The 9 netherworlds demon lotus. It can come to life and turn into a demon lotus, but I almost got it before it ran away again. Even cultivators at the top of the Zune Qi layer can't get close. Otherwise they'd burn. Imperial weapons are also useless. The members of the Qi clan are stupid. How could a sky-absorbing picture scroll absorb such a fire?" said Xianxia. "How scary," thought Lin Feng, shivering. If cultivators at the top of the Zune Qi layer couldn't get near it, and if imperial weapons were useless, then how was it possible to get that fire? "Since there's no hope, what are you doing here?" asked Lin Feng to Xianxia. "There's hope," said Xianxia. "There's hope." Lin Feng was surprised. "Lin Feng, let's talk about something," said Xianxia. He suddenly sounded really nice. "What?" said Lin Feng. "Apart from your 9-headed dragon spirit, you have another spirit, right?" asked Xianxia. His eyes were twinkling. "That bastard. Even Lin Feng's parents didn't know about that. Apart from the netherworld demon emperor who had inspected his memories, nobody could know about it. How did Xianxia know about that?" "As expected," said Xianxia, looking at Lin Feng. "No wonder." Xianxia remembered what the netherworld demon emperor had said. "If you feel like it someday, help me kill the 3 lives demon emperor." The 3 lives great emperor. How could the netherworld demon emperor say such an incredible thing? He had lost to the 3 lives great emperor, so why would Lin Feng be able to kill him? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia, wondering what he wanted. "What does it have to do with that spirit?" asked Lin Feng. "Of course it has something to do with it. Is there a depopulated place in your spirit? A kind of desert?" asked Xianxia. Lin Feng was shocked again. How could Xianxia know that much? His celestial book spirit did have a sort of desert. "I'm asking you what it has to do with my spirit?" asked Lin Feng again. How could Xianxia know so much? "Bastard. I'm your friend. I just want to help you get that fire," said Xianxia. "All right, reply to me." "I don't believe you," said Lin Feng nonchalantly. Xianxia looked at him angrily, but considering Lin Feng's reply, he thought he had guessed right. "So you really have that special body?" whispered Xianxia. Even though he had guessed about it a long time before, he had never been sure. It was impossible to see that kind of special body. Only those who perfectly understood Lin Feng could know about it. Besides, how could the diviner know about it? Xianxia didn't believe everything the diviner said, but because he had observed everything Lin Feng did in Fortune Shrine, he had guessed about it. Xianxia now believed the predictions from the diviner. He had studied the celestial divination technique after all. but he didn't believe he was omniscient. Besides, he was already so strong and he knew everything there was to know about cultivation. So predicting people's futures couldn't be hard for him. If we manage to get the 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus, we'll be able to force everyone here to leave Xueyu. These 2 small worlds will become yours alone, said Xianxia. He remained silent for a few seconds and said, "What are the requirements? After you get the 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus, I need you to transform it for me and then everything in those 2 small worlds will be yours." "What do you think?" asked Xianxia. His eyes were filled with the flames of ambition. Lin Feng looked at the fire. He was even more interested now. "Don't you want the 3 live scriptures?" asked Lin Feng. "I don't know if we can get them, but if you do find them, you can keep them," said Xianxia happily. He wanted that Devamara fire more than anything else. "Don't worry. I will protect you, and after I obtain the fire, I will even help you protect the small worlds with the fire. Since emperors can't come here, who else will dare?" continued Yendi. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he said, "Deal. What do you want me to do?" asked Lin Feng. He didn't know how to use his spirit for that. "Don't you have Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword? Make everyone leave." "Piss off," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng only had 2 more uses. He didn't want to waste those opportunities. "You have to think of a solution yourself, otherwise I'll take back my word," said Lin Feng. Xianxia looked at him surprised and said, "You can't use it as many times as you wish?" "You're asking too much," replied Lin Feng. "I will regret it if we talk about it anymore." "You're not nice, but I'll attack myself then," said Xianxia. Then he left. "The members from the Qi clan have empty space spirits, right? Why not try using them?" said a voice loudly. It was a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the One clan. The Qi clan and the One clan were at war, so it made sense that they'd mock each other. The cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan were furious. A cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan jumped forwards and released energies. Golden empty spaces appeared around him and quickly, golden lights emerged from his body and turned into a blood spirit. His spirit was similar to Qi Tianshang's, but more powerful. It was said that the sky-absorbing picture scroll had been created using Emperor Qi's spirit. "Go!" shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. La la la. Millions of threads of empty space energies descended from the sky as the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan descended. Bzzz. A terrifying black fire surrounded the golden lights. The Qi clan Zun cultivator's golden threads burnt immediately, and then moved towards the Zun cultivator spirit. It also burns empty space strength. What a terrifying fire. If he had used his spirit at first, it would have burnt in the blink of an eye, thought the crowd. The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan rose up in the air immediately. He moved as far away as he could from the fire, his face now deathly pale. He failed. His spirit is not strong enough, thought the crowd. Even cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer couldn't get close. At that moment, someone else moved forwards, wanting to try as well. A cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Fire Mountain. Emperor Yan was the strongest fire cultivator from the Bahuang province. Could his cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer handle such a fire? The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer jumped forwards and 9 sun patterns appeared. The suns began rotating above him. 9 suns, absorb! Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer loudly. The 9 suns rotated faster and faster, absorbing the demon fire Qi slowly while making the 9 suns become more dazzling. Can he really absorb it? Thought the crowd. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the cultivator in a disdainful way. That guy just overrated himself. He isn't strong enough. Xianxia jumped forwards and landed on the ground. Marks suddenly appeared and moved towards the 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus. In a flash, the 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus was surrounded and the flower opened itself. The 9 petals became larger and turned into 9 gigantic petals. Everybody moved even farther away. When the 9 suns collided with the lotus, they completely disappeared. The Fire Mountain cultivator's face turned deathly pale. He immediately rose up in the air and left. How terrifying, thought the crowd. After the 9 suns were destroyed, the petals calmed down again. It's impossible to take those 9 petals, thought the crowd. Even the cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer from Fire Mountain had failed. If the Qi clan still had their imperial weapon, they could have taken it, thought some people. Without imperial weapons, it was almost impossible to get that fire. What if we try to break the ground? Suggested a cultivator. Everybody looked at him in a strange way. Maybe the demon fire is a terrifying living being which lives underground and that what we see here is just the tip of the iceberg, a kind of illusion, said someone else. Let's dig around first, said the cultivator of the top of the Xianxia layer. Cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer made the decision, so everybody else had nothing to say. Everybody move back, said all the cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer. Everybody moved far away. Lin Feng was wondering digging around was a good thing? Would Xianxia's plan still work if they dug around? Everybody moved far away in the distance and Lin Feng asked Xianxia using telepathy, "What do you want me to do?" "Let's go," said Xianxia rising up in the air. Lin Feng followed him a bit farther away. "Let's start," said the cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer loudly. Immediately, someone released terrifying empty space energies as sharp as blades and attacked the area around the fire. "Break!" shouted another cultivator at the top of the Xianxia layer. Lights flooded the area. A strong wind started blowing. Fissures and cracks appeared all around the fire. At the same time, some other cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer attacked as well. Pieces of the ground exploded all around. Over there! The crowd was staring at the scene. A small lotus with 9 petals was visible. It wasn't big, but above it, there was a gigantic lotus with 9 petals, of which the demon fire emerged. The small lotus with the 9 petals must be the real body of the plant. The demon fire was releasing terrifying black fire chi which dashed to the skies. The sky became darker and darker, but it was still possible to see the greed on those cultivators' faces. "They're acting recklessly," thought Xianxia smiling coldly. "Piss off!" shouted the cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer at the same time. Nobody had gotten the lotus yet, but they were already fighting. "I'm the one who released the water energies. Do you think you can steal the demon fire from me?" said a cultivator. Immediately after, the crowd saw someone emerging from the water under the lotus. A huge hand appeared and moved towards the 9 netherworlds demon lotus. Someone was trying to steal it. "Ah!" A painful shout spread in the air. The cultivator at the top of the Xianxia layer was immediately swallowed and killed by the fire. His ashes rested on the water. "We can't touch it," everyone just realized. "Let's go." The faces of the cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer turned deathly pale. They looked at the fire and moved back quickly. The fire was growing now. "Let's go," said Xianxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng was staring at the fire, but then he immediately moved towards, following orders. Threads of fire surrounded him and Lin Feng realized that fire couldn't burn, but it was still very powerful. He did it. Lin Feng was surprised. Xianxia had probably made that fire because he wanted people to leave. "There's a madman," thought the crowd when they saw Lin Feng. He was surprisingly walking to the fire against all odds. Lin Feng and Xianxia both walked to the fire. The crowd in the distance looked at the black fire rising to the skies. They couldn't help but think it was a pity. That fire could have been useful, especially for those cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer. "Someone is trying to commit suicide," thought the crowd when they saw that some people were going into the fire. They were probably dead already. Xianxia slowly walked towards Lin Feng and said, "Release your spirit. I'll help you." Lin Feng looked at him angrily. Xianxia always pretended that he did things to help. But Lin Feng listened to him and released his celestial book spirit. Xianxia was incredulous. In the continent of the 9 clouds, very few people had such a spirit, and finally, Xianxia had the opportunity to see what it looked like. "Did you have your spirit at birth, or did it awake later?" asked Xianxia. "At birth," said Lin Feng. "He didn't come from that world, but when he had arrived, he already had that spirit. After that, it had become a celestial book spirit and had granted him the ability to see everything clearly. At the beginning, it was just a dark world which I could use to sense everything in my surroundings better. Then it became a celestial book spirit, said Lin Feng. That's its type, said Xianxia. It was a dark type spirit. No wonder Lin Feng could practice demon and cursing cultivation so well. He had a dark type spirit. Dark eyes, dark sword, dark fire lotus, dark world, whispered Xianxia. Indeed, as he had started to turning the pages, he came across those same skills. Dark type. Xianxia definitely knew something. Emperor, what's wrong with my special body and spirit? Asked Lin Feng. Xianxia, just like the diviner, probably knew something about Lin Feng's special body, and his celestial book spirit also seemed particular. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong, you're very strong. Your special body and your spirit are closely interconnected. Your spirit determines your special body actually, said Xianxia like it was a fact. Lin Feng also knew that was common. He had noticed that a few times, for example. Xikong Zhao's spirit was the celestial vision, and his special body was characterized by his celestial eyes. All right, we have some things to do right now, said Xianxia even though Lin Feng still had questions. Lin Feng, you can't release that spirit in front of other people, otherwise they'll kill you. Also, don't show everyone everything you can do when you fight. If you use several types of abstruse energies, plus your sword skills and techniques, plus your demon and cursing skills and techniques, some stronger cultivators will be able to guess what kind of spirit you have, said Xianxia looking at the sky. By the way, you've been hiding who you are and it's perfect that way. From now on, you and the Black Mage are two different people. Don't let anyone find out that you're the Black Mage. Of course, it's also difficult to completely hide who you are, so you can show a little, for example, that you know several sorts of abstruse energies. Several sorts of abstruse energies, whispered Lin Feng. Xianxia nodded and said, even though it's quite complicated, some geniuses can manage to learn up to 10 sorts of abstruse energies. Ba Huang province is too small and you haven't seen much of the world yet. For example, even though the celestial dragon body is a special body, it's an extremely bad one. Believe me, people who can become great emperors all have a special body, a very, very powerful one. Even if emperors have a special body, understanding several sorts of abstruse energies is still important, explained Yan Di. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What you mean to say is that my special body is better than understanding 10 different types of abstruse energies, and that I can't let people know about it? You come from a tiny country. Shuiyu, you should be an insignificant insect, but you have amazed the whole province of Ba Huang. But you're still too weak. You're slowly becoming stronger, but you still need to understand more things. We'll have to continue traveling around the continent, said Xianxia. I think that if you find the 3 live scriptures, you should definitely study them. It would be a great decision, whispered Xianxia. If Lin Feng found the 3 live scriptures, he would then have 3 bodies in one and he would be able to practice lots of different skills and techniques. He would also be able to hide. Nobody would need to know that the 2 other people were Lin Feng. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng's spirit and said, the 3rd page of your spirit is a black fire, but the fire from the 9 netherworlds demon lotus needs to be mine. Turn to the 4th page and use it for the 9 netherworlds demon lotus. Invoke the 4th page? Said Lin Feng stupefied. You moron, have you never tried? Said Xianxia rolling his eyes. What an idiot, he didn't even know how to use his spirit properly. If you have a book spirit, you can invoke pages, otherwise what would be the point? Said Xianxia grinding his teeth. Lin Feng laughed, he had never tried. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the dazzling book floating in the air. Appear! Shouted Lin Feng. The 4th page from his book started shaking violently and a desolate world of darkness appeared. It worked! Lin Feng was staring at the celestial book spirit. Lin Feng began using his celestial book spirit to absorb the lights around him. His desolate, dark world wasn't dark anymore. It was suddenly filled with colors. The 4th page shook and finally, it tore away from book and appeared in the sky. Lin Feng could sense that the connection between the golden page and him was very strong. The connection between the soul and the body was made through the spirit. Just like the celestial eyes or the silver wings, his celestial book spirit could also be evoked. "If you were my disciple, I would slap you," said Xianxia, annoyed. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had never tried to invoke his spirit. Lin Feng smiled wryly. "So now, you understand what you have to do, right?" Xianxia raised his head and looked at the demon lotus and the black flames. The cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan couldn't take it. "Are you sure I can with just one page?" asked Lin Feng in a low voice. "What is on that page?" asked Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded. The golden page became bigger. It didn't look like a golden page anymore. It looked like a desolate field with strange marks on the ground. He had copied those marks from the palace in Tiantai. Lin Feng only now realized that they had turned into marks in that desolate world. Rumbling sounds appeared as demonic energies rose up and blotted out the sky. The desolate world moved towards the 9 netherworld's demon lotus. As if the demon lotus sensed something, it started shaking and created an even more intense demon fire. Many people looked in that direction again. Bzzz! The 9 netherworld's demon lotus rose up in the air and Lin Feng shouted, "Take!" Rumbling sounds appeared as the gigantic desolate world moved towards the 9 netherworld's demon lotus and enveloped it. Whistling sounds went far and wide. At that moment, many people looked at the lotus, which was now moving into an empty space. They were astonished as they saw a desolate world seemingly enveloping the lotus. It looked like a vast field and a book at the same time. Bzzz! The desolate field enveloped the demon fire, and then the field moved back into the darkness. "Someone is using a precious treasure to steal the demon fire," thought the crowd. Surprisingly, someone had managed to steal the demon fire after they all ran away. The desolate area they saw had to be a treasure. Boom! Some silhouettes rose up in the air and moved back in that direction. Someone had taken it already, so that was even better. Now, they would just have to kill the one who had obtained it, and they might get an imperial weapon with it. Boom, boom, boom! The rumbling sounds didn't stop as Lin Feng's desolate area absorbed the 9 netherworld's demon lotus. Terrifying flames rose to the skies as it seemed like Lin Feng's desolate area was going to burn. That fire wasn't scorching hot, though. It was ice cold, the kind of coldness that could burn. "How do I keep it under control?" asked Lin Feng. His golden page was turning into a demonic field, and he had taken the fire now, but his whole body was shaking. "Give it to me. Lend me that page from your spirit," said Xianxia. Then he turned into a Taoist monk again. "You dare you turn into a Taoist monk again?" asked Lin Feng. Wasn't Xianxia afraid of the repercussions? "Why would I be afraid? I'm doing this to help you. If people attack me, they won't attack you and won't find out what your spirit is. Just lend me that page," said Yan Di arrogantly. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't have much else to say. The golden page, which had turned into a demonic area, moved towards Xianxia's hands. Then, Lin Feng recalled his celestial book spirit. Yan Di jumped back to the ground and marks appeared everywhere around him. Gigantic flames appeared from those marks, and in a flash, many horrible shrieks sounded around them. "I'm off. Don't release your spirit carelessly," said Yan Di, rising up in the air. Qi continued rolling in waves, so nobody realized that Lin Feng was even there. Very quickly, the crowd saw a silhouette, a Taoist monk, who had a demonic field in his hands. "It's him. That's that bastard, the monk," thought the members from the Qi clan. "Kill him," shouted the people from the bestial imperial palace. Mo Peng released dazzling lights. He wanted to kill Yan Di as well. That bastard had cheated Emperor Peng, who had then turned into a demon because the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Then, he had been attacked by that nameless cultivator, and finally, back in the Bahuang province, all the beast leaders had attacked Emperor Peng. "You actually came back," the crowd said. "Too many people had a reason to hate him. You're a bunch of useless trash. I'm here already, so come and die," said a loud voice. Xianxia's body slightly turned into an illusion. However, the terrifying demon fire was real. "Kill him," shouted a voice furiously. Golden lights dashed to the skies and illuminated everything around them. A strong cultivator from the bestial imperial palace had attacked Yendi. He didn't have the body of a great oriental greenfinch rock, but the blood of a supernatural bird was flowing in his veins. His body was golden and he was extremely fast. He had turned into a great rock and his claws looked like sharp swords. "Do you want to die?" said Yendi ferociously. He had used the body capture technique on Xianxia's body, so he still looked like a wild beast. "Die!" shouted Yendi. He jumped ahead as well. Marks appeared and the sky shook. At the same time, Yendi shook his hand and the terrifying demonic area moved towards the great rock. "Caw!" The rock cawed furiously. His golden claws seemed like they could cut through anything. However, the distorted space surrounded his body. The crowd saw the golden lights disappear and the great rock burn alive in that demon area. Slash. The strong cultivators from the bestial imperial palace were furious as they released their chi to rising to the skies. An infinite amount of dazzling golden energies emerged from their bodies. The Taoist monk, however, had the demeanor of a transcendent being. "I'll tell you something, that's the 9 netherworlds demon lotus used by the netherworld demon emperor. I sacrificed 8 emperors to obtain that fire, and now I have it. If you want it, come and try, I'll kill you," said Yendi aggressively. Lin Feng looked at him, dumbstruck. Xianxia wasn't scared. But soon he'd turn back into Xianxia, so he should be safe. "Everybody, we need to kill that Taoist monk. Let's prove to our emperors that we are strong, and on top of that, let's steal that priceless 9 netherworlds demon lotus is priceless. Let's all take out our imperial weapons," said a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan. After all the emperors had gone back to the Bahuang province, the Qi clan had sent even stronger cultivators to Shuiyu. Empress Xi and the netherworld demon emperor's small worlds had appeared. They couldn't give up any treasures inside. "What? You want to benefit from other people's disputes?" said a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the One clan. The Qi clan and the One clan were still enemies, like fire and water, a bit like Tianlong Divine Castle and Tiantai. Their emperors had even fought, so now they had nothing to be afraid of anymore. "Our imperial weapon has been destroyed and everybody knows that, so what are you asking?" said the cultivator from the Qi clan. "Since you don't have any imperial weapons, you can piss off. You have nothing to do here," said the cultivator from the One clan. He was convinced that the Qi clan had brought other imperial weapons. After all, their clan had existed for so long. "Right, if you don't have any more imperial weapons, just fuck off," said a cultivator from the bestial imperial palace. "When we steal the 9 netherworlds demon lotus, we'll start fighting." "How could you stand a chance without imperial weapons?" said the cultivator from the bestial imperial palace. Then he spat out a feather which was extremely sharp. The bestial imperial palace had taken out their imperial weapon, and they wanted to kill Yendi with it. "Right, people who don't have imperial weapons can piss off. Otherwise, we'll just kill them," said a cultivator from the island of the Thunderbirds, while releasing blasting thunderous energies. All those influential imperial groups agreed on one thing: those who didn't have imperial weapons could piss off. They had nothing to do there since they weren't qualified to steal the 9 netherworlds demon lotus. "Bastard," thought Lin Feng, looking at Yendi. When he first met Yendi, he could bully him as he wished. But since he had obtained the fire in Ahsoka, he had started changing and becoming even stronger. Now that Yendi had broken through to the Zun Qi layer, he was becoming even more terrifying. He didn't even need as much energy as before to cast deployment spells after all. He used to be a great emperor, so even the emperors from Bahuang were not stronger than him. "I wouldn't be able to participate in such a terrifying battle. Those cultivators are at the top of the Zun Qi layer and would kill me instantly," thought Lin Feng. He could kill ordinary cultivators of the 4th Zun Qi layer easily. He could also kill cultivators of the 5th Zun Qi layer, but it was more difficult. When his abstruse energies reached level 5, maybe then it'd be easier. Let's see how he uses the 9 netherworlds demon lotus to fight those cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, thought Lin Feng. He didn't even need to watch the battle to know what was going on. After all, Yendi was using a page of his spirit and it was connected to his soul. It was as if Lin Feng's spirit was a vehicle and Yan Di was the driver. The cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan were upset and glanced at the crowd. Then, they took out a picture scroll which contained a terrifying strength. The sky-absorbing picture scroll. The crowd was surprised to see it again. Wasn't it broken by Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword? How come it's here again? Humph. The Qi clan is sly and evil. You had another sky-absorbing picture scroll from the beginning. You even said that it was unfortunately broken a few minutes ago. But you wanted us to fight for you, and then you wanted to take advantage of the situation and steal it from us, said the cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the One clan. The crowd was astonished. Even if the Qi clan had stolen the 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus using the sky-absorbing picture scroll, they knew that the others would have easily defeated them. Therefore, they had decided to wait. There has always been 2 of them anyways, only one was destroyed, said the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan. He rose up in the air and threw himself at Yan Di. Humph! The Zun cultivators from the One clan groaned coldly and rose up in the air as well. They were determined to prevent the Qi clan from obtaining the 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus. Bzzz, bzzz. People rose up in the sky one after the other. They all took out their imperial weapons and everything looked chaotic. 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus, shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan while jumping forwards. He disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away from Yan Di. Capture! The sky-absorbing picture scroll became gigantic and began absorbing Yan Di's demon area. Go! Said Yan Di smiling. The demon area moved towards the sky-absorbing picture scroll. Rumbling and explosions sounded. Lin Feng even closed his eyes. Boom boom! The 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus and the demonic area were immediately absorbed by the sky-absorbing picture scroll. Explode! Said Yan Di laughing mockingly. Immediately after, more explosions sounded and golden flames moved in all directions. The sky-absorbing picture scroll immediately exploded and turned into a rain of junk and black embers. How terrifying, thought the crowd. That 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus was terrifying. Even imperial weapons couldn't block it. Many heads turned towards Yan Di. They first had to kill the Taoist monk to get it. No! Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan. Another one. Both sky-absorbing picture scrolls, both imperial weapons, had been destroyed. Bzzz. Black demonic fire then moved towards him. The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer had no time to react before he immediately disappeared. And then, the demonic area suddenly moved down towards the members of the Qi clan. Bastard! Shouted Yan Di furiously. Lin Feng had blocked him at a crucial moment. Yan Di moved like the wind and cast marks in air before disappearing. A terrifying strength appeared where Yan Di was a moment before. Destructive empty space energies. Yan Di rolled his eyes. Lin Feng had prevented him from doing what he wanted. He had made the demon area deviate its path to kill those other people. Run away quickly, shouted the cultivators. No! They had no time. The demon area was too fast as it fell down from the sky and exploded again, leaving a large crater. The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan looked extremely pale. How many members of the Qi clan had just been killed? And they had lost the second sky-absorbing picture scroll. After that, the demon area rose up in the air again and moved towards Yan Di. Die! Shouted a rock. His speed was incredible and the feather he had in his beak was the sharpest weapon Emperor Peng had. It could lacerate several cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer at the same time. The feather streaked across the sky and moved towards Yan Di. It's his turn, thought Yan Di. His eyes were twinkling. He jumped again and the space around him became distorted. Marks appeared again and the feather passed above his head. Come here. Yan Di caught the demonic area again. Kill him, shouted Yan Di at the rock. The others didn't understand what he was saying, but Lin Feng understood that Yan Di was telling the 9 Netherworld's Demon Lotus to kill the golden rock. Caw! The bird cawed. He wanted to escape, but Xianxia wouldn't give him the chance. You think you can escape from an emperor? said Yen Di. His eyes were dazzling. Boil! Shouted Yen Di furiously. The great rock was petrified as he threw himself at the flames. It seemed like he had entered the flames, but actually he had penetrated into a deployment spell. The Taoist monk was a master at using holy marks. It was extremely rare to control them that well. Destroy! Shouted Yen Di. Lin Feng controlled the demonic area and made it envelop the great rock. A horrible shriek sounded. At the same time, Yen Di ran towards him. He grabbed the golden feather, for that weapon wasn't bad. It was the great oriental greenfinch rock's sharpest feather, and it belonged to Emperor Peng himself. The other cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer were frozen with fear. Just who was that Taoist monk? He understood and controlled holy marks so well, and it seemed impossible to fight someone who had the 9 netherworld's demon lotus. Die! Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the island of the Thunderbirds. Lin Feng's soul shook violently and his face turned deathly pale. He even spat out some blood. That page could contain the demon lotus, but it couldn't be used to block powerful attacks. Enough! We've played long enough! Shouted Yen Di furiously. He recalled the demonic area back to his hand. Everybody wait for me. We'll see each other again, said Yen Di smiling arrogantly. Then he ran away. Surprisingly, nobody chased him. In such a short time, the Qi clan's sky-absorbing picture scroll had been broken. Some strong cultivators from the Qi clan had been killed, Emperor Peng's feather had been stolen, and the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the bestial imperial palace was killed. We'll see each other again? The crowd hoped they'd never see him again actually. Yen Di had already disappeared, but there were still many strong cultivators standing in the sky. They looked crushed. They had noticed that the Taoist monk had the strength of the 5th Zun Qi layer, but each of his attacks were terrifying. Even though he had heavily relied on the 9 netherworld's demon lotus, his fighting abilities were still amazing. If he reached the top of the Zun Qi layer, he'd become even more terrifying and would pose a threat to everyone, even emperors. Arg! A cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan shouted with fury. His voice resonated all around the small world. He sounded like an animal. Last time, Qiyun had brought many strong cultivators to Shuiyu and, apart from Qi Tiansu, all the others had died tragically. Now, it was the second time that all the strong cultivators of the Qi clan had died and their second sky-absorbing picture scroll had been crushed. How would they explain that to Emperor Qi when going back? While everybody was fighting, Lin Feng had left. He was moving in the direction of the Black Wind Mountain where Yen Di would meet with him. He had left with a page of Lin Feng's spirit, and Yen Di probably wanted to modify the fire still. Lin Feng was even more furious because last time, Xiong Qi had taken the void fire and he never got to see him use it. But the 9 netherworld's demon lotus was extremely powerful, and with Yen Di's current strength, he couldn't possibly use all of it to improve his strength. Even if he didn't use all of it, once he came back, he'd have to follow through with his promise and make everyone leave the small worlds. The cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the influential imperial groups of Ba Huang all had imperial weapons. If they didn't leave Shuiyu, Lin Feng wouldn't feel safe. He didn't care about ordinary Zun cultivators though. They would contribute to making Shuiyu a more powerful country. Yen Di had left with 1 page of Lin Feng's spirit and found a place where he could cast a protection spell and started modifying the 9 netherworld's demon lotus. He didn't waste time. Lin Feng arrived in a dark and lofty palace. Even though it was dark outside, people didn't stop hunting for treasures. Both Empress Shi and the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small worlds were gigantic. There were palaces, deployment spells, and all sorts of treasures. Everybody had obtained treasures, they just didn't show them. At that moment, Lin Feng heard a clear, melodious, pure, deep, far-reaching Brahma voice. That voice was resonating in the air. Not just him, many people heard it clearly. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw some dazzling golden lights. The light of Buddha, thought Lin Feng, recognizing the lights. A gigantic golden body rose up in the air. It was a bodhisattva with his palms together. It seemed like he was getting close to enlightenment at that moment. In the gigantic hand of that golden Buddha, there was a group of Buddhist monks who were chanting mantras. Their voices were clear, melodious, pure, deep, far-reaching Brahma voices which were chanting louder and louder. Strong cultivators from the celestial thunder temple. What are they doing? Thought the crowd. Their voices turned into sound waves and resonated in people's brains. Weak people could easily lose control and lose their mind. If that happened, then only those chants would resonate in their brains forever on and they wouldn't come back to their senses. Eh? Lin Feng looked at his own body. His armor, a holy weapon, had started shining when the sound waves reached him. Other people's treasures are reacting in the same way. It's not only mine, thought Lin Feng. What kind of mantra was that? Lin Feng stretched out his hand and took out his medium-level holy weapon, the halberd, and his high-level holy weapon, the sunset bow. The mantra continued flowing and his holy weapons started shining too. The bow was even shinier than the halberd. That mantra could make treasures shine, which meant that the treasures in the small world would shine too. As expected, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who figured that out. Everyone around him did as well. However, after people put their precious items away, the lights didn't fade. They became even more dazzling. The mantra was so powerful that it illuminated both small worlds. At that moment, many people rose up in the air, including Lin Feng. They glanced around and inspected the surroundings. How terrifying! Lin Feng took a deep breath. So many holy weapons were shining in those small worlds which hadn't been taken away yet. Many people had found precious treasures, ordinary stones, special kinds of water, big carved words, but hunting treasures wasn't easy, especially if they were buried. Now, with those lights, it would be a lot easier. There are so many hidden treasures. Everybody was getting excited. Several people had even started fighting. They didn't go and hunt for those treasures. They just continued chanting. Many cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer didn't move, just like Lin Feng. They weren't interested in ordinary holy weapons. What they wanted were high-level holy weapons and imperial weapons, so they were waiting to see which weapons would shine the most. There, thought Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. There was a thin golden book. Although it was small, it was shined even more so than high-level holy weapons, and it was becoming more dazzling as the mantras continued. An imperial weapon, thought Lin Feng. Finally, the most precious items were appearing. There are some more over there, thought Lin Feng, glancing around. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw an even more dazzling light. It alone could illuminate the entire sky. It had to be an incredible treasure. What an incredible and powerful mantra, thought Lin Feng, looking back at the monks. Many strong cultivators' silhouettes flickered as they moved in all directions. Boom, boom. Terrifying explosions sounded in people's heads. Many people's faces turned deathly pale. Weaker cultivators even coughed up blood. The gigantic Buddha statue shook as it reached this degree of strength. That bastard screwed up, thought Lin Feng, groaning with pain too. He even coughed up blood. At such a crucial moment, he had left. With his strength, if he didn't use Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, he wouldn't be able to get anything, and the mantra was affecting him too. The strong cultivators from the Celestial Thunder Temple use similar techniques to the cultivators from Xianxia. They also have group attacks, thought Lin Feng. The golden Buddha was dazzling as he shouted loudly and propelled many people away. Then he slapped a crowd and more people flew away. The weaker cultivators even died. Kacha! Lin Feng broke his talisman and hid in the dark. When he rose back up in the air, he was wearing white clothes and looked confident and at ease with his normal face and chi. Sword chi whistled, and in a flash, a gigantic sword appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed at the second light he had noticed and said to the strong cultivators from Xianxia, "Go and take that one." "Roger, young master," said the strong cultivators in unison. They turned into a sword again and moved in the direction of the second light. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. All the strong cultivators were fighting for treasures, and the most dazzling imperial weapons were the most sought after. With their strength, getting that item couldn't be too difficult. Lin Feng started running towards the most dazzling light. There was already a huge battle there, and the gigantic Buddha was slapping people about. At that moment, The gigantic Buddha stretched out his hand towards the most dazzling light. That hand alone could accommodate a dozen people. There were no lights shining around in the small worlds anymore. The lights around the Buddha were the only ones. The Buddha smashed the ground with his gigantic hand and the ground exploded. A crater was created left in the aftermath. Lightning suddenly struck the Buddha's hand and made it stop for a few seconds. Then the hand continued moving forwards. "Man yo!" shouted a Zune-level beast from the island of the Thunderbirds. In the distance, terrifying oxen appeared and trotted in their direction. A cultivator at the top of the Zune Chi layer from the One Clan took a precious umbrella and opened it, expelling empty space energies into the sky. The strong cultivator from the One Clan disappeared and reappeared in front of that dazzling light. Then he threw his umbrella at the light to take the treasure item. "Piss off!" shouted a cultivator in the sky from the Chi clan. He punched the air, making it shake and preventing the umbrella from moving forwards. "Die!" shouted the Zune cultivator of the One Clan. His umbrella moved towards the cultivator at the top of the Zune Chi layer from the Chi clan. The umbrella contained deadly abstruse energies which turned into sharp lights. "That's mine!" shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zune Chi layer from the Chi clan furiously. It was as if nothing else existed around him. All he could see was that treasure item. Slow pair of eyes appeared in the air. The cultivator at the top of the Zune Chi layer from the Chi clan suddenly slowed down, now looking scared. "Sikong too!" shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zune Chi layer from the Chi clan. Then the umbrella of the cultivator at the top of the Zune Chi layer from the One Clan pierced through his body. He looked hopeless as he died. "Come here." Sikong too shook his hand. The space became distorted as he used his celestial vision and stared at the treasure item. Bzzz. A silhouette arrived and the treasure suddenly disappeared. The crowd was astonished who had taken it. "There!" People saw a dazzling light in the distance. Someone from the Abyss of Sufferings. That had to be a member of the Abyss of Sufferings. They commonly had shadow spirits, so when it came to stealing things in the night, they were professionals. OM. The clear, melodious, pure, deep, far-reaching Brahma voices continued chanting. The Buddha lights illuminated the small world again, and not far from them, a dark silhouette appeared under the crowd in the sky. He hadn't escaped, otherwise he would have drawn everyone's attention. But he hadn't thought the Buddha lights were so effective. That person quickly recognized the danger he was in, so their silhouette turned into a black beam of light as they tried to run away. However, everything changed as mist appeared around them. It looked like they were caught in an illusion, and they couldn't leave. An illusion which meant strong cultivators from the magic world, Heavenly Palace, were attacking. "Die!" The gigantic Buddha hand attacked and nobody stopped it. The gigantic hand was moving towards the strong cultivators from the Abyss of Sufferings. "Take it!" he said, throwing several rings in the air. However, nobody paid attention to him and the gigantic hand assaulted his body. "Kacha!" He was crushed to pieces and a black ring appeared. That was his real ring. Everybody was paying attention to what was happening. However, inside the mist, women burst into laughter. The crowd quickly realized that there were suddenly women trying to seduce them. Lin Feng was outside of the illusion, calmly standing there, watching people fight for treasures. Many people understood that the first ones to get the treasures were also the most exposed ones, but then they also didn't want to let anyone else take treasures first, because if they waited and then people escaped with the treasures, then they would have no opportunity. Therefore, many people had decided to act immediately. Lin Feng was too weak anyways. He couldn't take any risks by attacking immediately. Even if he unsheathed Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword against so many strong cultivators, he had absolutely no chance to steal their treasures. When cultivators at the top of the Zune Chi layer shouted, they could kill him with their voice alone. Almost done there, thought Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. On the other side, the strong cultivators from Xianxia had used their group attack and would soon take the treasure item over there. "I want that one too though," thought Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. He released a thread of consciousness and inspected the ground. At the same time, some dead cultivators headed over to him. He could clearly see that the treasure item was a one-paged scripture. Maybe it was an imperial scripture, maybe even the 3 live scriptures. If it's the 3 live scriptures and if those people get it, they won't go back to Ba Huang, whispered Lin Feng. If someone obtained an imperial scripture, they wouldn't share it with anyone else. Lin Feng was staring at that illusion when golden lights shined again. Terrifying explosions sounded as the illusion broke. The strong cultivators who were fighting for the one-paged book appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision again. In such a short time, so many cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer died, thought Lin Feng glancing at the crowd. He had seen some cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer of the Qi clan get killed, and now even more cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from other groups had been killed. The strongest group was the group of people from the Celestial Thunder Temple. Their group attack was too powerful. Nobody could compete with them so far. In the distance, there were strong cultivators from the Bestial Imperial Palace who looked furious. If the Taoist monk hadn't stolen their feather with their strength, they would have been able to steal some treasures at least. Bzzz. A dazzling light moved towards Lin Feng. He frowned and saw a dazzling golden silhouette standing in the air above him. It was Mo Peng, the great oriental greenfinch rock. He had noticed that Lin Feng was hiding in the darkness. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him indifferently. "What's up?" "The diviner said that the Taoist monk was your protector. Just who is he?" asked Mo Peng. "Eh?" Lin Feng frowned and he said, "Piss off." Mo Peng looked furious as he released cold and dazzling energies. Mo Peng. Some strong cultivators from Bestial Imperial Palace arrived next to Mo Peng and shook their heads. "How audacious," said Mo Peng. He opened his wings and flapped them. His dazzling golden lights quickly streaked across the sky. Mo Peng had turned around and left. Lin Feng looked at him calmly before saying, "If there's a next time, I'll have some roasted great oriental greenfinch rock for dinner." Mo Peng stopped in the air and glared at Lin Feng. He wanted to go back and fight Lin Feng already. "Don't attack Mo Peng. You'll have other opportunities later," said a strong cultivator from the Bestial Imperial Palace. He sounded scared of Lin Feng. Many people thought Lin Feng was insane. He had even killed Qi Tianshang, so it made sense that he would also kill Mo Peng if he got upset. "Indeed, Mo Peng, when you're stronger, Emperor Peng will give you imperial weapons and you'll be able to fight him and Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword," said another strong cultivator. Mo Peng wouldn't definitely kill Lin Feng someday. Lin Feng turned around and didn't look at him again. For Lin Feng, Mo Peng was just a bird who thought he was a dragon. Boom! At that moment, a green light appeared and shined on the black ring. Then, the ring surprisingly exploded. The treasures it contained flew in all directions. However, everybody could only see one thing: the one-paged golden booklet. Instantly, all the strong cultivators threw themselves at the booklet. "It's falling down," thought the crowd. The strong cultivators from the Bestial Imperial Palace could move even faster than the others. They were peeking down like an eagle towards a mouse. "Don't take it. If you do, everyone will attack you and kill you," said someone. Without imperial weapons, it was impossible to get it. "Now," thought Lin Feng. He jumped forwards and immediately, a sword streaked across the sky. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. "Lin Feng," the crowd gasped. Lin Feng had taken out Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword at this final moment to steal the book. That bastard. A cultivator of the Tianqi layer dared confront cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. "You're not afraid of dying, it seems," said a strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. Lin Feng was quite conceited. What made him think he had any chances to get that treasure? Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was a terrifying imperial weapon. Everybody was scared of it. "Stop," thought Lin Feng. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword suddenly rotated and created a vortex. All the strong cultivators behind him were suddenly bathing in sword lights. The sky and the sword were one. "Die, die!" shouted some strong cultivators. Everyone started attacking the hurricane. A hole appeared in the hurricane and some of the strong cultivators flew through it. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword moved back to Lin Feng's hands. The one-paged scripture was still falling down from the sky. Boom! On the ground, many people ran to catch it. A strong cultivator had jumped and caught it. "You will die," said Lin Feng. That was someone from the bestial imperial palace. They wanted to escape from the sword lights, but they were too fast. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying chi dashed to the skies. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he didn't dare stay there any longer. It was getting too dangerous. The book continued falling down from the sky, and someone else stretched out their hand to catch the book. Kacha! A lightning struck that cultivator and he exploded. The one-paged book continued falling down. However, a pitch-black demon suddenly appeared. Black robe, long hair, demonic intent. He stretched out his hand and the book fell on it. The Netherworld Demon Emperor. The people in the sky, suddenly stopping. The Demon Emperor had appeared again, but why? He was wearing the same black robe, he had the same black hair, his demonic intent was rising to the skies. He looked absolutely terrifying. Is that a thread of consciousness left by the Demon Emperor? Thought the crowd. Piss off! Shouted someone indifferently. Bzzz. At that moment, someone threw themselves at the Netherworld Demon Emperor. However, the Netherworld Demon Emperor looked at that person and they were suddenly petrified. The cultivator's body was suddenly surrounded by black energies, and he was turning into a demonic slave. Ah! That person gave a horrible shriek and ran around like a madman. The crowd gulped down. Their faces turned deathly pale. Was that really the Netherworld Demon Emperor? "I don't believe you! Die!" shouted someone else furiously. Many others threw themselves at the Netherworld Demon Emperor. The Netherworld Demon Emperor raised his head and glanced at them. Instantly, demonic chi began corroding their souls. "Commit suicide," said a deep, demonic voice. Many people started convulsing violently. Those whose bodies were corroded by the demonic chi were killing themselves and slowly collapsing. "Commit suicide." The Netherworld Demon Emperor was still standing there. "You all want to die," said an ice-cold voice. "Escape!" shouted people furiously. The crowd was terrified as they ran away in all directions. Once they left, the Netherworld Demon Emperor disappeared back into the darkness. The crowd hadn't noticed that there was someone who was hiding in the darkness and who was laughing now. It was Lin Feng, and those people who had just killed themselves were the dead bodies he was controlling. Now, the Netherworld Demon Emperor had the one-page scripture, so it had nothing to do with Lin Feng, right? The cultivators at the top of the Zun Chi layer from the One Clan, who were still in the sky, stopped and frowned. "There's something wrong," whispered a cultivator from the One Clan. The first time he had seen the Netherworld Demon Emperor, even emperors couldn't look at him. That's why everybody was terrified. Therefore, when everyone saw the Netherworld Demon Emperor a moment before, everyone was automatically terrified, especially when he talked. Then, he had looked at some strong cultivators and made them kill themselves, causing people to be even more scared. However, why had the Netherworld Demon Emperor left a thread of consciousness there? Besides, until that time in the small world, everybody could take everything they wanted. So why would he take that one-paged golden book? Why would a thread of consciousness which had existed for thousands of years want a one-paged golden book? The cultivators from the One Clan weren't the only ones to think that way. They all stopped and looked pensive. In the distance, a cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer listened the cultivators from the One Clan talk. Then a cultivator from the One Clan then said, "Did you find that strange as well? What do you think?" asked that person. Then they glanced at each other and then gazed into the distance. After a few minutes, they flew back to that place. There were already other people there, and they all quickly realized that the Netherworld Demon Emperor had disappeared. "It seems like someone cheated us," said someone. "It must be Lin Feng. He probably already took the one-paged golden scripture, and maybe he made the Netherworld Demon Emperor appear," said someone from Tianlong Divine Castle. Slash, slash. A dazzling sword appeared in the sky. The face of the one who was talking turned deathly pale. It was Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Boom! The one who had just talked suddenly turned to void, those on his side as well. Then, the sword moved back into a young man's hand. Watch your words, said Lin Feng indifferently. He rose up in the air, now holding Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Lin Feng, a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle. There are so many cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer are here, and surprisingly, some people are making up rumors that I, a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, could do such things. I'm not strong enough to disguise myself as the Netherworld Demon Emperor. If you want to kill me, don't use excuses to justify yourself. Those kinds of people should die, said Lin Feng. Don't forget that when the Netherworld Demon Emperor broke free from the seal, you went up in the sky and practiced cultivation in the black clouds. It could definitely be you, said that cultivator of the top of the Zunqi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle. He was holding a dragon scepter in his hand. Slash, slash, slash. Sword Qi whistled and Xianxia's strongest cultivators appeared in the sky. Lin Feng pointed at the crowd from Tianlong Divine Castle and said, "Kill all the people from Tianlong Divine Castle. How dare you?" The cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle looked furious. Jian Mu's mouth twitched. The young master was insane. Did he want to annihilate Tianlong Divine Castle? Kill them, and that one is mine, said Lin Feng, jumping towards the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer. He was staring at Lin Feng, or more precisely, at Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword which Lin Feng was holding. That sword was an imperial weapon and could kill cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. "Roger, young master," replied Jian Mu. How could the crowd compete with the heroes of Xianxia? The cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle was glaring at Lin Feng while releasing incredible bestial qi. However, Lin Feng looked at him looking without concern. He hated people from Tianlong Divine Castle, and if they had the opportunity to kill him, they would. They had even helped Qi Yun the other day. So now, Lin Feng had the opportunity to kill them, so why would he treat them any differently? How cruel, thought the other cultivators. It was better not to offend Lin Feng. He had killed a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer from the Qi clan. He had even killed Qi Tianshang, who had imperial blood. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was a special tool to Lin Feng. If he wasn't cruel, people would think that they could bully him as they wished. By unsheathing Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, he was telling people that if they offended him, he'd kill them. With Jian Mu, the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle could only die. After all, Tianlong Divine Castle and Xianxia were different. Many influential imperial groups had sent some fairly strong people, whereas the strong cultivators from Xianxia there were people Lin Feng had sent, and he had chosen the strongest cultivators from Xianxia. Besides, Tianlong Divine Castle kept losing items and people, whereas Xianxia kept winning. Lin Feng was still staring at the cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle, who were now motionless. The cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle didn't dare move, because Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword scared him. Lin Feng didn't move because apart from that cultivator, there were other influential imperial groups not far away. They were countless cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer with imperial weapons in hand. They had no time to waste there. Even though they were not enemies, they profit from this fight. If Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword wasn't in Lin Feng's hand at any point, the others would take advantage of that and kill him. Arg! Someone shouted furiously. Lin Feng, Tianlong Divine Castle will kill you. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Do I need you to warn me?" He already knew that Tianlong Divine Castle wanted to kill him. The strong cultivators from Tianlong Castle were being slaughtered by Xianxia. Horrible shrieks were wailing. Quickly enough, all the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle were dead. Lin Feng, Xianxia, you will regret this, said the remaining cultivator who Lin Feng had claimed. His silhouette flickered as flew away. Since I went this far, I won't regret anything, thought Lin Feng. Since they had put aside all considerations for face, next time maybe the emperors would show up. Let's go. Other people's silhouettes flickered. They hadn't managed to obtain the most dazzling one-paged golden scripture, so they had to find some other treasures. Besides, nobody could be sure that Lin Feng was the one who had stolen the one-paged golden scripture. They weren't even convinced that Lin Feng had done it. After all, how could Lin Feng find someone who looked like the Netherworld Demon Emperor to act on his behalf? Besides, How could Lin Feng look at those powerful cultivators and make them kill themselves? Even if it wasn't the Netherworld Demon Emperor, it had to be a terrifying demon cultivator. They couldn't know that the Netherworld Demon Emperor wasn't fake. It was a thread of intent contained in the Netherworld Demon Emperor's 9 Netherworlds demonic song. Anyways, since they couldn't be sure that Lin Feng had done it, why would they try to fight him? Even the bestial Imperial Palace knew that the diviner had said that the Taoist monk was Lin Feng's protector. But as long as they didn't see them together, they wouldn't attack him. Everything depended on strength. Did you get it? Asked Lin Feng to Jianmu using telepathy, after everyone left. We did. It looks like some ancient scriptures. Replied Jianmu. Lin Feng had already obtained the one-page scripture, but Jianmu had also obtained ancient scriptures? Give it to me, said Lin Feng. He still had Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword in his hand, and until Yan Di came back, it was better to keep it out. Back then, when he agreed to only use it 3 times, they hadn't agreed on how long he could use it each time. So, he could keep using it for as long as he wished. Jianmu gave Lin Feng a ring with the scriptures inside. Do you want it? Asked Lin Feng to Jianmu. Jianmu was surprised. There were probably incredible ancient scriptures inside. Of course he had thought about using it. Young master, my strength has reached its limits. I know what I am capable of and I can't progress anymore. Xianxia just wants you to become an emperor and make Xianxia become top dog again, said Jianmu, lowering his head. He meant what he said. If he was able to become an emperor, he would have kept Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword and used it already. Now, Xianxia could only hope that Lin Feng would become an emperor, because without an emperor, Xianxia would soon disappear. Lin Feng nodded and said, when I become an emperor, we'll reign over central Ba Huang. Thank you, young master, said Jianmu, bowing. Go and see if you can find any more treasures and give them to the people in Xianxia, said Lin Feng. The strong cultivators from Xianxia bowed before Lin Feng again, and then left. Everybody was already fighting inside the small worlds for treasure. Lin Feng rose up in the air and moved towards a mountain range. He landed on a peak and sat down cross-legged. He had obtained 2 treasures. That was good enough for him already. He wanted to wait for Yan Di to come back to kick everybody out. In the darkness, sounds of battle continued through the night. Lin Feng almost forgot everything around him though. He only sensed the wind brush against his skin and hair. After what seemed like a long time, the sun rose and things settled down. It became extremely calm, eerily so. Many people had died that night and many people had obtained treasures. Those who had obtained the most treasures were from influential imperial groups, especially those who already had imperial weapons. There were a few who had stolen imperial weapons, but they were insane because there were emperor's imprints on those imperial weapons. Even Lin Feng never thought of attacking people with the intention of stealing their imperial weapons. Xianxia had stolen an imperial weapon, Emperor Peng's feather. But there couldn't be an imprint on it, and even if there was, Xianxia was probably going to modify it using the 9 Netherworlds Demon Lotus. Mo Peng, we didn't get much because those bastards stole the few items we obtained, said someone somewhere else. The members from the bestial Imperial Palace were furious. Without cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer and without their feather, the other influential imperial groups had walked over them. Even if they obtained treasures, so what? When I become an emperor, I'll kill them. I'll kill all my enemies. Lin Feng, the stinky Taoist monk, all of them, said Mo Peng aggressively. He had never been as humiliated as he had been in those small worlds. You don't need to wait that long. During the meeting of the emperors, you'll be able to kill a few people then, said someone next to him. Right, I'll kill a few people at the meeting of the emperors, said Mo Peng. Slash? At that moment, a dazzling light appeared and made them frown. The dazzling light crossed across the sky and flew to a mountain, into a young man's hand and then into his body. It was a page of Lin Feng's spirit. Yan Di is back. What was that? Thought some cultivators who momentarily saw the light before it disappeared. That bastard. Thought some people who followed the light to Lin Feng. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was in front of Lin Feng, so no one wanted to attack him. Dear friends, I trust you have been well. said someone indifferently. Then the crowd saw a person wearing a robe, standing on a black lotus in the air. That damn Taoist monk actually modified the 9 Netherworlds demon lotus. They had seen how powerful the 9 Netherworlds demon lotus was. He had destroyed the sky-absorbing picture scroll even. We met for a short time last time. Now that we are meeting again, give me all your imperial weapons. The 9 Netherworlds demon lotus moved straight towards a cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer who was holding a thunder hammer. It was a cultivator from the island of the Thunderbirds. "How dare you!" shouted that cultivator while raising his hammer. With a flash, lightning shot towards Yen Di. Slash! Slash! The demon lotus opened itself and quickly wrapped around Yen Di. The lightning crashed onto the demon lotus and burnt away. "I gave you a chance, Thunderbird, and you let it slip," said Yen Di smiling in a cold way. Then he threw himself at the cultivator. "Bzzz!" The Thunderbird rose up in the air. However, Yen Di groaned coldly. His eyes were pitch black, like there were demon lotuses in his eyes. At the same time, he disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of the Thunderbird. He stared blankly at the cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer from the island of the Thunderbirds. Just by looking at him instantly caused him to feel pain in his eyes, as if they were burning. Slash! The terrifying demon lotus descended from the sky, oppressed the Thunderbird, and enveloped him. Then, black flames fell from the sky, and the thunder hammer ended up in the Taoist monk's hand. "I don't like it that much," said Yen Di, throwing the weapon into the demon lotus. "Who else has imperial weapons? Show them to me," said Yen Di, slowly turning around. Those people's faces turned deathly pale. Everybody wanted to leave. "I see, when he can't remove the Emperor's imprints from the imperial weapons, he just throws them away," thought Lin Feng. Otherwise, he would have never thrown an imperial weapon away like that. "I like these 2 small worlds, and in the future, I'll practice cultivation here. Everybody here only has 1 hour to leave before I kill everyone inside," shouted Yen Di extremely loudly, his voice spreading everywhere in the small worlds. "Who's that guy? He's insane if he thinks he can keep those 2 small worlds for himself. Watch your words, that's the guy who fought the cultivators at the top of the Zun Chi layer with an imperial weapon yesterday. He killed a cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer from the bestial imperial palace and stole their feather. He also destroyed the sky-absorbing picture scroll and stole the 9 Netherworlds demon lotus. Now that he modified the 9 Netherworlds demon lotus and adapted it for his own use, nobody can stop him anymore. Bastard! He stole the 9 Netherworlds demon lotus, and since emperors can't come here, nobody can kill that damn Taoist monk. From now on, Shui Yu is his," thought many cultivators at the top of the Zun Chi layer. "There aren't that many treasures here anymore, so it's not such a big deal. Let's go back to the Ba Huang province," thought the crowd. People from Jiang'a flew over to Lin Feng and Jian Mu, whispering, "Young master, what should we do?" "Go back to Yangzhou City," said Lin Feng, standing up. He rose up in the air and began flying back to Yangzhou City. The small worlds and Yangzhou City now had a common border. They only had to take a step before entering one of the small worlds. Lin Feng was convinced that Yen Di could take care of the res. "All right," said the strong cultivators, bowing. Then, they rose up in the air and flew towards Yangzhou City. Very quickly, everybody left. "Dad, Mom, one of those worlds is Empress Shi's, which contains a celestial chi. The other one is the Netherworld Demon Emperor's small world, containing potent demonic chi. Which one do you like? We can use one of them as the new location for our imperial palace," said Lin Feng. His family was speechless, using a small world for their imperial palace. "Little Feng, are you sure it's okay?" asked Lin Hai. Could Lin Feng invade the small worlds? "Dad, don't worry. In a few days Shui Yu will be calm again. From now on, Yangzhou City will become the entrance to the imperial palace of Shui Yu," said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. Now that Xianxia could cast even more powerful deployment spells, Lin Feng would ask him to protect the 2 small worlds, the periphery of the Yunhai mountain range, and Yangzhou City. He would also seal the small worlds for the imperial palace to solely practice cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't afford to let anyone he didn't trust know about these plans, especially those who know he's connected to Yen Di. "Let's choose Empress Xi's small world," said Lin Hai, smiling. He knew that Lin Feng wasn't joking. "All right, Dad, you'll help me manage the Yun Hai sect. I hope that one day it will come back to life, even stronger than before," said Lin Feng. He had to avenge the Yun Hai sect. He was infinitely grateful to them and would never forget about that debt. "It's already become the strongest sect in the country. I'll manage it properly," said Lin Hai, smiling. "Thank you, Dad," said Lin Feng, smiling. He didn't have too much time to spend there himself. Later that day, the Taoist monk traveled all around the small worlds. Riding his 9 netherworlds demon lotus and his demonic fire rained down. That Taoist monk was insane, so nobody wanted to offend him. People were even more annoyed because, apart from the 2 small worlds, he had invaded a part of the Yunhai mountain range and a part of Yangzhou City, the imperial city of Shuiyu. Alone, he had invaded 1/5 of Shuiyu. "It seems like we need to leave," said the cultivators from the one clan. "Let's go back to Ba Huang," said some people from the bestial imperial palace as well. 3 days passed. Those who remained were standing outside the small worlds, but they couldn't see inside anymore. The spaces were surrounded by a black mist, making it impossible to see anything. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing in Empress Xi's small world, where her imperial palace was located. Duan Xianxia was leaning against him. She looked rather pensive. She loved Empress Xi's imperial palace. "It looks like we don't need to change anything. You can live here as it is," said Lin Feng, smiling. He turned his head and stretched his hand and dragged Lu Fei towards him. Lu Fei smiled in a resplendent way and leaned against Lin Feng as well, just like Xianxia. "Lin Feng, are you sure you don't want to take us abroad to travel?" asked Xianxia, smiling. "It's too dangerous. When I have my own small worlds there, I'll take you with me then," said Lin Feng in a gentle way. "All right, then hurry up," said Xianxia, smiling. No matter what, she would agree with anything Lin Feng said. "You should impregnate her. Then she can stay at home and take care of the baby," said someone in the background. Xianxia appeared above them, embarrassing Lin Feng once again. "I haven't even started condensing my own blood, and I need to become an emperor first," said Lin Feng, raising his head. After breaking through to the Zun cultivator, he'd need to condense his blood and then he could transmit it to his children. Besides, the stronger the parent's blood, the more talented his children would be. An accident could happen though, and in any case, when you're strong enough in the future, you can always replace your children's blood," said Yen Di, smiling. "Besides, with me as a grandfather, your children will definitely be talented." "Have I ever said that I wanted my children to have you as a grandfather?" asked Lin Feng. "Yen Di would teach bad things to his children. Do you think I would be a bad grandfather or what?" said Yen Di angrily. "All right, Yen Di is a great emperor, so it's only natural that he act as a grandfather to our children," said Xianxia, smiling. "Xianxia understands," said Yen Di at Lin Feng. Then he rose back up in the air. Lin Feng was speechless, just smiling. He rose up in the air too and landed on a stone elsewhere. A 1-paged golden scripture appeared in front of him. "There's a seal," whispered Lin Feng. He raised his hand, condensed some sword chi in his fingers and touched the book, but he still couldn't break the seal. "Little boy." Lin Feng shook his hand and Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword came out. "Little boy, can you help me open that seal?" asked Lin Feng to Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword pointed at the book and attacked it. Golden lights flashed and a crackling sound appeared. The seal was broken. Bzzz. A light beam dashed to the skies. Instantly, the deployment spell activated and black demon fire attacked the beam of light. However, the light broke the deployment spell and pierced through it, leaving a hole in the clouds. "Eh?" Lin Feng wasn't ready for that. He rose up in the air and crossed the deployment spell through the hole. He raised his head and continued watching that relentless light. Slash! A dazzling light came down from the sky. It was so bright that Lin Feng had to close his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a terrifying hurricane. It seemed like clouds were being absorbed through that hole. At the same time, many others raised their heads and saw the hole. There was no sound, and even though it was very far from them, almost everyone could see it. Did it pierce the sky? Thought Lin Feng as he shuddering at the thought. What exactly was that light?